British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1276 Chaos is the Ladder. I'm just afraid that many of your friends may have some criticism about this. Many people who come to Malaya have assets. Richard's words are also very obvious. He is afraid of causing panic among the Comprada group. Do they dare to rebel? The colonists will really kill people. Alan Wilson said nonchalantly, the Compradas dare not confront us. If they want to take advantage of the opportunity to support us and eat some benefits, they not only have the courage, but also are very big. But when it comes to life and death, I scare them to death. Don't think that now the 5 or 6 people seem to be like a person. Alan Wilson's operation has at least saved nearly 1 million Indonesian communist lives in Indonesia. He doesn't mind changing a place to make up for the loss to God. How is the economy this year? In the past few months, the Americans have been transporting troops to South Vietnam one by one. South Vietnam itself is not enough to make these American soldiers feel at home. After finishing the Comprada topic, Alan Wilson asked about the economic development of Malaya. Because of the influx of American troops in South Vietnam, our exports have exploded, including cars, oil, manufacturing, rubber, etc. Richard did not hide anything and became excited when talking about this topic. You can make friends with the upper echelons of the US military in Malaya and establish appropriate personal connections. Whitehall will turn a blind eye to the benefits you get. Alan Wilson hinted to Richard, of course you have to be careful and don't go too far. I hope the colonial government still maintains an image of integrity, understand? But if it involves power for sex transactions, you can't use colonial women. You can do it freely. Everything in this world has a price. If you pay enough, you don't need to use any coercive means. Once the Vietnam War, which was spent like water, began, it was natural that it would promote Malaya. At this time, if Richard wanted to sacrifice his personal reputation and devote himself to benefiting Malayan society, some mistakes could be forgiven. Alan Wilson would naturally clean up the mess for this subordinate in London. Of course, the big head must be kept in London. Britain needs the US dollar cash and treasury bonds in its hands to do something. The French are about to do something with the US dollar, and Britain also needs to accumulate bullets to wait and see the direction of the US-France currency war. Richard immediately returned to the administrative office, preparing to respond strongly to a nuclear test by a certain big country. His immediate superior and supreme authority had said that Chiang Gong's spies had defected to the Malayan Communist Party, and that decisive measures should be taken immediately and resolutely without delay. Alan Wilson went to Penang to inspect the shipbuilding base. The British mainland was making efforts to transform in the field of container ships and oil tankers, and the construction of some other types of ships would be transferred to Malaya. The fundamental reason still came from the competition from Japan. It was really difficult to completely suppress this East Asian competitor with the capabilities of the British mainland, and the labor costs were too far apart. Penang was the Malayan shipbuilding base planned by Alan Wilson before. It was still the old way. Malaya competed with Japan in a price war, and the British mainland held the high end to block Japan's development. Penang is located opposite the Bay of Bengal, far away from Indonesia. The Bay of Bengal is currently very calm, and Penang's safety is not a problem. As for supporting facilities, it is not a problem with the current Malayan industry. Upon learning that Lord Zantang had come to Malaya, justices of the peace appeared one after another, showing their friendship with Alan Wilson, and also asking questions about the Vietnam War. Chaos is not an abyss, but a ladder. You won't forget the profits Japan made through the Korean War and Malaya's profits in the Franco-Vietnamese War so quickly, right? Alan Wilson said with a smile to comfort them. War is a good thing, both for you and for the residents of Malaya. The bombs won't fall on your heads, so stand up straight and prepare for the next round of prosperity. Your Excellency Zantang has a brilliant idea. Su Yang said in a flattering manner. We are relieved to hear what Your Excellency Zantang said. Many people from Indonesia fled here, which caused some chaos. We are still frightened by this, so we are pessimistic about the war. Now we have no such concerns at all. In fact, most of the refugees are your fellow ethnic group, so the influx of refugees is also good. Malaya's labor force has increased and can shoulder greater responsibilities. In view of your good performance in the food crisis last year, I still have credibility with you. The criticism should be made. Last year's food crisis actually only had a certain impact on Japan. The ones that were really hurt were South Korea and Scam Island. After all, Japan has developed to a certain level of strength, while the latter two are still at the bottom of the pyramid. The result is that Japan has only spent more foreign exchange, while the latter two have really tightened their belts. However, they are all military governments in essence. Alan Wilson does not have the ability to verify how many people starved to death. He only knows that many people from Scam Island poured into Hong Kong last year. The reason for knowing this is that the border management personnel in Hong Kong have received a lot of benefits, and several Chinese detectives seem to have made a lot of money from this. Alan Wilson does not care about the 4 major detectives, but he wants to send his son with Xiaoming back to Hong Kong to live, and he does not want Hong Kong to be in chaos. He wants to take care of him through his colleagues in Hong Kong. When the justices of the peace left, Xiaoming came out from the inner room, and the two talked about this again. In fact, as long as you want, those small characters dare not do anything, right? Xiaoming asked obediently, leaning on Alan Wilson's arms. Even if they run to Canada, I can make them come back and explain their mistakes. But as you said, why should I do this? Alan Wilson hugged Xiaoming's delicate body and said leisurely, it's easy to replace them, but aren't the new people the same? They are so low level that they are unlikely to offend my son. After Luo returns to Hong Kong, I will say hello to the Legislative Council. You'd better find 2 trustworthy people to take care of the child's food and daily life. Although Xiaoming didn't want to be separated from her child, she had no say in this matter. She could make a fuss, but it would not change any results in the end. This son should not stay in Europe to roll inward. The Chinese world is more suitable for him to make great achievements. In the past October, the Tokyo Olympics opened, Khrushchev stepped down, and a certain major country conducted nuclear tests, so it seemed very lively. The neglected Great Britain finally showed its presence at the end of the month, a few days after arriving in Australia. A hydrogen bomb with a yield of 3 million tons was successfully detonated in Central Australia. When Alan Wilson faced Australian reporters in Canberra, he stated that this was the toughest stance to respond to the enemy's threats. He said that he would conduct nuclear tests in Australia in response to the threats of a certain major power, and the Australians really believed it. With this level, it is no wonder that even the rabbits on the land cannot be eliminated. In order to eliminate rabbits, Australia found the Americans, who are experts in viruses, and officially started the virus war 10 years ago. The artificially created rabbit plague caused the death rate of wild rabbits in Australia to reach 99.9%. The extinction of wild rabbits in Australia is just around the corner, and the country without rabbits is about to be realized. Australians are very excited, and even the Australian media have published such an article title, "The ghost that was founded earlier than Australia will be completely eliminated on this continent." Alan Wilson notes that rabbits will make a comeback in less than 20 years, and Australians are too happy too early. Alan Wilson's tough response is just a casual remark, but there are uncrowned kings who flatter him, which requires analysis from multiple levels and angles. As a result, the British statement showed that they were willing to fight a nuclear war for Australia. This determination may be real, but not for the Australians, but for the Australian mineral resources in the hands of the British upper class. Thanks to the news network that Pamela Mountbatten has run for so many years, Alan Wilson did not have to explain too much about how to defend Australia, and went directly to Perth to rest. Dear, look at this US election. What will be the result? Pamela Mountbatten was contented, and obviously had already adapted to life in Perth. Lyndon Johnson's victory depends on how much the Republicans can steal. On the surface, Alan Wilson actually did not care about this US election. The result was too different. If he gave McCarthy a suggestion, he could cause the Republicans to turn the tables. He would first choose to eliminate the United States. The difficulty of the two is about the same. Compared with this US election, which is almost the same, Alan Wilson is more concerned about another thing. After this year, Mountbatten will be 65 years old. According to the normal process, the British Chief of Defence Staff, the highest full-time commander of the British Army, will retire this year. Does the Marshal have any idea to continue serving Britain for a few more years? I believe that, if the Marshal himself is willing, there must be a way. Alan Wilson looked at his wife, wondering if he could take the route of the deep father-daughter relationship and persuade Mountbatten. The problem is that my father also wants to retire. Pamela Mountbatten shook her head. Now he has no intention of continuing to work in the army. I talked to my father about this issue last time. This is not good news. Kinship may not solve everything, but it can always solve some problems. With the father-in-law around, it is always much easier to communicate with the military. Who is the successor? Have you heard the Marshal mention it? At this point, Alan Wilson began to inquire about Mountbatten's arrangement for his successor. Sir Richard Elliot Hull. My father hopes to promote him to Marshal when he officially takes over. Pamela Mountbatten replied, he is a general in the army. Chapter 1277 Nehru's funeral. The army generals were not surprised. The current British Chief of the Defence Staff would take turns to be the boss in consideration of the balance of the military branches. Currently, it was the turn of the Air Force generals. This would not change because of whether the prefix had a royal or not. Also, although the prefix of the army did not have a royal, those who knew something about the British Army knew that many units in the army had a royal prefix. Alan Wilson remembered that in the 21st century, when the pitiful size of the British Army was peeled off, most of the remaining units were units with royal prefixes. Does this Sir Hull have any connections with us? Alan Wilson leaned forward and stared at his wife and asked. Obviously, this matter was very important. In South Africa, De Beers is my representative. Pamela Mountbatten introduced the connections in this regard in a tone of I know it. That's easy. Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. By then, I believe that this Marshal should have a harmonious relationship with Whitehall, and I will naturally try my best to maintain it. There are two sources of influence on the British Army. One is the influence exerted by the United States on the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Of course, that was the original history, and does not exist now. The other is Whitehall. The reason is simple. Whitehall's huge overseas colonial management personnel also need protection, so they will naturally not cause trouble for the army in this regard. The existence of him as the cabinet secretary in the UK is equivalent to opening a panoramic map in 1945. Many mineral deposits discovered in later generations were grasped in the hands at the beginning. Pamela Mountbatten's wealthiest woman also came from this. Without such a large fortune accumulated by his wife, what can he use to bind the aristocracy from one declining power to another declining power? Of course, in this process, Alan Wilson did not deny that he sold out several irrelevant countries to divert the attention of the United States and the Soviet Union. But there is no way to deal with this kind of thing. Sacrifice is inevitable. It is better for others to sacrifice than for Britain to sacrifice. Just like when he heard that Nehru was critically ill, Alan Wilson counted on his fingers and seemed to have lived a few more months, but it seemed that there was little hope of surviving until 1965. There will be another fierce battle in Indian politics. When I told my wife about this, Pamela Mountbatten looked strange. Didn't you always look down on him? It's not that I look down on him. I look down on the man who annihilated 100 million enemies and won the victory. Alan Wilson sighed. It is undeniable that Nehru really brought development to India. As for that person, forget it. It is better to kill 3,000 people by mistake than to let one go. Richard will tell Mr. Chang in a while that Mr. Chang is not qualified to say this. Everything is in chaos, and many things need to be handled by Alan Wilson. Mr. Chang has nothing to complain about. He is not just doing this in Malaya. He has done the operation of turning left and turning right many times. The entire British colony is no exception. Whether it is Africa, Asia or the Middle East, they are all treated equally. What is the standard for the worst country in the world? Some people say that the diplomatic allies of a certain big country are all poor buddies. This is not true. In fact, it depends on which country is still interacting with the fraud island. For example, the most honest organization is the Mafia, the most distinctive food is the soil, and Haiti is a model of democracy. I wonder if Fulsiva can still remember, now that her man advised the cultural czar to build a smuggling network centered on Cuba. One of the core ideas of that suggestion was to help Haiti to the United States. The United States put a time bomb next to itself. I really don't know what it was thinking. Haiti around Cuba is just the worst example. Jamaica and the Dominican Republic can all be smuggled. There is nothing that cannot be smuggled. There are also land countries such as Honduras and Nicaragua nearby. The potential is definitely enough. Of course, the biggest potential is Mexico, which is developing quite well now. The life of the richest woman is very monotonous. With her husband by her side, Pamela Mountbatten sticks to Alan Wilson as usual. She knows that her husband can't stay for too long. Life is so boring. Why don't you try to order a battleship? Are the drawings of the Vanguard still there? You can consider building a missile battleship. Alan Wilson smiled and suggested, the military has a kind of thinking called arsenal ship, but most people can't pass it because of the cost. If it is built based on the drawings of the Vanguard, it might be interesting. The cost is £10 million. Pamela Mountbatten said pitifully, it's obviously you who want to see the big toy, and you insist on saying what I like. After being arrogant for a while, Pamela Mountbatten still agreed to build a big toy for her husband in the name of patriotic donations from British immigrants in Western Australia. The richest woman's words are not wrong. Alan Wilson does have a special liking for the Soviet Kirov. At this age and status, he wants to satisfy his personal hobbies. Pamela Mountbatten has the financial resources, so why not do it? The Soviet Union could have built the Kirov, so what's wrong with Britain building another Vanguard? No problem. The Kirov class battlecruiser is less than 30,000 tons, so it's no problem for the Vanguard to be enlarged. At this time, Alan Wilson's plagiarism talent is needed. With the Vanguard as a blueprint, but taking into account the aesthetics, Britain, as a former radar power, can also try the passive phased array radar on this warship. If you think about it carefully, it is not a luxury to use such a large hull for technical verification. It can be used in the name of technical verification and judgment of the advantages and disadvantages of the aircraft carrier battle group and arsenal ship route. There is no need to modify the Vanguard. There is no need to modify the previous battleships. It is better to build another one, based on the drawings. As long as Pamela Mountbatten can create this demand, Alan Wilson will pass this plan in Whitehall. As long as the donation reaches half of the construction cost, the cabinet has no reason to refuse the rest. Let's go. Take you to ride a rocket. Alan Wilson was in a good mood and made a sincere invitation to his wife. One rocket costs £10 million. It's expensive. Although she said so, Pamela Mountbatten still jumped and followed, not only without any reluctance, but also with great interest. Before leaving, the sketch with traces of Renhe and Kirov was left to Pamela Mountbatten. He wanted to wait until the US election was announced before going back, but plans did not change quickly. Nehru, who lived for another half a year, died at this time. Just like Alan Wilson said, either nothing happened or everything happened at the same time. Before 1962, the leader of the Third World and the leader of the non-aligned movement, who was widely respected by countries around the world, had a dream shattered in the Himalayas, but his own popularity was still there. Politicians from various countries expressed their condolences. Britain, the United States, the Soviet Union and France were ready to send heavyweights to India. Alan Wilson, who was about to return home to see Richard's progress in clearing the Malayan Communist Party, took his wife directly to New Delhi. After weighing the time, the British delegation also included the last Governor-General of British India, Marshal Mountbatten. British India was more than 10 years ago. When they appeared in New Delhi at the same time, Alan Wilson was filled with emotion. The glorious days were gone after all. Marshal Mountbatten obviously didn't think so. He went straight to his son-in-law and asked, "What kind of magic potion did you give my daughter? You have to build a missile battleship." Alan Wilson had a lot of questions in his head. After hearing this, he said confidently, "She is my wife. It's normal for her to listen to me." The cabinet secretary thought to himself that, although you are also one of the very important men in Pamela's life, you are only one of them. I'm the man who will stay with her for the rest of her life. Isn't it obvious who to listen to? Marshal, technical verification is inevitable. In fact, the construction cost of £10 million is not expensive compared with technical verification. This is not the time of World War II. The cost of aircraft carriers is lower than that of battleships. The cost of heavy aircraft carriers now has exceeded that time several times. If we know the right path, the verification fee of $10 million is just a small amount. Moreover, the emergence of missile battleships, even if it is verified that it is not worth developing, may lead competitors astray. Being in India, Alan Wilson had to adapt to the local customs and learn from the Indians to start arguing. I even named it, called Mountbatten. It is Whitehall that influences the military instead of the military influencing Whitehall. Otherwise, wouldn't Britain become a military government? As the Secretary General of the Cabinet, Alan Wilson is completely justified. Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this. Marshal Mountbatten was heartbroken and felt pain in his heart for his daughter and son-in-law's waste. When he was young, he was not like the young people now. It's just that the first car he bought was a Rolls-Royce. He drove a destroyer to race, made some suggestions for ice aircraft carriers, and repainted the warships when he had nothing to do. What else is there? Yes, the Marshal is right. Alan Wilson disagreed, thinking that you dare to do so many things with a fortune of $5 million. So what's wrong with his wife paying £10 million for the construction? The argument between the two had already been decided because Pamela Mountbatten stood on her husband's side. Marshal Mountbatten, starting from his position of strength, regarded this matter as an episode. Concentrating on preparing to attend the funeral of his old friend Nehru, the old friend gradually retired, like a leaf falling in the wind, and he will retire next year. The funeral procession carrying Nehru's body slowly passed through the streets of New Delhi. 1.5 million citizens stood on both sides of the street to mourn their beloved leader. In the funeral procession, Nehru's body was half covered with the Indian flag and surrounded by flowers. He wore a high-collared white coat with a red rose logo on his buttonhole. The funeral procession passed by buildings that symbolize the past British rule, including the British Governor's House. An era has ended. Looking at the endless funeral procession, Alan Wilson couldn't help but sigh. No matter what, the Nehru era was truly the era when India had the greatest sense of national pride. Chapter 1278, The United States Strikes Hard. The leader of the non-aligned movement and the leader of the Third World are both real, and this is a position that India has never reached again. At the Geneva Conference, India also appeared as one of the parties to mediate the Franco-Vietnamese War. Who can still remember India now? Dear, what are you thinking about? Pamela Mountbatten flashed a sly smile on her face. She felt that her absent-minded husband must be recalling the glorious years of the colonists. This time she really guessed wrong. Alan Wilson didn't think so. I just thought that if you choose war, you must make all preparations for war. Otherwise, this will be India's fate. When Indians bravely stand up, the enemy will retreat. Is this a strategy that modern people can think of? It's no surprise that Nehru was depressed. War will have an impact on any country, but because of the gap in national strength, some countries can resist it. Take Britain for example. Britain at least survived the Boer War and the 2 world wars, and now it really can't fight. At least it can't fight with the permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. While Alan Wilson was profound, the ceremony to commemorate Nehru continued. Indians still have deep feelings for this de facto founder of India. In a sense, Gandhi, who was ridiculed by Alan Wilson, is also a hero of India. Although Gandhi's idea is indeed to turn India into a big rural area, each era has its own ideas. The era when Gandhi was fighting for independence cannot be evaluated by the ideas of later generations. When did Gandhi advocate independence? It was before the First World War. At that time, Gandhi would be betrayed to the British Indian colonial government by the Indians themselves, not to mention shouting non-violent non-cooperation. At that time, Britain was a real empire on which the sun never sets. When recruiting soldiers from India in World War I, Indians were eager to join the army, to maintain the glory of the empire on which the sun never sets, and their enthusiasm was no less than that of the British mainland. In the eyes of Indians at that time, no country in the world could confront Britain. What Germany? It would surrender in 3 months. In a society that went through fire and water for the empire on which the sun never sets, Gandhi dared to shout for independence, which certainly deserved Nehru's praise for Gandhi. As for the fact that India later discovered that Britain was not much stronger than other powers and began to change its mind, that is another question. As the last Governor General of British India, Mountbatten was of symbolic significance and appeared from beginning to end until he stood next to the pile of firewood for Nehru's cremation. Alan Wilson declined this occasion and took Pamela Mountbatten away, by the way, not wanting to witness the cremation ceremony. Anyway, the Foreign Secretary and Mountbatten were there, and US Secretary of State Rusk was also very eager to perform. In front of a group of Congress party leaders, he called Nehru the greatest figure of our time. But in fact, what Rusk wanted to communicate with the British most now was how the future situation in India would develop, especially whether India would fall into the arms of the Soviet Union like Indonesia. If this is possible, the United States hopes that Britain will use its influence to intervene. Although the Congress Party tends to be socially fair, its ideas are still very different from those of the Soviets. Alan Wilson thought to himself, the Americans really look down on Britain. Can a country of India's size be intervened casually? Some hasty considerations and actions may intensify the situation in South Asia. Our view is to wait and see. Rabbo Butler also agreed deeply. His considerations were similar to Alan Wilson's. The United States overestimated Britain's influence. Once the colonization was withdrawn, there would be no return. Still hoping to influence India's political situation? Really overthinking. We just think that Britain should play an important role in Indian affairs. Rusk said calmly, the United States has always respected Britain's interests in South Asia. Thank you for the respect from the United States. Alan Wilson responded with a smile. We hope that the situation in South Asia will be stable, and we will try our best to maintain the current situation. We can't be complacent because of the United States' magic words. Since India has become independent, Britain can't come back. If Britain really believes what the United States says, it is stupid. Facing a dilemma, it is probably equivalent to a big country releasing an aircraft carrier propaganda film to prove that it can build it, while testing anti-ship ballistic missiles to prove that it can also build an arsenal ship, and then asking the Americans how to follow. This kind of far-reaching decision cannot be made on a whim. The reason why the United States encountered naval problems was not because it felt invincible after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then produced the rubbish such as the Zumwalt class and the littoral combat ship, which squeezed the normal renewal plan. When they came to their senses, dozens of main battleships were queuing up to reach the service life, resulting in the fleet getting smaller and smaller despite continuous spending. It can be seen how terrible the decision-making errors are. No matter what the Americans say, Britain must remain calm. Alan Wilson did not forget to take the opportunity to speak. I hope to solve this problem with the new US government. Mountbatten finally came back with the unique atmosphere of open-air cremation in India. Alan Wilson immediately avoided it and went to whisper to his wife. This occasion was more appropriate for Mountbatten. During the 2 days in India, the US election officially kicked off. McCarthy, like a fighter, challenged Lyndon Johnson. President Lyndon Johnson had succeeded to the US president after his predecessor John F. Kennedy was assassinated nearly a year ago. Johnson successfully linked himself to Kennedy's reputation. Many people believed that Lyndon Johnson would lead the Democratic Party to a big victory, and this was indeed the case. Public opinion generally did not favor McCarthy. In particular, many Republican candidates took radical positions on the situation in South Vietnam, including McCarthy himself. Lyndon Johnson claimed that if McCarthy won, a nuclear war with the Soviet Union would break out. The war accusations against McCarthy, coupled with Kennedy's influence, made Lyndon Johnson invincible, and even the Republican camp just hoped that McCarthy would not lose a record. As the voting began, McCarthy's disadvantage became more and more obvious. In the end, Alan Wilson, his good friend, did not create a miracle and lost in this election. However, it is worth noting that, although McCarthy lost this election, he successfully won 7 southern states. In the past, the Republican Party had never won in the southern states. Because many Southern Democrats were dissatisfied with the Democratic Party's support for the civil rights movement, they began to support the Republican Party's proposition, marking the Republican Party's gradual advantage in the South. This change was also noticed by the Republican camp. Although McCarthy lost, he was also encouraged by his Republican colleagues. Alan Wilson, who got the news, knew that this election was an exchange of the Democratic and Republican bases, and the pattern of the future US elections was also taking shape. It can be seen from this that the Democratic Party lost its Southern base for the first time without splitting. From then on, the term Southern base officially went into history. Alan Wilson, who finished attending Nehru's funeral, immediately sent his blessings to McCarthy, hoping that this old friend would not be discouraged and keep working hard. Lyndon Johnson, who was re-elected, did not need comfort. He had successfully been re-elected, and now he had to practice his courage and give North Vietnam, which had bombed the US aircraft carrier and fired at the United States, a good thing. The first to arrive in Washington was South Korean Foreign Minister Lee Dong-won. With the expectations of South Korean President Park Chung-hee, Lee Dong-won met with Lyndon Johnson and expressed South Korea's willingness to join the war. This was a great thing for Lyndon Johnson, who was suffering from the problem of conscription and the possibility of causing dissatisfaction among citizens. We are willing to transfer 2,000 soldiers to support the US military operations in Vietnam. Lee Dong-won's words were full of sincerity. Of course, he did not hide the fact that South Korea is now impoverished and almost swallowed by famine last year. South Korea must ensure domestic stability, which requires some economic support from the United States. It is the right time for South Korea to express the value of the United Front. For Lyndon Johnson, it is easy for the United States to support a country like South Korea. On the contrary, few of the United States allies are willing to send troops. Britain cannot act under the pretext of containing Indonesia, and France is even more opposed to the United States in almost all fields. Federal Germany and Italy are both defeated countries, especially Germany facing the Soviet Union directly, and the United States is unwilling to weaken Germany's arms in the face of the Soviet ground threat. After encouraging the Koreans, Lyndon Johnson convened a military meeting and found former President Eisenhower to listen to the views of this five-star general. Bombing will help achieve this goal. Bombing will not completely eliminate infiltration, but it will help weaken Hanoi's determination to continue fighting. So, I think the time has come for the president to change the retaliatory strike to a pressure campaign. After listening, Eisenhower said to Lyndon Johnson, "Has the Pentagon assessed how many troops are needed? It may take 8 divisions." Lyndon Johnson did not hide anything and said everything. If we turn a blind eye, the entire Indochina Peninsula and even the entire Southeast Asia will be lost. I really hope that we don't need so many troops, but since that's the case, let's do it. Eisenhower did not hesitate for too long and expressed his support for the ground war. Since even Eisenhower, an American hero, supported the war, there was no obstacle in front of Lyndon Johnson, and the 3-year bombing of North Vietnam officially began at this moment. At the same time, together with South Korea, troops continued to be sent to South Vietnam to prepare for the ground war. "Do you know what to do when you return to Perth, dear?" Alan Wilson asked with confidence as he took his wife's arm to the airport to say goodbye. The Americans are invincible, and the North Vietnamese have suffered heavy casualties. Pamela Mountbatten understood her husband's answer and said, "I understand it all, and Australians love to hear this." Chapter 1279. Let's make it clear. Yes, my dear, I have always grasped the pulse of Australians very accurately. Alan Wilson laughed heartily. "So after the war, you were asked to go to Australia instead of Canada. Although Canada has a deeper relationship with Britain, it is too close to the United States. Newfoundland cannot accommodate a large number of people, and its influence on Canada is insufficient. At least it cannot play the role of Malaya now. Investing costs in Canada will not play a balancing role in the end." Also, Lyndon Johnson is expected to choose to sign the Equal Rights Act after he officially takes office. If this matter is handled well, it will definitely give a huge shock to the Australian political arena. The Five Eyes Alliance will encounter immigration issues in the future. If anyone faces this problem more seriously, it must be the United States in absolute terms, but Australia faces a greater threat. The threat faced by the United States is that the frog is boiled in warm water. There are more than 200 million Americans themselves, and the influx of immigrants cannot be seen for a while. How many people are there in Australia? In fact, it is safer to be Britain than Canada. Alan Wilson has already pinched the channels for foreign immigrants. As for the immigration tide in the direction of North Africa, Britain is safe before France falls. Pamela Mountbatten wrote down her husband's words and then asked, "My dear, the United States is making such a big move, and I heard that South Korea is also preparing to send troops. Can't they really win? Don't underestimate the ability of the Chinese motherland to smash the pot." Alan Wilson pondered for a moment. The American way of fighting is actually not suitable for this kind of medium-sized war. Once you get involved, it will be very ugly. Hard work is of course useful, but even if you don't work hard, don't do things like using cruise missiles to blow up tents. The Soviet Union spent almost 10 years in Afghanistan, and the United States only has this much money in a year. No matter how big the family is, it can't withstand such corruption. The Soviet Union's biggest expense during the Afghan War was not in Afghanistan at all, and there was also military aid in the Angola War and Central America. They are all superpowers, and the United States can do things that cost several times more than its opponents. This is not a problem in the 21st century, but it has this problem now. The Korean War began to show signs, and the Vietnam War began to lay the foundation for shamelessness in later generations. After persuading him, Alan Wilson watched his wife board the plane. He would stay in New Delhi for another day, and then return to London with Marshal Mountbatten. As his retirement drew closer, Mountbatten served as the de facto full-time commander of the United Kingdom. He fulfilled his promise when he first took office. The future of the Royal Navy is bright. In fact, the importance of the Air Force at that time made many naval officers and soldiers feel that Mountbatten could not fulfill his promise. At the beginning of his tenure, the chiefs of staff of the three services of the Army, Navy, and Air Force could directly meet with the cabinet ministers and the Prime Minister. Mountbatten believed that this would undoubtedly undermine the authority of the Chief of Defense Staff, so he set a rule at the beginning of his tenure that the various services must first consult the Ministry of Defense for instructions, and they were not allowed to go to the cabinet ministers and the Prime Minister. At this time, Mountbatten was already the leader of the British Army. During his tenure, he completed the orderly replacement of the Royal Navy. The Cuban Missile Crisis proved that the big Navy was still useful. In the rush to the Middle East and the Far East, the Royal Navy made outstanding contributions. Now the only thing left for Mountbatten is to make clear personnel arrangements after retirement. Pamela said that the next Chief of Defense Staff has been selected. Sitting on the return plane, Alan Wilson asked about the inside story. "Sir Hull, the General of the Army, after I go back, I plan to gather the opinions of 40 generals and make personnel arrangements." Marshal Mountbatten did not hide it. "I'm indeed old now." Mountbatten was indeed a little old and weak. He often dozed off during important meetings. When he needed to make urgent decisions, he would go out for a walk. It's not that old. In fact, as long as the marshal has a good rest, whether he is in the army or not, I believe that his influence on the military is unique. Alan Wilson comforted him. "Have you made some plans for your life after retirement? Edwina also likes birth. Domestic affairs will be left to you. Patricia's husband is in the House of Lords, so there is actually limited help." Marshal Mountbatten glanced at his son-in-law when he said this. Of course, the situation has not deteriorated. It is not as embarrassing as before. Alan Wilson pretended not to understand this hint. It was nothing more than the House of Lords, which was full of aristocrats. Now there are many naked officials who have placed their family businesses in Australia. With the help of the large-scale entry of British capital into Australia, they have found the feeling of their glorious years again. Taking advantage of the opportunity before his father-in-law retired, Alan Wilson had no other wish but to quickly finalize the missile battleship. Changing the military leader might lead to changes. The missile anti-ship route is undoubtedly the route of the Soviet Red Navy. It is completely wrong for some people in later generations to compare the Ticonderoga-class cruiser and the Arleigh class with the Renhe class of a certain major country. The closest thing between the two is tonnage, and there is no other similarity. The anti-ship capabilities of the Ticonderoga-class cruiser and the Arleigh class cannot be completely said to be zero, but can basically be said to be zero. The combat core of the US Navy is the aircraft carrier, and cruisers and destroyers are only air defense forces. The positioning of the Rinhai class is completely different. This is a big problem of different routes, not a small contradiction. If a certain major country can get through the path that the Red Navy abandoned halfway, the US Navy will not be able to copy it, because it will have to start all over again. The cost of the US shipbuilding of a frigate of $1 billion will only make the days of Congress paying money even worse. Finally, Marshal Mountbatten also believed that the construction cost of £10 million was really worth it, and it was cheap for technical verification. However, he still wanted to ask his son-in-law why he had a special liking for big guns and big ships. Of course, it was because of the existence of the Kirov battle cruiser. Big is beautiful, more is better, caliber is justice, and range is truth. Moreover, Alan Wilson did not think that missile battleships were backward. In the 21st century, Kirov was indeed very backward, but in the 1970s, when it was just put into service, who dared not look down on it? After returning to London, Alan Wilson convened a Whitehall meeting to discuss several recent major events, as well as the independence issues of Yemen and Mauritius involving the colonies. The Prime Minister also needs to look at the subsequent impact of the US election on international affairs, as well as the assessment of the South Vietnam War. We wish the best for the United States, the strongest country in the world, to be able to ruthlessly contain the pro-Soviet element. Alan Wilson was full of confidence and said to the United States, which had already intervened in the Vietnam War, "We must pay attention to the guidance of public opinion. Considering the special relationship between Britain and the United States, we must not complain at this time. Although there are differences between Britain and the United States on some issues." I hit the crowd hard. Facing the Prime Minister's consultation, Alan Wilson changed his attitude. "It is really difficult to win our American ally. Maybe it will evolve into the Korean War." In fact, the consequences of the Vietnam War were more severe than the Korean War, because South Korea still existed, and South Vietnam was gone. However, how could Alan Wilson, who was responsible for the special relationship between Britain and the United States, hit the confidence of the Americans at this time? So the evolution to the Korean War, that is, a draw, reflects the style of the cabinet secretary who is strict in anticipating the enemy and winning thousands of miles away. Alan, why not make it clear? Eden was very concerned about this matter because Britain did receive a request from the United States to send troops. The cabinet secretary general thought that it was not serious to be strict with the enemy, but in Eden's eyes, the consequences of the Korean War were not serious. Tens of thousands of soldiers were killed, and the pension alone was enough to make people feel overwhelmed. Simply put, no matter what Washington says, Britain cannot accompany these Romans to burn money. Alan Wilson emphasized, this will definitely affect the approval rate. I will naturally not let Britain get involved in a boring war. Upon hearing the approval rate, Eden instinctively responded, but it seems that the United States is very serious this time. We don't know whether the other side is also serious. From our research on the Soviet bloc, we can see that it also includes the tradition of the Russians. That is, they have hardly fought a particularly beautiful battle, but they will eventually win. Alan Wilson said seriously, if the war is an exchange ratio, Russia has more defeats than victories, but in fact, the Soviet Union's 22 million square kilometers of land were obtained in such a very ugly war. Napoleon also crushed the Russian Empire, and the Germans also humiliated the Soviets severely, but in the end the Russian Empire was the European gendarme and the Soviet Union occupied the place where Germany was born. If the exchange ratio is counted, the Korean War was also won by the United States. Then why did Eden suddenly lose his composure when he heard that it might evolve into the Korean War? Finally, Alan Wilson reminded the Prime Minister, "Dear Prime Minister, the US military intervention has just begun. What is needed now is encouragement, at least verbal encouragement. Otherwise, it may damage the special relationship between Britain and the United States. We all know that Americans are not as easy to talk to now as they were before the war. Eden also nodded, and then ordered, after the new year, according to the time we agreed with the local Yemeni, a roundtable meeting on the independent agenda should be held. You arrange it. Yes, Prime Minister. Alan Wilson's face was full of loyalty, and then he left the Prime Minister's office. It was the end of another year, and the Cabinet Secretary General still had a lot of things to do, such as confirming the exact data of colonial profits, and informing the Cabinet of the true situation of insufficient income. Munro was making food for the visiting guests, holding the seasoning, and preparing to let the man of the same status as her husband taste her craftsmanship. Pakistani red salt. Alan Wilson glanced at it, and said the name of this salt without hesitation. You seem to know everything. Munro rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson coquettishly. Are you trying to show off your vast knowledge? That's not the case. This salt is 30 times more expensive than sea salt on the market. It is mined in Pakistan by Pamela's company. Alan Wilson thought that this was a definite IQ tax. Once the demand was created, the value would rise. After Japan's economic boom, it liked to eat tuna. Currently, Newfoundland fishermen are eating from the sea to meet the needs of the Japanese who are getting rich. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1280 Troubled Times. Alan Wilson didn't know that Washington had just reached a consensus that only 175,000 US troops could initially solve the problem, nor did he know that Australia was intensively reporting that the US military would move from one victory to another. He was rushing to work on the issue of equal rights for blacks and its impact on the political landscape of the United States. The just concluded US election, in which the Republican Party took over the southern base that had been in the hands of the Democratic Party since the beginning of the Civil War, was an obvious proof. It proved the impact of different nationalities on the election, and it was judged that all countries facing the situation in the United States could not escape unscathed. The solution is not to let immigrants in. Not to mention the United States. France has done enough. The textbooks directly sent to black people also say that my ancestors were proud Gauls. But in fact, France is also unable to assimilate blacks. France's assimilation ability is among the best in Europe, whether it is assimilating North Africans or Eastern European immigrants, it is handy. Even the French can't handle blacks of different skin colors, let alone the British. The British can't even handle Ireland, and the assimilation ability is the worst in the world. Even for a certain big country, the assimilation ability it boasts is only useful within its own country. Another point is that nomadic peoples really have no resistance, and they are almost assimilated by whoever they meet. Southeast Asia is so close, why didn't they use their praised assimilation ability to compete with Hinduism and Pax Romana? No matter how much you say, you can't win. Alan Wilson did not feel ashamed when he used the Irish as an example to explain the fact that Britain couldn't even handle Ireland, so it couldn't expect to handle immigrants from other ethnic groups. Weaknesses exist in themselves, and it's better to recognize them as early as possible, so as not to make it impossible to end. In a few decades, the emperor is about to become the leader of the world's right wing. From Trump to Le Pen, they are just barely suppressed by the forces of globalization. Anyone with eyes can see that there are pro-Russian forces of varying sizes in white countries, except for a few Eastern European countries next to them. Russians are not considered Europeans, and this Scrodinger's problem is nothing. As long as people change their minds. Who says that the days of the leader of the Holy Alliance of Imperial Russia will not come back one day? While Aiden was reading carefully, Alan Wilson made another brilliant turn and went to the Paleontological Research Association to be criticized. Recently, he was criticized for his heresy that birds are descendants of dinosaurs. In the 21st century, the fact that birds are descendants of some dinosaurs is not unfamiliar to biology enthusiasts. There are even jokes in the circle that today they will go home to eat white-cut dragons and make a plate of big plate dragons. But for people of this era, it is still a little too shocking. A few hundred years earlier Alan Wilson might even have ended up like Copernicus and Bruno, but the current communication will not lead to such a thing. It is even quite friendly and completely academic. The main reason is that this heretic is the Secretary General of the British Cabinet. If he needs help in the future, he will have to deal with him. The discovery of Archaeopteryx is enough to prove the evolution of dinosaurs. Facing many paleontologists, Alan Wilson insisted on his own opinion with a look of Jesus on the cross, a non-avian dinosaurs not dinosaurs. For such academic issues, everyone can communicate in a friendly manner, and don't make random accusations. Cabinet. Sir Alan is right. As soon as the voice fell, several members of the Paleontological Association agreed, and couldn't wait to flatter him. If it weren't for the fact that Marshal Mountbatten has been preparing to retire recently, Alan Wilson would have to have a good argument with these old stubborn people here, but now he can only let them go. First, go to the Ministry of Defense to discuss the East Mediterranean exercise. In view of the development and growth of the Soviet Red Navy, the pressure on the Mediterranean direction has increased, and the Royal Navy is ready to show its muscles. This is normal. This matter is of course related to Whitehall. The Ministry of Defense also has many civilian personnel, not to mention that the military must deal with Whitehall for funding. I agree, there may be many such confrontations in the future. Alan Wilson thought of the US-Soviet naval confrontation in the Bay of Bengal in 1971 and the Mediterranean crisis in 1973. In the 10 years after the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Soviet Red Navy has grown stronger. Under the premise that Britain does not reduce the strength of the Royal Navy and does not withdraw from hot waters, perhaps Britain will also have a share in this confrontation in the future. For example, Indonesia across the Strait of Malacca is now a Soviet-era country. Who says the Soviet Union will not make an invitation on behalf of Indonesia at that time? It is not a bad thing to show off the Soviet Union's muscles while it is still in its infancy. When Mountbatten heard that his son-in-law agreed very much, he immediately said, "I'm about to retire, and I also want to prove the value of the Royal Navy." Alan Wilson could understand the old Navy's idea and expressed his approval. "I suggest holding it off the coast of Israel, and then notify all countries to bypass it. At the same time, it is also a warning in a certain sense, to prevent Arab countries from fighting with Israel, which will contribute to peace. Israel. This." Marshal Mountbatten looked at his son-in-law helplessly. Didn't he know that his wife was Jewish? He was directly looking for trouble with the Jewish motherland. "Marshal, we must put national interests first. It is very normal for military exercises to block the surrounding waters." Alan Wilson said righteously, if Britain wants to maintain its long-term influence in the Persian Gulf, it must not be ambiguous in the choice between Israel and Arab countries. There is no truly pro-British country in the Arab world, and of course there is actually no pro-American country. The United States is bound by Israel, and Britain still has room to maneuver on this. Once Britain is also bound by Israel, we in the Arab world can only proceed from the position of strength in the future. Not to mention ordinary Arab countries, even Saudi Arabia, if it knew that the United States would degenerate into that kind of virtue after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, would definitely not cooperate with the United States to lose money, to destroy the Soviet Union's oil industry. As long as there is a country that can compete with the United States, the Arabs will not choose to be bullied by the Americans. The idea of the Arab world wanting to have a Cold War again is almost beyond words. During the Cold War, the only country that the Soviet Union did not deal with was Saudi Arabia. The rest of Syria, Egypt, and Iraq were all taken down at different times. Even Algeria and Libya in North Africa were inclined towards the Soviet Union. Algeria maintained military relations with Russia in the 21st century. Once Britain stood behind Israel like the United States, these countries would alienate Britain. Even if there was no revolutionary government and the monarchy system was maintained, they would try a neutral route. For Britain, whose national strength is not as strong as before, this damage is huge. In many places, it is easy for Britain to withdraw now, but it will be difficult to go back. If we blockade Syria, which is pro-Soviet, no one will say anything. Seeing that Mountbatten was still hesitant, Alan Wilson proposed a compromise. For different countries, I will let the people in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs take different explanations. I have no prejudice against Israel, but this country has no depth and no population. The Arab world can lose 100 times, but Israel will be doomed if it loses once. Britain cannot expect this country to maintain its offensiveness. Besides, with the protection of the United States, Israel will not be in danger of extinction. He said similar things many times. This is not just a problem of the Arabs, but a problem of the entire peace religion. Later, Iran replaced the Arab countries and became the leader of the anti-Israel alliance. Even if Iran is dealt with, who says Turkey won't come forward to be the leader of the peace church? When I went to the United States, I asked this question: why does Washington protect Israel? Mountbatten said this, and suddenly felt that he had made a mistake and said, I have no prejudice against Israel. Maybe the United States is strong enough to protect it. I don't know. Alan Wilson remembered that in the 21st century, the two major parties in the United States had different views on Israel. Starting from the black president, the United States had been trying to cut ties with Israel for a while, and was not interested in helping Israel to contain Iran. This was even more obvious during the Sleeping King period. Once the United States has no time to take care of other things, Israel's situation is still dangerous. You know, it took only 10 years for the Arab population to grow from more than 200 million to 400 million. The population growth far exceeds that of Israel, which is really a huge disparity that can drown Israel. Defense Minister Profumo reported to Prime Minister Eden, and after the approval of the cabinet meeting, the exercise in the Eastern Mediterranean was decided. 2 aircraft carrier battle groups were deployed, consisting of 2 of the latest Queen Victoria-class aircraft carrier battle groups in service in the United Kingdom, to carry out a half-month military exercise. The exercise started in January. More than 50 warships of the Royal Navy's Mediterranean Fleet launched this military exercise. Before the exercise, all parties had been informed to blockade Israel and part of the Syrian waters. This may be the last large-scale military exercise as Mountbatten's chief of defense staff, so Mountbatten himself was very concerned about it and left London for Cyprus. Before the Eastern Mediterranean exercise ended, India and Pakistan clashed in the Kutch area at the mouth of the Indus River. The Indian army suffered heavy casualties under the firepower of Pakistani tanks and was forced to retreat 30 kilometers to the east. In order not to cause a full-scale war, the Pakistani government ordered to give up pursuing the Indian army. Maggins, the permanent Undersecretary of Defense, informed Alan Wilson of the latest situation, and he remembered that this year seemed to be the time when the Second India-Pakistan War broke out. We don't know the specific reason yet, but why are these two countries fighting? Maggins kept shaking his head. They have been content with the status quo for so many years. It may be that the Indians were hit head-on in the Himalayas, and now they are looked down upon by Pakistan. You know, Maggins, the Indians lost too much in the roof of the world 2 years ago. Alan Wilson opened his mouth and gave his opinion. This year is really an eventful year. Chapter 1281, Balancing South Asia. After the decisive battle on the top of the Himalayas, Pakistan's change of attitude is only the most obvious of the many direct effects of the war. In fact, in terms of Pakistan's population and land area, it is normal that it cannot beat India. However, as an offshore balance base, even if Pakistan has lost Bangladesh, it is also qualified, not to mention that Bangladesh is still in Pakistan's hands. It is no joke to have the strength to fight. Since it has been proved that India's impressive performance is just a paper tiger, Pakistan's idea that India is just so-so has naturally led to a change in attitude. Of course, Pakistan, the weaker party, may not have any good results when it sees the big brother teaching the opponent a lesson, but it is eager to try. Just like Ukraine thinks that, if the United States can humiliate Russia, so can India's defeat on the roof of the world does not mean that it will tolerate being looked down upon by Pakistan. Since India's independence, nationalism has been very high. Nehru was also coerced by this public opinion, so he did not give up an inch of land and thought that diplomacy could make other countries retreat. Now that the war is over, India's nationalism has not improved. Pakistan humiliates India at this time, and it is likely that India will not give up. The cabinet secretary had a disgusted look on his face, and the macro expression on his face startled Mackins. Alan, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about the Indians' wisdom. From our perspective, can we do an offshore balance? Alan Wilson took out a cigar and lit it. puffing smoke and said, "Mackins, you know that war will bring demand. Even if it doesn't, it is Britain's obligation to keep the world in balance. Chaos is a ladder." It's normal for Alan Wilson to think so. If India lives too well after independence, doesn't it mean that Britain's colonization of India is wrong? From this point of view, we should thank a certain big country. My friend John, I haven't been back to London for a long time. Alan Wilson blurted out, "Convene a meeting of colonial commissioners. I want to investigate the deficits of overseas companies. It's too much. Are you addicted to transfer payments? Many unprofitable colonies have been thrown away, but they are starting to make no money. Not making money is fine, but what does it mean to make ends meet? The oil pipeline in South Sudan has been repaired. Is there no oil in the pipeline? It also makes up for the losses of the Kenyan riots. The Indians who suffered losses have all returned home. What is the loss?" Maggins nodded, but did not leave. He still looked at the supreme authority eagerly. Alan Wilson spoke first. "The strategic bomber issue has been decided. The current defense needs of the United Kingdom are not suitable for increasing investment in strategic bombers. The Vulcan bomber is enough. There may be room for improvement on the prototype, but don't think about new projects." Maggins came here several times to lobby for the Air Force, but the annual military expenditure of the United Kingdom is so much, and Alan Wilson has no choice. The 200 strategic bombers in the United Kingdom are already a bit redundant. Whether it is the existing number or strategic goals, these bombers are completely sufficient. In fact, with the improvement of missile performance, some of the shortcomings of the British strategic bombers have been compensated, and air-launched missiles have improved the British Air Force. If you don't believe it, look at several powerful countries in a few decades. You use 295, I use H6, and he uses B-52. Everyone has a bright future. There is no rush for the H-20. The United States has no occasion to use its various Cold War black technologies that are heavier than gold. Of course, he does not object to Britain keeping strategic bombers. Isn't it possible to send a few squadrons to Australia? Why not save costs? However, the potential of strategic bombers has been professionally evaluated by Whitehall, mainly by the Cabinet Secretary, and it is considered unnecessary to continue to invest. This is not like the Navy. The Navy has received support from the Soviet Union, because Indonesia has received support from the Australians. It is good enough for the Air Force to maintain it. Many targets can be replaced by larger and larger fighters. Mackins tried his best to maintain the duties of the permanent Deputy Secretary of the Ministry of Defense, but was rejected by Alan Wilson, who joked, "If you are an official of the US Department of Defense, you still have some reasons to convince me. After all, it is not Britain, but the United States, that is strategically bombing North Vietnam now, but we will not participate in that war, so there is nothing we can do." The main reason is that the strategic bombers placed in Australia have met Australia's needs. Australia thinks so, and he has no choice. Well, it seems that the Air Force is destined to be disappointed. Mackins smiled bitterly. "Who let the Navy be taken care of? By the way, I heard that British immigrants in Australia are donating money. Your wife is not related to this matter, right?" What a joke. Alan Wilson denied flatly. "Pamela is busy with her own business. How can she do such boring things? She has absolutely nothing to do with this matter." Pamela Mountbatten was indeed busy mining, but the mining site was not Australia, but New Guinea Island. In later generations, New Guinea Island is rich in mineral resources, with large reserves of gold, copper, oil and natural gas. The Grasberg gold mine in Papua province, Indonesia is one of the largest gold mines in the world. In addition to more than 3,000 tons of gold, there are also huge reserves of copper. The Kpamono oil field in the Bird of Paradise Peninsula is one of the largest oil fields in Indonesia. The richest woman got the guidance of the Secretary General of the Interior and found the Panguna copper and gold mine, which took her position as the world's #1 mining giant to a high level. After all, for so long Alan Wilson asked his wife to buy public opinion and asked people to donate money, so he always had to show his sincerity. Besides, who doesn't like gold? Charles de Gaulle was about to backstab the United States. Britain would never do this due to the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Even if it did, it would be after the French. Naturally, it could only dig a gold mine to earn some hard-earned money. Of course, the richest woman has always shared the benefits equally. Don't think that Ellen Wilson doesn't know that the son of the Air Force Chief of Staff also has an industry in Australia. This time he also joined the exploration. Among the various shares, there are Dutch, Australian, and even local indigenous chiefs. Miners are recruited from the British South Pacific Territory managed by Ethel, and mining equipment and daily necessities are provided through the British mainland and Malaya. All aspects are taken care of. Ellen Wilson is not greedy. At present, Australia produces 200 tons of gold annually, 100 tons on the British Gold Coast, and New Guinea can meet the requirements if it can produce 100 tons of gold annually. There are British troops stationed in Australia, strategic bombers, and Britain is not stingy with even the latest aircraft carriers. It is generous enough to Australia. It is precisely because of this that Australia has forgotten Churchill's chaotic operation and gave Britain the opportunity to bridge the relationship with Australia. The most important thing is that Malaya's position is above Indonesia. As long as this colony is still held by Britain, Australia will not be half-hearted about Britain. After appeasing Mackins, Alan Wilson continued to work hard on the review of military spending. After a while, the permanent secretary of the Treasury came over. If Frank still felt that it was too much, the two of them still needed to discuss how to use military spending to maintain the maximum combat effectiveness. The Royal Navy cannot be weakened. This is not because Marshal Mountbatten came from the Navy, but because the Royal Navy can theoretically be on par with the US Navy. The first point is that the renewal of the Royal Navy has been completed. What needs to be done now is to upgrade the existing warships, such as installing new radars. The US Navy will enter a replacement cycle from now on, and the warships of World War II will enter the retirement stage. Another point is that the British aircraft carriers are different from the American aircraft carriers. The United States is pursuing an all-nuclear fleet, while the new British aircraft carriers are still conventionally powered. The overhaul cycle of a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is 18 months. If an aircraft carrier enters an overhaul cycle, the rest time will often be longer than 18 months, generally up to 3 years, and the rest cycle with a smaller maintenance volume will be shorter than 18 months. 18 months is actually an average cycle time. Therefore, under normal circumstances, 1/3 of the United States nuclear-powered aircraft carriers are responsible for combat missions, 1/3 are conducting maritime training, and another 1/3 are resting in the port or entering the factory for maintenance. Of course, in wartime, its training, rest and maintenance cycle will be shortened, and the number of aircraft carriers that can perform combat missions will increase compared to normal times, and more than half of the aircraft carriers can be put into combat. When facing threats, the United States can use most of its aircraft carriers for combat, and the United Kingdom can do this in peacetime. Who makes the all-nuclear fleet really difficult to serve? The United States is a hard one. Later, the US Navy regarded the concept of the all-nuclear fleet as a fart and cut off all but nuclear-powered aircraft carriers and submarines. Therefore, the naval part of military spending must be firmly retained, and the army is not a big problem. The current military spending is the competition between the Navy and the Air Force. When the United States strategic bombing of North Vietnam had become a regular event, Alan Wilson convened a meeting of colonial commissioners to deduct the profits from these high commissioners who pledged reinvestment and transfer payments. My friend John, do you know that there was a military conflict between India and Pakistan? Facing the returning High Commissioner of the Persian Gulf, Alan Wilson asked his friend, I don't know what the Arab countries think. They all have the same religion. Don't they sympathize with Pakistan? They always face the bully India. Alan, if you have any ideas, just say it directly. John was also a commissioner of the princely state. As soon as he heard it, he knew that his colleague was not holding back and would definitely want to stir up trouble. We all know that India's resources are relatively scarce compared to its population, especially oil. Alan Wilson raised his head with a compassionate tone. Arab countries can use oil as a weapon. Of course, they can't always use it, but they can use it when appropriate. Chapter 1282 Only India was injured. HMM. What exactly is it? John raised his eyebrows. He still didn't understand what it meant, but he came to his senses immediately. Oil embargo? Aha. It's aimed at India alone. Alan Wilson said to his old friend, oil is a weapon, especially for India. Does India have large oil producing areas? No. If there were, wouldn't we know about it? Oil is a big weakness of India, so once the India-Pakistan war starts, letting Middle Eastern countries use it as a weapon will be able to help Pakistan. Oil. The Germans were defeated by this. John snorted and compared the Germans to India. Do you think oil is enough to defeat India? If we can defeat us, we won't do that, but we can make India very uncomfortable. But then again, isn't this Europe's weakness? Compared with the United States and the Soviet Union, Europe has too many resource shortcomings. Alan Wilson sighed. Europe, or Western Europe to be precise, is at the same level as India in terms of natural resources. The advantage over India is that Europe has good agricultural conditions. At least the rainy and hot seasons are in the same season, unlike India where the rains are concentrated in 2 months. There are not many places in the world with good natural conditions. The good places for industry and agriculture are the European part of the Soviet Union, a certain big country in the United States. If we compare the conditions in the agricultural era alone, the United States cannot be ranked. The cold currents in North America that harvest regularly every few years make it difficult for farming groups to survive. Otherwise Spain would have chosen North America instead of focusing on Central America. Of course, everyone admits that the conditions in the industrial era are unique to the United States. Of course, a certain big country in the industrial era is not bad either, and the reserves of various minerals are also large, but the quality is not very good. This also depends on how to compare. Not every country is Australia. As for Western Europe's agricultural conditions are good, but the two countries are almost fighting over the ownership of coal and iron on the border between Germany and France. The UK only has coal and iron of poor quality, which suppresses Western Europe. It is clear that Western Europe and India are not in vain when it comes to natural resources. You know this. Why do you still do this? John was very surprised. Europe also lacks oil. Of course, Britain does not lack it. Britain has North Sea oil, but North Sea oil cannot fill the oil gap in Europe. Let the Middle Eastern countries do this to India today. What if the Arab countries get a taste of the sweetness and will use it on Europe in the future? In fact, for us, the damage is not great. After the development of the Gulf of Guinea in Africa, the damage of the oil embargo to Europe is controllable. But we don't have the conditions for India. Besides, this kind of thing will remind European countries to realize oil security, which is also a good thing. Alan Wilson told his friends that the reason for doing this is nothing more than using India as a touchstone for Europe. Alan Wilson is a pro-European cabinet secretary general. Now the pattern is much bigger than before. At least it has changed from Britain never surrendering before the blood of Indians is shed to Europe never surrendering. Besides, Britain has not withdrawn from the Persian Gulf. This can be used to make European countries support Britain's permanent presence in the Persian Gulf, or at least understand it. Alan Wilson continued to persuade, let them know that Europe cannot be self-sufficient in energy, and that energy security issues are very serious. In this way, they will at least secretly support Britain's presence in the Persian Gulf. When playing cards, different timings will bring different results. The oil crisis was originally the result of the West's support for Israel during the Fourth Middle East War. That time, the United States suffered a heavy blow, not to mention Europe. At that time, Britain's military presence had already been withdrawn from the Persian Gulf, so naturally it could not exert influence. It is easy to withdraw colonies, but it is even more difficult to return. If an oil crisis breaks out, while Britain is still there, and the tragedy is known to European countries, not only will Europe have no objection to Britain's presence in the Persian Gulf, but Britain will also recognize this risk and no longer be naive about so-called decolonization. As long as Britain stays in the Persian Gulf, it will naturally have ways to deal with many Middle East issues. Whatever the United States wants to do, it must have the cooperation of Britain. As long as Britain does not cooperate, it will not be done. John was silent for a long time, nodded and said, will the cabinet agree? Does the cabinet dare to joke about its own approval rating? They dare not. Alan Wilson said in a tone of "Don't joke with me, the spontaneous actions of Arab countries have nothing to do with Britain. Since it has nothing to do with Britain, does it matter whether the cabinet agrees or not?" Anyway, Alan Wilson felt that it would be beneficial to have a targeted oil crisis at a time when Britain still had a military presence in the Persian Gulf, using India's predicament to serve Britain. It can also show the unity between peace religions and make Europe aware of energy issues. There are not many things that can kill two birds with one stone. It is a win-win outcome. Now that the United States is busy marching north, it is unlikely to intervene in the war between India and Pakistan. When will Britain take the initiative to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the special relationship between Britain and the United States? The importance of the Persian Gulf has been raised. Is it necessary to retain Britain's huge ocean-going fleet? If it is retained, does it also need to maintain the shipbuilding industry? This is also good for the Royal Navy. It must be emphasized here that the United States has never been a shipbuilding power. The booming shipbuilding in the United States has a great relationship with the World War. Once the war is over, the shipbuilding in the United States will return to its original state. The largest fleet in the world is still owned by Britain. Even Japan's fleet is much larger than that of the United States. The shipbuilding industry in the United States only serves the military field, and it is not a problem that has only appeared in the 21st century. It's just that there are still some civilian shipbuildings that are better than nothing now, unlike in later generations. Even the merchant fleets traveling between North America and Europe are mostly British, and the American merchant fleet is very small. Of course, it is still much stronger than in later generations. In the 21st century, among the more than 40,000 ocean-going merchant ships in the world, the number of merchant ships registered in the United States is less than 200. Although the annual trade volume in and out of the United States exceeds $1 trillion, and most of them are transported by sea ships, only about 1% of the ships are registered in the United States. The powerful US Navy is protecting the route from a certain major power to the United States to prevent this extremely important lifeline for the United States from being threatened by a certain major power. In the past 1964, the annual civilian shipbuilding of the United States fluctuated by only 200,000 tons, which was only a fraction of the current British shipbuilding industry. With Alan Wilson targeting Japan, the competition between the British and Japanese civilian shipbuilding will only have a negative impact on the American shipbuilding industry, which is already better than nothing. Of course, it is always a bit unsafe to just make moves in Arab countries. Alan Wilson thought hard and still considered the interests of Portugal, a loyal ally for hundreds of years. It was decided to have some exchanges in the field of intelligence cooperation, hoping that the Salazar government could exert its influence and play a positive role in this conflict between India and Pakistan. Although Portugal laid mines around Goa and went back on its word to New Delhi and did not negotiate on the Goa issue, Goa was still in Portugal's hands objectively. The Salazar government could not deny this fact and should make due contributions to regional peace. What if the India-Pakistan war broke out and affected the stability of South Asia? Portugal's interests would also be damaged, which would be bad for everyone, and Britain did not want to see this happen. The Colonial Commissioners' Conference closed in victory. Profits would give Britain the motivation to continue to maintain the existence of the colonies. The major colonial commissioners were sensible and understood what this meant. The first batch of Marines from the United States, a total of 3,500 people, landed in South Vietnam. It was already March. In the past period of time, the United States had dispatched an average of 3,600 aircraft per month to carpet bomb North Vietnam. In terms of intelligence support, we still need to work closely with Washington. This is what the Prime Minister meant. Calling Richard White from Mi-6, Alan Wilson solemnly instructed, joining the war is not in Britain's interests, and we are in a standoff with Indonesia, and cannot extricate ourselves. But outside the military field, we still firmly support all US actions. Richard White nodded to show his understanding. We have always maintained close contact with the United States. There is absolutely no problem with this. And what else? Pay attention to the cruelty of American soldiers to civilians. Now that the trivial matters were discussed, Alan Wilson also began to talk about serious matters. Don't get me wrong, Americans always say that Britain is a colonizer. At the Nassau Conference, we produced evidence of some improper handling of American soldiers in Japan and South Korea. As for this, we need to keep pace with the times. You and I know very well that everyone hopes not to disturb civilians in a war, but in fact it is impossible to do so. War itself is a life and death struggle. Do you still expect the soldiers who participate in the war to be like angels? Brutal acts against civilians are bound to occur. We have some evidence in our hands, which will play a positive role in the communication between Britain and the United States. Well, I see. Richard White accepted this explanation and heard the Secretary General continue. Confidentiality is extremely important. We don't want to delay the actions of the US military. We can even help cover up some incidents, but as I just said, the evidence must be in our hands. Also, be careful. Britain will not nominally participate in any aspect of the war. Agents working abroad should not cause trouble for Britain. It seems that the 9 missing agents in Indonesia have unfortunately died for their country because the Soviets did not make a fuss about it, which also made Alan Wilson breathe a sigh of relief. It can only be said that they died for what they deserved. Chapter 1283 British Nuclear Strategy. India is the traditional sphere of influence of the United Kingdom. Of course, this is what the Americans think. Alan Wilson and Whitehall do not think so. The main reason for not thinking so is that the cabinet secretary does not think so, which does not mean that the prime minister thinks so. So he started writing a report plan again. It is better to prepare this kind of thing early. When the real thing comes, the cabinet will not be caught off guard when it is needed. But on the contrary, if it cannot be produced, it will be criticized by the cabinet. There is no way. The cabinet and Whitehall have different divisions of labor. The cabinet will be criticized by voters, but the cabinet can also blame Whitehall, but the public does not know. This period at the beginning of the year determines the development direction of the United Kingdom in the coming year. Alan Wilson faces large and small meetings and asks each department to produce a report that is no less than a palm thick for the Prime Minister to review. For example, today, the Home Office produced a report on the social environment and development of the United Kingdom. There is a paragraph about attracting foreign tourists, which is related to Japan. Since last year, Japan has lifted the ban on going abroad. It is hard to imagine, right? It is actually normal for Japan to have such a ban. The United Kingdom once implemented foreign exchange controls. Foreign exchange control and the potential of India squeezed out before leaving so that they could survive the most difficult years after the war. Why did Alan Wilson kill the independence leader of the Gold Coast? Wasn't it because the problem was not solved at that time and Britain needed the gold of the Gold Coast? Japan can now be said to have a certain foundation, unlike the virtues at the beginning of the post-war period. At present, 3 places in the Far East are recognized to have good economic development: Japan, North Korea and Malaya. In this era, many Koreans want to go to the north, mainly because South Korea's economy is a bit too difficult. Last year's food crisis, Japan was able to spend money to settle it, and South Korea was really difficult for a whole year. On the contrary, North Korea is very prosperous. The Soviet Union also pulled North Korea into its own CMEA. The Soviet big brother assigned jobs to the younger brothers in the group. Some people mined, some people smelted iron, some people processed iron into hose, and some people took hose to farm, and the food grown was sold to whoever the big brother designated. In the CMEA, if there is a country that takes advantage, there must be a country that suffers. North Korea is the one that takes advantage. North Koreans are happy. They have 11 years of free education, free housing, and free medical care. One leg has already stepped into a well-off society. On the other hand, the South Koreans live a very hard life. Otherwise, Park Chung-hee would not have sent troops to fight for economic support from the United States. In fact, South Korea would have mobilized a large number of workers to the Middle East to shed blood and sweat for the development of the Middle East. But Alan Wilson knew the importance of the Middle East to Britain. He could not wait for South Korea to think about shedding blood and sweat. He had already mobilized Malaya and Pakistan to send labor to build the Middle East. The construction of the Middle East, which absorbed millions of South Korean workers, now has no share for South Korea. With this premise, Alan Wilson compared the history in his mind, and stated in the report to Eden, that the scale of South Korea's troops might reach 50,000 to 100,000. Compared with the scale of 20,000 to 30,000 troops sent by South Korea in history, it has increased by 2 to 3 times, and he said, "We are very worried about the expansion of this war. Once South Korean soldiers appear in Southeast Asia, North Korea may also take corresponding actions. Things may become very complicated." North Korea's role in the Vietnam War is actually exactly the same as the role of the Soviet Union in the Korean War, that is, sending the Air Force to establish the Meiji Corridor. Because the Air Force is too big a target, a certain major country actually avoided the role of the Soviet Union, so this role fell on North Korea. It's really quite complicated. Eden smiled bitterly. This time Alan Wilson sent 3 reports. This one is an assessment of the Vietnam War, and the other 2 are analysis reports on the exchanges of fire between India and Pakistan. There is also the impact of Japanese tourists going abroad on the economies of various countries. For example, for France, Japanese tourists are indeed impressive. They spend money like water. In fact, it's just like that. Japan is a country with a rich country and a poor people. The tourists who can come out are a small number of people who are quite good in Japan. Alan Wilson doesn't care much about Japan lifting the ban on going abroad. The term "a rich country with a poor people" may be very familiar to netizens in a certain country decades later. They are just ignorant. This term was first used for Japan, then for South Korea, and then for a certain country. A rich country with a poor people is exactly what Americans use to describe Japan. The description is very correct. There is no need to follow American standards. Even according to European standards, East Asian countries are all within the range of a rich country with a poor people, and Japan is no exception. On the one hand, the Japanese began to go abroad and left the impression that they were stupid and rich. On the other hand, white people who went to Japan felt that the Japanese lived in poverty, were frugal, and had a poor quality of life. According to the economic terminology of later generations, Japan's domestic demand was sluggish, and it was in a long-term slump. Of course, after the Plaza Accord, the Japanese did get rich for a while, enjoying the treatment of how Europeans and even Americans live, but the world knows the price. Japan is in competition with Britain in both automobiles and shipbuilding. Eden looked at Alan Wilson. Many reports in Whitehall pointed this out. There are also semiconductors, but neither are semiconductors nor Japan's are currently rivals of the United States. Alan Wilson knew what the Prime Minister meant. The climb of the Japanese industrial chain actually constituted a competitive relationship with Britain, but Britain could not do it too obviously, and some friendly exchanges were needed. I suggest taking an attitude of cultural exchange and opening up some cultural exchange activities, which is what we did with the Soviet Union. The current Soviet Minister of Culture, Ms. Vertseva, is open to British music and movies entering the Soviet Union. Of course, we also understand that some cultural products that are decadent and not positive in the eyes of the Soviets may be strictly censored by the Soviet side. But even so, we cannot ignore the existence of the world's second largest market, and we still have to find a way to get in. The Soviet Union is of course the second largest film market in the world, second only to the United States. Isn't this normal? To be fair, American films have not yet entered the new Hollywood era, and there are indeed various problems. For example, westerns specifically boast about killing, and women are made into femme fatales, and bandits who kill without blinking an eye do whatever they want. When the United States began to promote American positive energy, it should be the new Hollywood movement in the 1970s. After that, the level of Hollywood has improved a lot. On the surface, the power of spreading culture has become stronger. However, in Alan Wilson's previous life, Hollywood did not know how to overcome the difficulties of various Marvel movies squeezing out other films. Don't say that this difficulty does not exist. In fact, as long as you have a little interest in movies, you will know that Hollywood has experienced an astonishing decline compared to the level in the 1980s and 1990s. You can't even convince your own people to use black people to play Snow White, and you still want to spread culture? When a country's economy takes off, it must be that all aspects are taking off. Just like the Soviet version of War and Peace is a classic film and television, and it was filmed with the support of the Soviet Union's strong national strength. The same is true for Japan in this era. Alan Wilson has also watched Japanese dramas, such as the 1983 version of Stewardess, which left a deep impression. Japanese dramas in the 21st century no longer have that feeling. Introducing Japanese cultural products, Aiden thought for a while and said suspiciously, "Will this cause dissatisfaction from the Actors Association? It shouldn't be, we still watch Indian movies." Alan Wilson hinted that British movies are not a closed circle, and Indian movies come here from time to reap the box office. The industries that should compete, and cultural exchanges can also begin, which will also help to improve the horizons of British citizens. Since the Prime Minister does not object, Alan Wilson has a good candidate, Burgess, who was once the ambassador to Japan during the Korean War. It is more appropriate for him to show goodwill to Japan and promote cultural exchanges between Britain and Japan. The guidance of public opinion can be carried out according to the general procedures. On Sunday, the mysterious ancient Oriental country that does not fight with the world. On Monday, the great dictator is ready to destroy the world, and our democracy is in jeopardy. On Tuesday, the evil Oriental Empire has mastered all the secrets. On Wednesday, the source of evil already has powerful space weapons. On Thursday, the dawn of justice is beginning to appear, and the people who resist tyranny have been awakened. On Friday, the axis of evil is about to collapse, and victory is coming. On Saturday, the axis of evil has collapsed, and the long-lost peace is back. Sunday, the mysterious ancient Oriental country that lives in peace with the world. This procedure can be used on any country, while Alan Wilson performs his housekeeping duties and focuses on the details. Eden naturally has to perform the duties of the Prime Minister, expounding the nuclear strategy of the British Army and the responsibilities of each branch of the military, and announcing it in the House of Commons in front of members of the two major parties. He put forward the British nuclear force plan in the debate on foreign affairs in the House of Commons. Mainly, the nuclear force proposed by the United Kingdom has 4 components. British V-type bombers, except for such aircraft required to fulfill obligations outside the North Atlantic Treaty Organization area, a British nuclear submarine force, a number of British nuclear submarines at least equal to that of the United States, a certain mixed personnel force or a common force that non-nuclear countries can also participate in. The 4th part is related to a certain major power. The British and American governments agree that it is necessary to prevent the further proliferation of nuclear weapons and welcome continued proposals on the supervision and disarmament of weapons, especially due to the recent nuclear tests of a certain major power. The Prime Minister really has a far-reaching goal. Alan Wilson hugged Bokina and sighed at Eden's explanation of the British nuclear strategy. "What's wrong? What do you think is wrong?" Bokina moved her body and looked at the cabinet secretary who was not doing his job. "It's difficult to catch up with the number of nuclear submarines of the United States," Alan Wilson said honestly. He thought it was almost impossible to achieve. He thought Eden was just joking. Chapter 1284 Diverting Attention. "Isn't your British shipbuilding industry very strong?" Bokina smiled wickedly. "You are so good at this field. Will you admit defeat? It's not like the I know at all. Shipbuilding and submarines are not the same thing. And you can't even imagine it." Alan Wilson shook his head and smiled bitterly. The good thing now is that Eden only said that he wanted to be on par with the United States and nuclear submarines, not with the Soviet Union, but in fact it was the same. Britain could not catch up with either the United States or the Soviet Union. The navies of the United States and the Soviet Union have different focuses. The United States is a traditional large navy. The Soviet Red Navy focuses on underwater because it is difficult to catch up. If conventional submarines are not counted, the Soviet Union had more than 200 nuclear submarines in service at its peak. The United States is not much behind, having built more than 190 nuclear submarines. What the United States surpassed is that there were not many in service at the same time. They were building and retreating at the same time, so they were at a disadvantage in quantity at the same time. In addition, the more than 200 nuclear submarines of the Soviet Union were not the entire underwater force of the Soviet Red Navy. The US Navy did not have conventional submarines, but the Soviet Union did. At the time, when Eden was speaking, the Soviet Red Navy still had more than 200 conventional submarines in service. Alan Wilson remembered that the Soviet Union had a conventional submarine that was initially planned to be built at 560, but of course it was cancelled later due to technological backwardness. Even if it was to catch up with the United States, Britain could not catch up. The United States had built 37 Sturgeon-class attack nuclear submarines in 12 years, and now they have all started. How can Britain catch up? In his heart, Alan Wilson was ready. If the US ambassador in London asked the Prime Minister, he would betray the Prime Minister. It was just bragging. Don't take it seriously. Britain can keep 20 to 30 nuclear submarines in service to support the status of Britain as a world power. There is no need to compare with those two crazy people in the United States and the Soviet Union. Okay, just pretend I didn't ask, but I also heard that the Mountbatten Pharmaceutical Group is suing the Japanese. Bokina was very curious about this question. Did the Japanese copy your wife's product? Maenglang ointment. Alan Wilson happened to know about this and said vaguely, don't worry, the Japanese can't win. She has the agency rights of the Chinese government. The ointment is just an example. In fact, all the medicines on the market that originate from China are in Pamela's hands. She also has traditional medicines from India and the Middle East. Colonial empire. This is really amazing. Bokin aside, even in this field that ordinary people can't think of, you can dig out value. What if the Japanese lose the lawsuit? Just wait to collect patent fees. Alan Wilson smiled coldly. I will send people to East Asia and Southeast Asian countries to collect patent fees. After all, British companies are the agents of these traditional medicines. Japan and South Korea can't escape. When it comes to money, don't use that kind of macro narrative. The unity of the free world is useless to him. If such a large company as Mountbatten can't protect the products it represents, how can it gain a foothold in the business world in the future? Patents are not in line with the values of socialist countries. Alan Wilson can understand that the patent barriers are exploited. This is all learned from the Soviets. But he is not Chinese. Is it a mistake for him, a British man, to collect patent fees in the territory of the free world? These traditional medicines in East Asia, the Middle East, and South Asia also make tens of millions of pounds a year in profit, which can build a vanguard. Pamela Mountbatten is not generous enough to turn a blind eye. Alan Wilson sent Burgess to carry out cultural exchange work. At the same time, Pamela Mountbatten was fighting a patent lawsuit with a Japanese pharmaceutical company. It was normal. It was about making money. There was no need to shudder. If necessary, Alan Wilson could sanction a cat or a tree in the Soviet Union, but he would never ban the Soviet Union's oil exports. The arrival of the ambassador to the UK was a little later than Alan Wilson had expected. Faced with the close allies' hope that Britain's nuclear power could be made clearer, Alan Wilson said firmly, "My friend, our Prime Minister is 70 years old. It is understandable that he says something to maintain Britain's status and make the citizens happy. As for other aspects, I can only say that it is difficult to implement. Washington has always believed that Sir Alan is the defender of the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Dear Sir, the special relationship between Britain and the United States needs your maintenance." Donald took the opportunity to build a relationship. I have to say that some of the Prime Minister's remarks have indeed caused unnecessary misunderstandings. Of course, we all believe that Britain is an important force in stabilizing the world situation. I'm glad Washington thinks so. Alan Wilson responded with a smile. Washington's attitude is the core of British diplomacy, and we have no doubt about it. To be honest, there is a gap in size between Britain and the United States. Britain has accepted the reality of the current world order and believes that the current order is conducive to Britain's development. As for the affairs of the European community, we will try our best to take care of the interests of the United States. After all, we can't go the same way as France. The British mainland has only 50 million people. Even if it has gotten rid of its financial problems, it cannot return to its peak. Because British India has become independent, there is no cannon fodder who can fight against opponents to the end. Malaya cannot compare with India in terms of population, and some places cannot bear the responsibilities of British India. This is the most sincere truth. In order to reassure the Americans, Alan Wilson complained in a distressed manner, "Where else can we find a large population that accepts British command without being responsible? Sir Alan, we all understand that era is over." Donald pretended to comfort and said that there was no distrust between Britain and the United States. He just came to explain that the United States hopes that Britain will maintain a certain degree of transparency, and he has no other intentions. I understand. Alan Wilson thought to himself, do you think I'm talking about Britain? In fact, I'm talking about the United States in the 21st century. The book population of the United States is not consistent with the actual population. There are tens of millions of illegal immigrants. Since they are illegal immigrants, they naturally have no citizenship. They are immigrants who only work, but have no rights. This is the expendable population that is not responsible. The United States needs these illegal immigrants to take out the garbage and clean the toilet. So the King of Understanding expelled these illegal immigrants and was secretly tripped. However, the existence of such a large number of illegal immigrants will certainly hurt the United States, but the US government can no longer care about so much. If all citizens are asked to work, the already tight finances of the United States will certainly be made worse. The United States has not found an India that it can control at will, but the United States has turned itself into India. But this theory of size is indeed enough to reassure Americans. Don't look at the Americans who always say that in a few years, Germany and Japan will surpass the United States according to the current growth. This is all lying with a red face and a heart. If you really have the ability to surpass the United States, you will be treated like the Soviet Union. If it is a country with the same electoral system, you will let the other party taste the treatment of the European Union. The reason why you can surpass is that you can't surpass it at all. Eden's temper not only needs to be explained by Alan Wilson and the Americans, but also the Labour Party has seized the handle and accused the Conservative cabinet. As for one of the excuses for the accusation, it is similar to Alan Wilson's explanation of the United States, that is, the difference in national size. Harold Wilson talked about the unrealistic British nuclear power of Eden at the Labour Party rally, especially the number of nuclear submarines. Britain cannot catch up. Forcing it to catch up will only put its precious wealth into a meaningless arms race, and it is destined to be the loser. The Prime Minister's private secretary Brest came to the Cabinet Secretary's office and talked about the contradiction between Eden and the opposition on this matter. Eden was negligent in explaining Britain's nuclear power this time, and he did not expect to cause such a big disturbance. The Prime Minister is ready for the round-table negotiations in Yemen. Then I will notify the local national leaders immediately. Alan Wilson knew, as soon as he heard it, that Eden wanted to use the convening of the Yemen Independence Conference to show that Britain was not going to take the old path of world hegemony first. Is the voice of the Labour Party loud? I mean, the voice of doubt. It is indeed loud. There are already calls for the Prime Minister to step down. Brest said with a cry and a laugh, Labour Party supporters believe that this will make Britain what it was before the war. After all, our Prime Minister is a Prime Minister who has come from a glorious era. It may not be easy for him to accept the new things now. Alan Wilson nodded. Eden became Foreign Minister at the age of 38. At that time, Britain was still the world leader and the United States was still suppressed in North America. Although both Britain and the United States secretly believed that the protagonists of the next war might be each other, they were still okay on the surface. Eden could plan the Suez Canal War without telling the United States, and it was not too outrageous to say that British nuclear submarines would match the United States. But if he said it publicly, would the Labour Party seize the handle and criticize him? It would be better than launching a war and being hit head-on by the United States, right? Whitehall began to be busy again, preparing for the roundtable meeting on Yemen's independence. Soon, the local national leaders of Yemen learned about this happy event through the notification of the Persian Gulf Commissioner. The reason why Yemen is currently given priority and independence is that North Yemen has already appeared in the armed conflict of various factions, which is actually heading towards civil war. The Free Officers Organization launched an armed revolution and overthrew the feudal dynasty in one fell swoop. That night, the revolutionary troops attacked the palace and occupied many important places in the capital Sana'a. Originally, this revolution was supported by Nasser in history, but now it is no longer supported by Nasser, but has become launched by Nasser. Alan Wilson heard about the Free Officers Organization, which had caused trouble several times, but he did not know that Nasser was in Yemen, and the other party did not expose itself. At this time, the various factions invited by the United Kingdom, including representatives of the Free Officers Organization, discussed the future of Yemen together, and the other party did not refuse. Chapter 1285 Resource Offensive. The whole Yemen is more than 500,000 square kilometers. The area under the management of the Arabs themselves is North Yemen, while the British colony is South Yemen. South Yemen occupies 2/3 of the entire Yemen area, but the population is only 1/3 of that in the north. This is normal. Britain also likes places with large land, sparse population and low management costs. When mentioning Yemen, we have to talk about British India, because the area near Aden is part of British India, which is much larger than people realize. The former Malayan Strait colony was also managed by New Delhi for a period of time. So it is not surprising that Indians want to inherit the British Empire's territory in Asia. Who wouldn't be jealous of such a large and extensive territory from the Persian Gulf to the Strait of Malacca? Alan Wilson is no stranger to the Free Officers Organization. If it were not for this organization led by Nasser, there would be no Suez Canal War. Although he drove a panoramic map to strangle this organization in Egypt in its infancy, Algeria and Libya later proved the vitality of this organization. Britain really does not have the energy to chase this organization around in the Arab world, and can only shape public opinion to make Arab monarchies alert to the existence of this organization. Then they stigmatized the Free Officers Organization, saying that Syria, which had become a pro-Soviet country, supported the emergence of this organization. I didn't expect that this organization also existed in Yemen. After weighing the pros and cons, Alan Wilson decided to ignore it. The reason was of course that Yemen was not of much value for Britain to continue to hunt. Arab countries have a certain amount of oil and natural gas, but compared with the Emirates in the Persian Gulf, Yemen's resources are not worth the British to hold on to. It has always maintained a high pressure state, which is very hateful and has no benefits. In addition to oil and natural gas, Alan Wilson, who has the memory of later generations, also knows that there are gold mines in Yemen. A large number of gold deposits have been found in many places in Hajjah, Hadramaut, Sada, Al-Jawf, Abayan and other provinces and Sana'a. Among them, the gold mines in Hajjah province can reach 40 million tons, with a gold content of 65 grams per ton of ore. There are about 678,000 tons of gold mines in the Ma'dan Valley of Hadramaut province, with a gold content of about 15 grams per ton. The gold mines found in the western plains contain 12 to 32 grams per ton, and 3 to 5 grams in the Sana'a area. The reason is the same as the previous one. The quality of these gold mines is not bad, but compared with the gold mines in the Gold Coast, Australia, and even the New Guinea island, where Pamela Mountbatten had just started to explore, it is not worth investing. Before these Yemeni representatives come, Alan Wilson will make a very decent confidential document of these undiscovered minerals and hand it over to these independent leaders. Let these Yemenis know that Yemen is not nothing, and it is okay to develop well. After all, Yemen's population problem is not serious in this era. It can be said that Alan Wilson is very sincere and returned this colony with oil, gas and gold mines to Yemen intact. The key is that Britain's colonial heritage is too rich. With him, the cabinet secretary who opened a panoramic map, the most valuable places in the British colonies have been extracted. He even extracted Brazilian iron ore, but Pamela Mountbatten gave part of it to the Americans. Let the public know one thing, that is, Britain wants to fully witness the independence of Yemen, and will never have any idea of partition. British India is just an accident. That is not the tradition of Britain. You can recall history. It is obvious how many places we have merged in the past 200 years. Alan Wilson told Brest to pay attention to public opinion guidance. Some foreigners who have nothing to do always point fingers at the process of Britain's independence of its colonies and insist that there is some conspiracy. If it were not for Ali Jinnah's threat to Britain, that there would be a civil war. If there was no partition, Britain would have hoped that British India would maintain its complete independence. India lost the entire Indus River Basin and the Ganges Delta, which is equivalent to the Yellow River Basin and the Yangtze River estuary of a certain big country. This is not Britain's fault. Who turned Ali Jinnah from an Indianist into a separatist? Anyway, it was not the British. This time Yemen's independence will be an opportunity for Britain to defend itself. He thinks that the Arabs have nothing to say. Does he still expect Britain to merge the Arab Empire and then applaud and celebrate? Prime Minister Eden was also looking forward to the opening of the roundtable meeting because of a slip of the tongue in the House of Commons, saying that nuclear submarines should be comparable to those of the United States. The Prime Minister has been annoyed recently, especially because of the criticism from the Labour Party. Before the Yemeni delegation arrived in London, Lim Lian Jiak, a local Chinese educator in Malaya, first came to London and met with Alan Wilson privately. The public aim was to investigate the foundation of Britain as an educational power and continue to learn from it, but in fact, it was to report on the situation in Hong Kong. Because the prelude to the Vietnam War had already been opened, Hong Kong was inevitably affected to a certain extent. For example, some banned products could not be traded openly as before. There was no way around it. The United States had to give face, and normal trade had not been terminated. We express our gratitude for the completion and supply of the Dongshan water supply project. Hong Kong is a British colony only temporarily, and it will return to your hands sooner or later. After meeting Lin Lian Iu, Alan Wilson spoke directly. The interests of Britain and the United States are not completely consistent. We also want to make decisions that are completely in line with the interests of Britain. The current situation in Hong Kong needs to be maintained by our two countries. Mr. Zhang Tang, the other party, also understands Britain's difficulties. Lin Lian Iu hesitated for a moment and informed the results of this communication. A certain major country expressed understanding. Diplomacy is basically based on strength and status. The success of Britain's diplomacy at the beginning was due to Britain's national strength. The reason why it is considered more now is that Britain's national strength is not as good as before. In fact, Washington hopes that Britain will completely close the Hong Kong port. The reason why we refused is because Britain still has the strength to say no. With the water supply issue, let Washington not force too much. Alan Wilson also explained Britain's difficulties. It is true that Britain has partially returned to Britain before World War II, but the United States is no longer the United States before World War II. Even if the UK can still maintain the framework of a world power, it must admit that the US is the strongest. It has done its best to maintain normal imports and exports. It is impossible to be completely unaffected by the Vietnam War. The UK is still losing money. If it does not work harder in other places this year, its overseas earnings may not be so good. There is another important reason to maintain the relationship. That is, China and France have established diplomatic relations. This is also an explanation given by the UK to Washington. The US can know that the UK maintains a certain level of communication, but if France does this, the US may not know. I have said that I still hope that Southeast Asia, especially Malaya, can maintain stability. Lin Lian Iu said this and continued, "Don't you know it, Lord Zhang Tang? Don't talk nonsense, I don't know anything." Alan Wilson shook his head and denied. For the Vietnam War, I only say one thing: don't underestimate the strategic determination of the United States. As far as I know, the US military strategy is based on defensive counterattacks, and it has not launched any ground battles. Strategic determination is something that the United States also has. Washington is not a group of diehards like the Slavs. Either it keeps giving benefits, or it can't give benefits anymore, so it increases resistance and thickens the iron rod. In the final analysis, your country's balls are in the hands of the Americans, not the British. Even if you change your tone temporarily and say that Malaya is an inseparable part of you since ancient times, London doesn't care about placing a nuclear bomb in the center of Kuala Lumpur. Alan Wilson sighed. We judge that it will be difficult for the United States to win this time, but one thing has not changed. The United States can hit your doorstep at any time, not the other way around. Given the geographical location of the United States, as long as the security of its homeland can be guaranteed, even if Changong's island is used as a nuclear test site, you can't do anything. The path before your country is that you can defeat the most powerful naval force of the United States before you can really stand up and be a man. It's useless to just watch the Americans laugh at you at your doorstep. Some of the words are unacceptable, but this is also a fact. Detonating the scam island cannot achieve the goal. The United States still has Japan in its hands. If Japan is detonated, it will not be able to stop the rise of a certain great power. We in the United States have long discovered that Japanese militarism has not been completely eliminated. It's time to start the Sino-US alliance again. Anyway, the later generations didn't even touch the first line of defense, let alone let the United States detonate Japan. It's useless to have a strong army. For example, the Navy and the Army are strong. The United States feels that the gains are not worth the losses to coexist peacefully. The Malayan colony is also making its own preparations for the Vietnam War. Richard is building the Kra Line and building a defense line along the border of the Kra Isthmus to prevent the spillover of the war in Indochina. As for East Malaysia, there is no need to worry unless the enemy can swim over. The independent leaders who came to London this time belonged to 7 different forces, including representatives of the Free Officers Organization and 6 emirates. The 6 emirates are all tribal leaders in South Yemen. As for the royal family of North Yemen, they have fled to Saudi Arabia and were taken in by the Saudi royal family. This is the current situation in Yemen. The Houthi armed forces in later generations are actually in North Yemen, but now North Yemen is controlled by the Free Officers Organization. This change must make Saudi Arabia unhappy, but Saudi Arabia has little influence in this era and certainly cannot organize a peace religion coalition to act as a Sunni boss. Under the complicated gaze of the Saudis, the Yemen Independence Roundtable opened in London. Prime Minister Eden attached great importance to it, so Alan Wilson began to perform his duties as the permanent Undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and personally came forward to have a good talk with these people to see if they could find a solution that would satisfy both parties. In order to show his sincerity, Alan Wilson first launched a resource offensive, holding the documents on oil, gas and gold mines discovered in Yemen, which contained both true and false information, and began to guide the direction of the meeting. Chapter 1286. Premonition of Currency War. London is still quite optimistic about Yemen's development. Alan Wilson smiled and held a half-true and half-false resource assessment document to the representatives of all parties who came to the roundtable meeting. In fact, we have discovered Yemen's resources a long time ago, but we have not mined them for so many years. We are ready to hand over these wealth intact to the hands of independent Yemen. Alan Wilson lied without blushing. It was obvious that the mining costs could not be compared with the Gold Coast and Australia. He felt that it was a pity to eat it and throw it away. But in his mouth, it became Britain's grace to Yemen, but the Yemenis could not refute him because the oil, gas and gold mines in Yemen were indeed not mined much. Britain's occupation of Yemen itself was more of a strategic position factor. To put it bluntly, it was looking at the safety of the Suez Canal. While the Yemenis, including Fakhra, the representative of the Free Officers Organization, looked at the wealth that theoretically belonged to them, and were happy Alan Wilson kept talking, and had already painted some wonderful prospects for Yemen. As usual, starting with history and culture, places with a little history like to do this. He discovered this when he was in India. Yemen is one of the origins of the Arab nation. Especially in the past 2 years, because Britain is about to shrink, it has allowed such remarks to spread in Yemen. It can be said that many people in Yemen are very proud of their history. I just don't know if they will be like India in the future, and they will always proudly hold their chests up when talking about history. Obviously, the integrity of this resource assessment has opened up the situation. After representatives of several sultanates expressed their gratitude, Fowler also expressed his gratitude to Britain. I don't know whether the situation is stronger than people or they have mastered the strategic determination method. In short, the attitude of the Free Officers Organization is relatively soft. After several failures in North Africa, Nasser has fully experienced the cunning of imperialism. Fearing that his presence is too high, he chose to manipulate the political situation in Yemen from behind the scenes. As for the several sultans and chiefs in South Yemen, everything will be discussed after the British leave. If you just look at the information, Yemen's foundation is not only not bad, but it is quite good. This is also very normal. After all, this is a world of comparison. Many advantages that exist on paper may not be as powerful as you think when they are really used. The steel torrent of the Soviet Union in people's eyes is not so sharp in the hands of Russia. Russia said that the financial nuclear weapons of the city on the hill are just so-so. The strong organizational ability boasted by a certain big country, the Magic City, just laughed. After reading these resource assessment documents, the morale of these representatives was greatly boosted for a while, which is very normal. Just when these Arabs were happy, Alan Wilson reminded lightly, how does Britain know who can better represent the rights and interests of the Yemeni people? The meaning of this sentence is very clear. Britain has not yet said who to give these things to. It is too early for you to be happy, and the right to distribute is still in the hands of Britain. This world is unequal. Those old battleships in Malaya that can only patrol in the Bay of Bengal now, as long as they are driven to the ports of Yemen, they will still be devastating. Don't really not regard Britain as an imperialist power. It may be submissive in front of the United States and the Soviet Union, but in front of Yemen, Britain can still strike hard. In fact, we in Britain think that Yemen can implement a federal system. After his boss set the tone, Dixon took over the work of guiding the meeting and talked to these national leaders about the issue of the political system. What kind of political system will Yemen have after independence is destined to be a difficult topic. Alan Wilson left the roundtable meeting directly and left everything else to others. The peace talks were carried out with difficulty in the tense confrontation between the two sides. The entire negotiation was intermittent and often deadlocked due to minor details or even wording issues. For example, regarding the determination of the political system, FERA, representing the Free Officers Organization, must have a reserved attitude because the Free Officers Organization is definitely more capable than these small sultanates, but it can be suspended. Because Nasser is more inclined to solve each other's problems with these small sultanates alone after the British leave. The representatives of the Sultanate objected and demanded the use of words with the meaning of termination. Fakhra disagreed. After difficult consultations, it was finally decided to use stop the process. Whenever a problem is stuck, or some progress is made, both sides have to stop and consult the opinions of the institutions they represent. The negotiations between the two sides are still difficult. If it was the independence of British India, Alan Wilson would have done his best to stir up trouble and make the negotiations last as long as possible. But since it is Yemen, whatever they want, there are oil and natural gas, small Arab countries that are not as good as the Persian Gulf, gold mines that are not as good as Australia and the Gold Coast. Letting the Yemen issue become their own problem is the most favorable decision for Britain. Of course, he also took the time to receive the Saudi ambassador. The ambassador of this pro-American country is rarely so proactive. Obviously, Saudi Arabia is very concerned about the future direction of this place under its buttocks. Alan Wilson couldn't help but think of the past, when the Sunni leader assembled hundreds of thousands of troops and was beaten by the Houthis, but the Houthis represent the Shiites, and now the situation in North Yemen is more complicated. On the one hand, North Yemen is indeed Shiite, and on the other hand, according to unconfirmed news, the Free Officers Organization is supported by the Soviet Union behind the scenes. Obviously, the Soviet Union is more difficult to deal with than the Shiites. Is the line of history closing? After receiving the Saudi ambassador with a piece of cloth on his head, Alan Wilson lit a cigar and laughed out loud. Just as he was mumbling, Dixon came in to report on the progress, saying that the two sides still had more differences than consensus. Secretary General, the negotiations are still quite difficult. I understand this difficulty. Alan Wilson danced with joy. It's like an election. There are currently two parties. Voters think they can choose someone who will increase their job opportunities, but in fact they may choose a candidate who cuts his health insurance. You hope to choose someone who is tough on illegal immigrants, but in fact the candidate is concerned about environmental pollution when he takes office. Not to mention very serious things like the political system. There is still room for discussion. But our Prime Minister is still very happy. The previously declining support rate seems to have stabilized. Dixon smiled tacitly. In a world that is not so peaceful, diplomacy is a good way to raise support. But it is not good to be too peaceful, because diplomacy becomes a hot potato. Alan Wilson shrugged. Fortunately, we are far away from the Vietnam issue. Otherwise, our current situation may be like that of the Americans. Oh, by the way, pay more attention to the French. Alan Wilson remembered that France was the first Western European country to attack the US dollar, but he did not know when exactly, and now the Vietnam War has started. Who knows what Charles de Gaulle is doing secretly now? France is a natural challenger. He saw that the United States was deeply mired in the Vietnam War, and the government deficit and trade deficit were getting bigger and bigger. The US dollar was being issued without restraint. This was a favorable opportunity, so he began to attack the United States, or the US dollar. European countries have been attacking the US dollar for many years. Every country has a dirty trick, but France is undoubtedly the first to do it. Since the franc entered the devaluation track, France has a huge international balance of payments surplus, thus accumulating a large amount of US dollar reserves. Jacques Ruff and Maurice Coudiamville, President Charles de Gaulle's loyal and tough economic advisors, were the leaders of the monetary traditionalists, who believed that the United States was deliberately undermining the cornerstone of the international monetary system, namely the fixed exchange rate between the dollar bill and gold. Charles de Gaulle was keenly aware that, by converting France's accumulated dollar reserves into gold, he could both support the international status of gold and deal a heavy blow to the United States' international political and economic leadership. However, unlike history, although the pound has declined, it has not fallen as fast as it did in history. The pillar of the Bretton Woods system is the dollar, but in fact there are two pillars, and there is also the pound. Once the dollar declines, the pound may replace it. This is different. I wonder if Charles de Gaulle has considered that the pound still has a trading share of more than 30%. If the pound supports the Bretton Woods system, even if France attacks it with all its strength, the Bretton Woods system will still be unbreakable. In January of this year, when Lyndon Johnson was re-elected, the Bank of France announced that it intended to convert all new inflows of dollar reserves and part of the existing dollar reserves into gold. In order to strengthen his harsh criticism of the laissez-faire fiscal policy of the United States, President Charles de Gaulle proposed two global monetary reform plans. His grand goal was to strengthen the role of gold in the global monetary system. In terms of his duties, as the cabinet secretary, he should discuss countermeasures with the Bank of England. From the perspective of the special relationship between Britain and the United States, he should remind the United States of the wolfish ambitions of the French. But after thinking about it, Alan Wilson only had one person he could trust, and that was the richest woman in Britain, Miss Pamela Mountbatten, who was about to return to London. This was the richest woman he had cultivated. There was no bank in the UK that should be trusted more than her. When Pamela Mountbatten walked out of the London airport, the senior licking dog had been waiting for a long time to welcome the respected richest woman back to loyal London. "Dear, aren't you hosting a round table meeting?" Pamela Mountbatten was in high spirits, but the smile on her cheeks clearly showed that she was happy to be greeted by her husband. "How can the independence of a colony be more important than my wife returning home?" Alan Wilson said with disdain, saying that the future of a country of 500,000 square kilometers was worthless. "On the contrary, I have a major event that will determine the direction of the world, and I want to discuss it with you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1287, Anglo-French Alliance, an event that will determine the direction of the world. Pamela Mountbatten was full of suspicion when she heard this. Based on her understanding of her husband, this kind of thing. Would it be a rocket ride? Yes and no. Rocket rides are an important foundation of a couple's relationship, but how could Alan Wilson speak out his true feelings in such a public place like London Airport? It made him look like a pervert, although it was almost the same. Holding his wife's hand and walking out of the airport, the car was already waiting outside the airport. The richest woman habitually fell into her husband's arms. Did the round table meeting go smoothly? It's okay, you can say it went smoothly or not. Anyway, we are not going to take this place. Alan Wilson's tone was calm and calm. The main problem is the political system. The Sudis are very concerned about the political system after the overthrow of the Sudan in Yemen. It's almost written on their faces. The Sudis are concerned. I remember that Saudi Arabia doesn't seem to be a very powerful country in the Middle East. Pamela Mountbatten felt funny when she heard it. It's Saudi Arabia's turn to care about British affairs. The richest woman's opinion is not wrong at all in this era. At present, Saudi Arabia has a population of more than 4 million, and the Arab world has not generally experienced a population boom in the 1960s. Population is really an important criterion for determining the internal status of the Arab world. Whether the population is a dividend needs to match a series of basic conditions such as the country's resources and territory. Why is Egypt the leader of the Arab world in this era? Egypt has a population of 30 million, and it can recruit 1 million troops by conscription, which Saudi Arabia can never do. This will not change, just because Saudi Arabia has a lot of money. During the Cold War, there were many Arab countries ahead of Saudi Arabia. Egypt, Syria, Iraq and even Jordan were more appealing than Saudi Arabia. Even before the Gulf War, Saddam was the natural leader of the Arab world, and Saudi Arabia had to bow to Saddam, who made Saudi Arabia never known for its combat effectiveness. Pakistan is so poor, but Saudi Arabia is full of courtesy to Pakistan, and it also hopes that this peaceful world will help it when something happens. Alan Wilson just casually commented on Saudi Arabia, but Pamela Mountbatten was obviously very interested in Saudi Arabia. Is there any room to enter Saudi Arabia? The United States will explode. Don't humiliate yourself. This country has learned all the skills of Britain in terms of meanness and shamelessness. Alan Wilson flatly rejected his wife's adventurous thinking. Now your group has become a benchmark for Britain. Don't take such risky actions. At least now, the United States is still extremely powerful. Speaking of this issue, we will have a good talk when we get home. There are actually many ways to make Saudi Arabia, a pro-American country, uncomfortable. Many threats that Saudi Arabia in later generations can't deal with may not be able to be dealt with by Saudi Arabia in this era. In fact, it is very simple. Saudi Arabia is not the famous oil kingdom now. Several countries are ahead of Saudi Arabia. If Alan Wilson wants Saudi Arabia to be low-key, for example, spreading the saying that Shiites are one family in Iran, it will be enough to make Saudi Arabia nervous. Most of Saudi Arabia's oil is in the eastern coastal areas. Iran is across the strait, and the main belief in Saudi Arabia's coastal areas is not the mainstream belief of Saudi Arabia, but sure. In fact, there is an immediate matter that can be operated now, that is Yemen. The main population of Yemen is in North Yemen, where Shiites are the mainstream. Saudi Arabia is a monarchy, and Britain hopes that Yemen is a republic, because the monarch of Yemen has been overthrown. If Saudi Arabia is a monarchy and Yemen is a republic, Saudi Arabia is a pro-American country, Yemen is a pro-Soviet country, Saudi Arabia is Sunni, and Yemen is Shiite. Don't everyone have a bright future? Unless Saudi Arabia can take out $1 billion to bribe Britain. Otherwise, Alan Wilson has no reason to arrange Yemen's future according to Saudi Arabia's ideas, and bribery is likely to be useless, because Yemen and Saudi Arabia are not like the same kind of countries. As long as Saudi Arabia gives enough, Britain's position can be flexible enough, just like Alan Wilson's previous life. When there are no aircraft carriers are live targets. When there are 2 ski jump aircraft carriers, it is not entirely correct to say that aircraft carriers are useless. After the electromagnetic catapult aircraft carrier started construction, the theory that aircraft carriers are useless is stupid and not worth refuting. After the successful test launch of the anti-ship ballistic missile, the cabinet secretary's voice was, "Aircraft carriers are sitting ducks. As long as his stance is flexible enough, he will be invincible." My husband, you've worked so hard. After returning home, Pamela Mountbatten took the initiative to give her husband a deep kiss, and then said, "It seems that the situation in many places this year is getting worse. Pakistan and India are also threatening each other, and the United States is also sending troops to South Vietnam. Not to mention Indonesia. The Australians are scared. At least Europe is calm. Except for France. Alan Wilson sat down on the sofa. Our suspicious ally has been quite active in recent years. He has begun to bravely move towards the goal of becoming a world power, and has secretly set his sights on the gold in the hands of the United States. Really? Pamela Mountbatten frowned slightly and asked, then what should we do? Should we stand with the Americans, or? This matter is more complicated. I haven't thought about it yet, but don't think that Britain has no action. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows. In the 1960s and 1970s, the countries that attacked the US dollar, Britain, France, and Germany in Europe, were all innocent. France was the first to take action, but it doesn't mean that other countries are clean. If we stand on the side of the United States and make France return empty-handed, it is certainly possible with the current British pound settlement share. But the advantage of doing so is that the pound is still inevitably dying slowly. Although Alan Wilson tried his best to protect the settlement share of the pound, he even supported Malaya, a colony that was not dominated by white people. But it turned Britain's collapse into chronic atrophy. If France is suppressed, the United States will still swallow up the space of the pound little by little. The process may be more tortuous, but the result will not change. So why jump out to block the knife for the United States? All these operations are to make the United States great again. Let Britain be a follower later? Is this the meaning of Alan Wilson's work? Sooner or later, the pound will also be attacked. It's just a matter of timing. The key is not to let another person who attacks the knife take advantage. There was another heavyweight player who attacked the United States in the 1960s and 1970s. That is, the Germans. In fact, since the birth of the euro, it is known that Germany is the final winner. Alan Wilson cannot let the Germans take advantage, at least not enough to establish the foundation of the euro, so this matter still needs consideration. Because of its first mover advantage as the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution, Britain, backed by its maritime hegemony and levered by its financial strength, established a colonial empire spanning Europe, America, Asia, Africa, and Oceania, monopolizing the global supply of raw materials and energy, controlling the division of the world market, mastering the channels of ocean trade, and influencing the flow of international capital. Gold from all over the world was gathered in London from gold mines in South Africa, Canada, the United States, Russia, Brazil, Australia and other places. The Bank of England created the world-renowned pound, based on its gold reserves, and then pound capital and industrial products flowed from Britain to every corner of the world market. In the end, huge profits brought more gold back to London, completing the great cycle of international capital. Even now, the pound is much stronger than the French franc. If it wants to take action, should it wait until the French are suppressed, or take action together with the French? This question needs to be carefully considered. After learning of Alan Wilson's doubts, Pamela Mountbatten was silent for a moment and asked, "My dear, can't the Bretton Woods system be maintained? That system has loopholes. It is only a matter of time before it can be maintained." In fact, our original suggestion was correct. Pricing based on bulk commodities is the long-term solution. The United States disagreed at the time because Britain still controlled many colonies, and gold was the most powerful financial weapon of the United States at the time. Alan Wilson told the truth. Based on the position of strength, our reasonable suggestions were also rejected by the Americans. If the Bretton Woods system collapses, I'm sure the United States will find a way to link it to bulk commodities. Don't look at them firmly opposed to doing so in 1944. Is it important to have money and face? In order to prevent this result, the British garrison in the Persian Gulf must never withdraw. Pamela Mountbatten said something for no reason, and then said, "I said why did you let me focus on Australia? In terms of iron ore quality, no country in the world can compete with Australia. The British troops stationed in Australia must also stay in Australia for a long time." Yeah, that's right. This is actually a preparation for the world after the collapse of the Bretton Woods system. It's not that stage yet. If the United States cannot win a quick victory in the Vietnam War, who knows if the United States will secretly overissue currency as time goes on. The French know this, and they are making a fuss everywhere, making the United States very unhappy. Alan Wilson returned to the issue of France, and then kicked the ball to his wife. If it were you, how do you view this issue, and how would you make the decision? This kind of thing is handled by the country, so London is going to remain indifferent? When Pamela Mountbatten heard this, she almost questioned the reliability of the current government. We don't know how much the US dollar has been overissued, and it's impossible for us to stand firmly with France. Alan Wilson shook his head and said, I'm only the cabinet secretary, not the prime minister. Besides, we keep talking about the special relationship between Britain and the United States, and then we stab France in the back for the first time. If France takes advantage, and is not retaliated, it may make some people in the country tempted. Now we don't know how far France can go. Do you want me to ask Charles de Gaulle how he is prepared? I suggest that we act together with the French. What do you think? Pamela Mountbatten expressed her thoughts, and then looked at her husband. Oh, Anglo-French alliance. Actually, that's possible. Alan Wilson heard it. Then you must be prepared now. The starting point cannot be in London. Switzerland is a good choice. Chapter 1288, Kind Britain. Switzerland? I remember you called them the goblins of Zurich. Pamela Mountbatten chuckled, talking about the nickname given to the Swiss by the British, and didn't they also claim that Switzerland was not a neutral country? It's normal to have different opinions at different times. Switzerland is useful now. Switzerland is the most financialized country in Europe, with enough talent reserves. As long as you choose to start operations there, the talent is ready. Alan Wilson didn't feel embarrassed at all, and explained directly, from a national perspective, we can't directly enter a confrontation with an unknown outcome, and the financial field is not good either. A country can't just consider money. But at the personal level, the French may get a big advantage without intention. The first person to eat crabs always gets the biggest advantage. Alan Wilson remembered that France did get a big advantage from this knife. It made the United States quite embarrassed. How embarrassed was it? It reached the point where the United States could not fight back with financial power. This time, the weakness was seen by Britain and Germany, and then there was the subsequent attack. As for Switzerland, it has all the conditions to complete the operation of the richest woman on behalf of London. As the hub for secret business transactions between Germany and the Allies during World War II, Switzerland was deliberately protected by Hitler and became a neutral country. The general ledgers reported by Swiss banks to the Swiss Ministry of Finance show that Switzerland's gold reserves have almost tripled. Taking advantage of the opportunity that the British gold market was still closed after the war, Swiss banks began to move around, integrating gold supply and marketing channels around the world, trying to establish a global gold market centered on Switzerland. In terms of supply channels, the Swiss have no ideological concerns. On the one hand, they have established a solid business partnership with the Soviet camp, and on the other hand, they even went to South Africa to dig the foundation of the UK. In other words, Zurich is a competitor of London. Otherwise, how can the goblins in Zurich be heard in British politics? Pamela Mountbatten only needs to put money in Switzerland, and all the conditions for launching a financial attack can be pulled up overnight. Then the question is, Alan Wilson asked the richest woman how many US dollars and US dollar bonds she has now, which can be used to exchange gold from the United States. I don't have much in US dollars, but if I use the principle of the Sarawak Development Bank, I can get more than $1 billion. Pamela Mountbatten pondered for a moment, then confirmed again. After all, the United States has the world's largest gold reserves. Honey, you have to know that once you are retaliated, it's no small matter. What is the success rate? Not 100%, but 99%. Alan Wilson answered confidently. If you say that the butterfly effect can affect other aspects, but it is a joke to say that it affects the gold reserves of various countries. There are only a few major gold producing areas in the world. Although he opened a panoramic map, he only added the exception of the Australian gold mine. The gold on the Gold Coast has been discovered a long time ago, but it is now independent for a while. Now the gold reserves of various countries, except for the United Kingdom, will not be any different from the history. The cards in hand are still the same. Therefore, when Charles de Gaulle attacks the US dollar, the United States can counterattack no more than in history. If the United States can speak with guns, it will never say a word of nonsense to you. If it does not retaliate against France at the financial level, it will definitely not be able to retaliate. However, no one knows whether there is a shadow of the United States in the history of Charles de Gaulle's resignation. I have always believed in you unconditionally, and I still believe in you this time. After hearing this, Pamela Mountbatten directly expressed her intention to join in and personally contribute to the Anglo-French alliance. But if France succeeds, will it in turn cause trouble for Britain because of the surge in financial strength? It is unlikely. Alan Wilson replied. If Algeria had not succeeded in independence, he would definitely say that there is no possibility, but now there is indeed a theoretical possibility. After informing his wife of the basic situation of the three European countries of Britain, France, and Germany, Pamela Mountbatten thought for a long time. Japan is also very strong. Why don't you talk about Japan's situation? Japan is not qualified to appear on this stage. There is no possibility that Japan will resist the United States. Alan Wilson chuckled. Who should he worry about? Worry about Japan? Why? Because Japan has a lot of foreign exchange reserves? Most financial talents should know a fact that the concept of foreign exchange reserves was created by Britain. Britain knows what this concept represents and where the weakness of this concept is. After World War I, Britain suffered a serious outflow of gold. In order to cope with the internationalization of the US dollar, Britain racked its brains and thought hard about how to solve the dilemma of gold shortage. Therefore, the only way out is to treat British pound notes as gold, persuade and force countries to accept this view, and add British pounds to the monetary reserve assets of central banks of various countries in addition to gold. Of course, Britain will pat its chest to assure everyone that if necessary, the pound can be exchanged for gold at any time. This is the original concept of foreign exchange reserves. The French dare to go against the United States, nothing more than seeing that the United States is transporting troops to Southeast Asia one ship after another, and has no time to pay attention to them. Pamela Mountbatten sighed. Once the United States has completed the transportation of troops and launched a ground war to win, won't France's idea fail? So France will not take action in a short time. Maybe it will wait. But the preparations must have been thought of. Alan Wilson shook his head and said, for now, our control over military expenditures is still effective, although the combat effectiveness of garrisons in different regions has become more different. But there was also this problem before. Facing a weak opponent, it is no problem to place some weak garrisons. The gap between the first class and third class British troops is huge. They can fight 7 alone in the Normandy landing, or they can surrender to Yamashita Tomoki. After the adjustments made by Whitehall in recent years, this problem has become more serious. This is especially true for the African garrisons, but facing a group of black uncles, such adjustments are not wrong. As long as Britain can ensure that the British Army in Germany looks like an elite division, even if the British Army in the colonies is lame, it will not be noticed by the Soviets. As for the victory of the United States, Alan Wilson thought for a long time, but he couldn't remember which war targets the United States recognized as victorious. Panama or Grenada? But there is one thing, that the United States is far superior to Russia. That is, the United States has failed so many times, but it can still make most countries in the world feel that it can be invincible. It seems that, since Russia took action, most people have completely forgotten about the flying man in Kabul, and the control of public opinion can be seen. Pamela Mountbatten has just returned to London, so naturally she has to be affectionate with her man. After all, there will be another big action soon. If you want the richest woman to work, you have to serve her well in person. At this time, Australian workers are still not satisfied, but the donations to Britain are very enthusiastic. Has it been reported in the country? Pamela Mountbatten was in a good mood and began to complain that Australian workers did not understand the hard work of capitalists. Alan Wilson listened to his wife's words and comforted her. There is nothing we can do about it. Australia is blessed by God. As for the donation you mentioned, it is also very smooth, which is the characteristic of Australians. He remembered that life in Australia in the 21st century was better than that in the United States in a sense. The per capita wage in Australia seemed to be the highest in the world in some years. After all, the country sitting on the mine car is not a false reputation. Although Russia's resources are also rich, the number of people that a resource-rich country can feed is limited. Russia is already the most populous country in the West, except the United States in terms of population. Moreover, Russia has been under financial sanctions, and the purchasing power of the ruble cannot be increased. Australians know how their lives come, so Australia always spends money to buy security, and it is natural that the donation is smooth. Life still has to go on. The roundtable meeting on Yemen's independence is still progressing at a snail's pace. Now the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is mainly focusing on the representatives of the Free Officers Organization, hoping that they can accept the federal system. There are both positive and negative sides, and even pressure on the sovereignty and integrity of Yemen. If the Free Officers Organization does not give Britain this face, although Britain has expressed that it will try its best to preserve the integrity of Yemen, it does not rule out the possibility of eventually adopting a partition plan that no one wants to see. Fowler had no choice but to contact Nasser in the country to inform him of the progress of the roundtable meeting. This matter also caused controversy within the Free Officers Organization, but after discussion, Nasser considered that the negotiations had been going on for a long time and the British attitude had not changed, and finally chose to compromise. It is not too late to solve all the problems after the British leave. It must be said that after hitting a wall in several countries, Nasser finally lost his passion and began to understand how to compromise. It must be said that this is progress. Although Alan Wilson did not know that the father of Arab nationalism was still alive, he was still happy that the negotiations finally broke the deadlock. He reported to Prime Minister Eden, "Finally, there are results. I hope that after we leave, Yemen will not fall into armed conflict." After listening, Eden nodded with relief and made a speech without sincerity. "I hope so." Alan Wilson was eager for the British to fight after they left, which proved Britain's efforts to maintain peace in Yemen. Then it was time to announce the news. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced the progress of the roundtable meeting, which brought this independence meeting to a successful conclusion. Britain will soon withdraw its colonial institutions in Yemen and set up an embassy in Yemen. The new Yemen will implement a federal system and hold general elections before June. Everything seems so logical. Britain's efforts to maintain the integrity of Yemen have also been praised by all countries. When the news reached Yemen, residents in some cities in Yemen also sang and danced to celebrate the good news. Chapter 1289 The New King of Egypt. The diplomatic strategy for the new Yemen is also being formulated, and it is basically carried out according to some principles, such as good neighborly relations. Yemen's current population can also be regarded as a resource country. It is not bad to express friendship to resource countries. There are only two attitudes of industrial countries towards resource countries. The first is the imperialist powers before World War II. You have food and I have guns. Your home is my warehouse. But this is based on the unity of the imperialist family. As long as there is a traitor among the industrial countries, this strategy will fail. If industrial countries cannot be united, they will be at a disadvantage in the confrontation with resource countries. For example, the oil crisis created by the Arab world has caused great trouble to Europe and the United States. Why do Arab countries dare to do this? The reason is the existence of the Soviet bloc. It is impossible for Europe and the United States to shoot these barbarians with guns, like before World War II. Why don't they dare to do this in the 21st century? Isn't it because the United States is too strong after the disintegration of the Soviet Union? Why was Saddam hung on the street lamp? It has nothing to do with whether Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. It took less than a year from Iraq's announcement to settle oil shares in euros to being hung on the street lamp. France and Germany opposed the Iraq war because they knew why the United States started the war. Arab countries are eager for a country to play the role of the Soviet Union when it was alive, but in fact, the first country to propose that the RMB could be used for settlement was Angola. In exchange, the condition was that a certain major power must provide security guarantees when facing the invasion of unknown overseas forces. The certain major power simply refused. Angola's location is indeed beyond the reach of a certain major power. If the imperialist family does not exist, then we have to choose the second attitude, that is, to welcome the resource-rich countries with a smile, which is now the original intention of Alan Wilson's diplomacy towards Yemen. Not to mention, that Yemen is not anti-British yet. Even if it is really anti-British, Britain will forgive them. If you calculate carefully, if there is an Arab country controlled by the Free Officers Organization, it may make the Arab monarchies more enthusiastic about maintaining friendly relations with Britain. The premise is that this country cannot be Egypt. Britain can get resources from all over the world, but there is only one Suez Canal. After receiving the facilities transferred by Britain and some exploration documents, Farah doubted whether this was still the hateful colonizer. Have the British become so friendly now? It is true that they have become friendly, but it is true that they have become hypocritical, especially Alan Wilson, the cabinet secretary, who has determined to treat Yemen's independence as a counterexample to the partition of India and Pakistan. While he was busy establishing a new era diplomatic image, Lim Lian Jiak, under the care of the Supreme Authority, was inspecting several historic universities in the UK. His knowledge of higher education made this Chinese educator very admired, and it was obvious that he had gained a lot at this time. The purpose of Lim Lian Jiak's visit this time was very clear. He hoped to get help from the UK in the education industry. After a round of inspection, he found the Supreme Authority who was doing diplomatic work. For higher education, we can add a list of open study abroad. Alan Wilson said immediately after hearing it, to be honest, higher education can never be established overnight. Don't you have a saying that things are precious because they are rare, and everything must follow necessary objective laws? From this point, we can know the difference between a colony and a country. Although it is a fact that Japan was occupied by the United States, it still has the final say in education. Several universities in Japan train talents for their own country. Although Malaya also accepted the establishment of branches by several universities in London, the initiative is in the UK. Thinking of this, Alan Wilson could not help cursing the Soviet Union again. This country spread knowledge, a priceless treasure that cannot be measured by money, very carelessly and almost cheaply. The damage to Europe and the United States is permanent. From this point of view, all countries with the Soviet system should be ruthlessly eradicated. But just think about it. If the Soviet Union is also a resource country, the United Nations Army went to knock on the door in the morning, but it is a resource country and an industrial country at the same time. Therefore, Britain must maintain friendship with the Soviet Union in diplomacy and recognize that the other party is an important force for world stability. Britain really can't do it. It is absolutely impossible to support Malaya like the Soviet Union did, at least in the field of education. Let Malaya produce Oxford and Cambridge, that is to destroy the rice bowl of local universities. Even if Alan Wilson wants to do this, look at how many colleagues from 2 universities there are in Whitehall. Don't they block the office of the cabinet secretary? Mr. Lin, don't aim too high, Alan Wilson said with a look of being possessed by John Gong, who was determined to win a victory thousands of miles away. I might as well make it clearer. Any country or region that wants to make progress cannot be achieved overnight. London has done its best to support Malaya. It is the market of the Commonwealth, the access to the European community, and the accumulation of a large amount of resources. This is just to make Malaya on par with Japan. You have to know that the price of imported raw materials in Japan, not to mention other things, iron ore is much more expensive than Malaya. The situation of Japan is that before the war, Japan was already an industrial country, but what was the foundation of Malaya before the war? I think you know better than me. At this time, Japan is no longer the unworthy great power in Alan Wilson's mouth. The Japan he once said was a crane that stood out in Asia, but nothing in Europe. A local snake in the Asian matching mechanism. If Britain and Japan had fought alone in World War II, without the threat of the Germans across the channel, Britain could have easily made Japan suffer. But in front of Lin Lian Yu, Japan was once again a member of the imperialist powers, and its background became an important indicator factor, and its experience became a magic weapon for victory. It's just like the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1895. After listening to this, Lin Lian Yu sighed. Oh, yes, that's what I mean. In another situation, Alan Wilson would definitely refute the other party, but now the other party asked for something he couldn't agree to. Agreeing would destroy the foundation of unity in Whitehall, so he could only nod against his conscience. Can the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1895 prove that Japan has background? The Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1895 is the best proof of the role of strong ships and powerful guns, because the strength of the Japanese Navy is indeed above that of the Beiyang fleet, and the Beiyang fleet's fighting spirit cannot be said to be bad. In the era of the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1895, it was an era of great development in shipbuilding technology. 10 years later, Britain started to build a 20,000-ton dreadnought. The Yoshino was only 4,000 tons, which shows how great the changes were during that period. The reason why Japan was able to win the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 was that the tonnage of the Japanese Navy surpassed that of the Beiyang fleet. There was no other particularly important reason. The Royal Navy also hung clothes on the deck, which did not delay the display of combat effectiveness. You lied again. After returning home, Alan Wilson told his wife the whole story and received such an evaluation. What should I do? Do you know how many alumni associations of the two universities are in Whitehall? Alan Wilson spread his hands. If I agree, how can I, as the cabinet secretary, explain it? But I agreed to transfer some shipbuilding industries and make high-low combinations. Now I'm thinking about arranging employment for shipbuilding workers. What arrangements are there? Immigrate to Australia. Pamela Mountbatten smiled and pointed out the way out. Perth still needs people. As long as you are skilled and can drive engineering vehicles, you don't have to worry about unemployment. Don't always talk about immigration, as if these workers can't find jobs. Isn't it the same to go to Malaya to be a master to train industrial workers? Alan Wilson flatly rejected his wife's suggestion to poach people. If it is difficult to find a job again, he will consider immigration. While the two were chatting, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Alan Wilson picked up the receiver and said absent-mindedly, "This is Alan. Secretary General, Faraukai has passed away." Dixon's voice came from the middle of the microphone. "Who are we? We'll be there soon. Keep a close eye on Cairo." Alan Wilson jumped up and repeated it twice in a row. After hanging up the phone, Alan Wilson did not forget to say to his wife, "I suggest you ask the Marshal if the British Army has the ability to deal with emergencies in Egypt." It is not known whether Faraukai died of gluttony, but compared to his original fate, he has lived a carefree life for more than 10 years. At least he died as king, not in exile. Since Faraukai is dead, according to the current situation, the position of King of Egypt should fall to the 12-year-old Prince Fuad. Alan Wilson immediately telegraphed the Egyptian embassy, asking it to pay close attention to the situation in Cairo. Fuad has great appeal among the Egyptian people. Prince Fuad can find a way to connect with his grandfather. Fuad led the Egyptians to successfully gain independence from Britain and establish the Pharaoh dynasty, Egypt's last historical dynasty. Because Fuad was diligent in governing the country, and with the help of Britain, Egypt developed rapidly, so the Pharaoh dynasty was also supported by the Egyptians. "I'm ready to retire." Field Marshal Mountbatten looked at his son-in-law with a wry smile on his face. "But I still encounter this kind of thing. It's really annoying." "Marshal, problems can go wrong anywhere. The Suez Canal is the main artery of Britain." Alan Wilson said in a serious tone, "I have asked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to draft a document to mourn the magnificent life of Faraukai. I wonder whether his life should start with his amazing appetite or his unique stealing skills." Field Marshal Mountbatten asked with a sigh, "From the looks of it, you look like you are preparing to go." "Of course, Egypt is such an important country," Alan Wilson said without hesitation. "I can't feel at ease unless I go there to find out the truth myself." Chapter 1290 The two Queen Mothers. If the Prime Minister goes on a visit because of the death of a king, then the Prime Minister of Britain, a world power, is a bit cheap. However, Egypt is not important, but the Suez Canal is important. Britain must make a statement, so who will go? In fact, there are not many choices. Rab Butler is an option. If he cannot go, Alan Wilson must go. Of course, before leaving, he has asked the Egyptian embassy to find out the situation and whether the situation in Cairo is stable. The Free Officers organization that has surfaced is now in Yemen. It should not be able to fight people with two fists and stir up waves in Egypt. The Free Officers organization, which has been suppressed, should not have such strength. The situation now is completely different from that in 1956. The United States and the Soviet Union, which trample on the dignity of Britain and France in their minds, have free time, but the United States is rolling up its sleeves in Vietnam. But if the Soviet Union, which has free time, really casts its eyes on the Middle East, it should focus on Yemen at this time. After all, the death of Farouk is an emergency, and Moscow should not have a plan. Be careful, don't let anything dangerous happen. Pamela Mountbatten expressed her concern when she saw her husband was ready. It's not dangerous. Alan Wilson was full of confidence. The world was still a blue ocean, and there was no soil for a world war. He always believed that the 21st century was the real danger. Technological progress was better than nothing. The United States shouted innovation every day, but it couldn't innovate anything. The whole world was overproduced, but it couldn't develop new markets. Compared with that world, it was still very happy now. It was far from a showdown. He was inclined to believe that nothing would happen in Egypt, and going there would only make him feel at ease. Alan Wilson set off with Lim Lian Jiak. He couldn't let this educator continue to hang around in London. What if he saw something that he couldn't satisfy, which would damage the glorious image of supreme authority? After getting on the plane, Alan Wilson closed his eyes and rested. Lim Lian Jiak sat next to him and transferred back to Kuala Lumpur. During the journey, the two spoke in Chinese, and the atmosphere was quite relaxed. The situation here is much calmer than in Southeast Asia. Lim Lian Jiak sighed. Now that war is breaking out in Vietnam, it is inevitable that many people are talking about it. Chaos is a ladder. Alan Wilson replied calmly, Mr. Lin, I admire your knowledge very much. As for other aspects, it is too idealistic. He has no worries about the outbreak of war in Southeast Asia. Will a major country be worried about the outbreak of war in Europe? Maybe they are worried that it will not last long enough. Although it may not be morally tenable to think so, it must be admitted that most people are so gloating and do not have a high sense of morality. What do you want to say? A strange look flashed across Alan Wilson's face. Except for the Soviet Union, there would not be a fool who would transfer technology. Even nuclear research dares to share. What else is that? Indeed, I hope so too. In his heart, he ridiculed Lim Lian Jiak's naivety, but Alan Wilson expressed his agreement with a sincere look. It was not the first time that he said something that was not in line with his heart. It was nothing. Before arriving in Cairo, the Egyptian embassy had released the news that it was ready to squeeze the last bit of profit from Farouk. After all, once a person dies, no matter how many mistakes he has made, his reputation will not be worse than when he was alive. Moreover, the restoration of Farouk's reputation has lasted for many years, and the big pie policy is still effective. The policy of restoring Farouk is still mainly tied to the Aswan Dam, emphasizing the king's great wisdom and the correct way of struggle. According to some roadside news, Farouk's greatest wish before his death was to see the completion of the Aswan Dam, to solve the Egyptians' electricity and irrigation problems. What a heroic king. Prince Fuad is only 12 years old now, and it is obviously incapable of governing. Now the power of Egypt should be in the hands of Queen Neriman and several important royal family members. Neriman is a famous beauty in Egypt. As early as when she was 13 years old, she was engaged to someone else, but when she was 16 years old, she accidentally met King Farouk of Egypt in a jewelry store. Farouk was deeply immersed in Neriman's beauty and could not extricate himself. In the end, he used the power of the king to force Neriman to be his wife. And when they got married, King Farouk prepared more than 20,000 diamonds as a betrothal gift to marry Neriman. However, after the abolition of the monarchy in Egypt, Farouk was forced to go into exile abroad, and Neriman took the opportunity to divorce Farouk and look for her next husband. But now, Egypt still retains the form of a kingdom, and Queen Neriman must not let herself go for the sake of power. The maintenance of the traditional relationship between Egypt and Britain lies in this queen. Seeing this queen, who is not very old, Alan Wilson couldn't help but sigh that she looked a bit like the image of Cleopatra played by Vivien Leigh. Faralkai's vision is still quite good. Dear Queen, the Prime Minister was very sad to hear about this tragedy, so he sent me to Egypt to express his condolences. Alan Wilson was very calm in the face of this widow. If it were 10 years ago, the cabinet secretary would have let the other party know what a rocket master is, but now is a different time, and there can't be more. If there are more, it's really too much to take care of. The two talked a lot, even including Faralkai's previous Queen Farida. Queen Farida has 3 daughters. In such a traditional place in the Arab world, it has always been a big deal that there is no male heir. This is also the reason why Queen Farida and Faralkai divorced. The embassy has informed Alan Wilson that Queen Farida has a very good reputation in Egyptian society. He instantly thought of a configuration of my King dynasty. Isn't this the configuration of 2 queen mothers? The shameless interference in Egypt's internal affairs occupied Alan Wilson's mind all of a sudden. Since the former queen is so respected, and the current queen has a son to support her, it's perfect. Queen Neriman was obviously not very willing to speak out her thoughts, but Alan Wilson emphasized that the next king is his son, and everything is to enhance the support of the royal family as the first priority. You haven't lost anything, actually. Prince Fuad will definitely be the next king once he comes of age. The key is the power against the royal family. The Free Officers Organization that Egypt suppressed a few years ago has fled abroad and spread to several countries, especially in Yemen. Even we can't continue to pursue them. Once they come back to oppose the royal family, Alan Wilson was not lying. These were all facts. He had just finished talking with the Free Officers Organization and was waiting for the day when Yemen would officially declare independence. In this case, even if the Free Officers Organization didn't come back, it would still be a huge threat. What's more, the Yemeni royal family had been overthrown. Who said Egypt couldn't replicate it? And Queen, what is the most important thing? You have to understand that the most important thing is that you, Queen, are born a commoner, while the political situation is in the hands of the king's relatives. The prince is not yet an adult. What if the ministers have a rebellious heart? When His Majesty was alive, we were actually very worried. In this world, the monarchy can no longer quell the dissatisfaction of most people. The royal power must be restricted to a certain extent, and the king cannot hold everything in his hands. It is the most dangerous to have such a large power being spied on. Alan Wilson felt uncomfortable when he spoke. The more he spoke, the more it sounded like he was going to eliminate the devil 6 of the 8 ministers who were in charge of the 8 ministers, and he was discussing the long-term stability of our great Egypt with the 2 imperial sisters-in-law. But no matter what, these problems are real. The constitutional monarchy is always safer than the absolute monarchy. Queen Neriman's family is indeed a commoner class, and there is almost no place to help her. She was favored by Faralkai because of her beauty, and her stable status is entirely due to the mother's status as a son. Queen Neriman hesitated when the British said this. The power of Egypt was indeed in the hands of Faralkai's cousin. I wonder if the Lord can help. If the Queen can be loved by the Egyptian civilians, Britain will certainly be willing to help. Alan Wilson said in a tone that it was up to him. It was time to get rid of the 8 ministers. Then, Queen Farida, who had been away from the royal family for a long time, was recalled to the palace. The palace guards who went to find the former queen were surprised that they would receive such an order. The palace was brightly lit that day. The vitality of the Free Officers Organization showed that the Egyptian royal family was definitely not as stable as Mount Tay. With the opening of the Egyptian civil rule, the monarchy would not last too long. These threats were real. Don't you see what era it is now? To queens, you are not enemies, but women in the same situation. You are not competitors, but you support each other. Alan Wilson looked serious. I don't know if this year is the year of the rooster. It seems not, but the general meaning is that Egypt's future is uncertain and the burden of the entire country falls on the 2 women. What kind of support can Britain give us? The long-term persuasion was still effective. Queen Neriman took the initiative to seek support for her status and her son. Of course, we will fully support it, because this is a good thing for social progress, and no country has any reason to oppose it. Alan Wilson promised with a pat on his chest. I believe the Egyptian people will be very happy to release and restrict the excessive power of the royal family members. The most important thing is that the royal guard will never betray the royal family. Of course, the royal guard composed of Copts. If Egypt really has a big change, can they guarantee that the new government can still be fair? Now we must first handle the funeral of Pharaoh Kai, clarify the stability of the inheritance, and don't let other forces make trouble. Chapter 1291 Funeral and Diplomacy. Egypt has a good reputation in the Arab world, and with the support of Britain, it can be even more impressive. The funeral of Pharaoh Kai is a good occasion to show the majesty of Egypt. There is a saying that the contribution made by Pharaoh Kai in his death is greater than what he made in his lifetime. No nation is not good at face, even if the situation of this nation is really difficult, not to mention a powerful country. Compared with India, the Egyptian people can still live a decent life, and it is not a big problem to promote national pride. Alan Wilson took the initiative to propose that he was willing to do his part in the funeral of Pharaoh Kai. All the monarchies in the Arab world, even if the monarchs do not come in person, should send a prince or something, and the Republican countries should also send a special envoy. He did not forget France. After all, Britain and France still occupy Algeria, which is also half of an African country. The de Gaulle government is doing its best to establish the prestige of a European power, and the main means are to reconcile with the Soviet Union and to establish good relations with a certain power. But even so, the proud and sensitive pride of the French should be taken care of. Queen Farida and Queen Neriman both expressed their gratitude to the enthusiastic British. They may not love Pharaoh Kai, but it is okay to love the king. At the moment, when the king just died, and Egypt stood at a crossroads, Britain, also a monarchy, was more trusted than other countries. If it were in the past, Alan Wilson would definitely want to sleep in a dragon bed for the night, but as a middle-aged man, he would not take beastly actions as food. Besides, he could not explain to Hedy Lamer in a classic Arab robe, and asked the embassy in Egypt to telegraph the monarchs of Arab countries that Alan Wilson chose to rest at the Windsor Castle Hotel. His sister-in-law's industry still received more trust. I've prepared a set for you, too. Hedy Lamer took out a light-colored Arab robe, which she had prepared for attending the funeral. You are quite practical. You wear whatever clothes you choose for each place. You don't care at all, and you can switch seamlessly. Alan Wilson thought it was just a very ordinary remark, but Hedy Lamer's next sentence was ulterior motive. I heard that both wives of Pharaoh Kai were very beautiful. Hedy, what are you thinking about? She is the queen of a country. Alan Wilson was very sensitive to this kind of overtone. At this time, he had already forgotten Queen Nam Phuong. It was better for her to live a peaceful life. As for other things, he would talk about it when he met her. I certainly don't doubt other things, but you have a criminal record. Hedy Lamer's eyebrows trembled, and she kept muttering about the man's past. How could this make people feel at ease? As she was talking, the restraints on her body had been untied by the cabinet secretary general, who was on a business trip. Stop talking. Let me see how I ravage you. This is the same trick again, Hedy Lamer thought to herself, but she let the other party take the initiative and lay down obediently, allowing the man behind her to enter the range. In the next 2 days, the monarchies in the Arab world mourned the death of Pharaoh Kai. Some gossips were also circulated, such as Prince Fuad accepted Pharaoh Kai's will and taught that the Aswan Dam must be built and the control of the Suez Canal must be taken back. Anyway, the Egyptian melon-eating masses like to hear it, and the British Embassy, the headquarters of rumors, spread it as much as possible. As for the military, especially the palace guards, they are naturally tight inside and loose outside, and have been on alert, preventing people from being incited at home, and spreading the word to the outside that Israel may take the opportunity to attack. If there is any doubt about domestic affairs, ask the knight, and if there is any doubt about foreign affairs, ask Israel. This is a tradition. This also led to Israel immediately refuting the rumor, believing that the Egyptian military's accusation was not true. If this provokes border friction now, it will only arouse hatred of Israel across Egypt. Under normal circumstances, Israel would not provoke trouble at this time. In fact, Israel did not, but someone framed it. At this time, Alan Wilson was chatting and laughing with Moroccan King Moulay Hassan II, praising Morocco's current situation and adding bricks and tiles to the friendly relations between the two countries. In the world decades later, Territorial changes have actually occurred in some corners, such as Sikkim has been destroyed, and Turkey has occupied the northwest corner of Syria. But these are all minor adjustments. The places where big changes can really be said to have occurred are all in Africa. For example, Rwanda is only a little on the map, but it has occupied Congolese land that is several times more than its own territory. The same is true for the Kingdom of Morocco. The Kingdom of Morocco has occupied most of the land in Western Sahara and has been hostile because of the demarcation issue with Algeria. Looking at Algeria's weapons and equipment, you can see that Algeria has always distrusted Britain, the United States and France since its independence, and the country's weapons procurement has always been purchased from the Soviet Union and later Russia. They have always been vigilant about France across the Mediterranean Sea to prevent the colonists from coming back. In the mercenary world of Africa, Algeria has long cooperated with Russian mercenaries in Africa, while Morocco has always maintained good relations with Western Europe. The two countries have been fighting over border issues. Algeria is friendly with Russia, while Morocco is pro-French. There is a kind of greater Moroccoism spreading in Morocco. In Morocco, both official and unofficial voices have territorial claims to these areas. They believe that as early as the colonial era, these areas were all under some form of Moroccan sovereignty as Spanish enclaves in Africa. When the Algerian War of Independence broke out, Morocco captured Tindouf and Betcha in western Algeria and claimed them as Moroccan territory. Of course, in this time and space, because France won the victory in suppressing Algeria, Morocco spit out these lands again. The above are not all of Morocco's territorial claims. Supporters of Greater Moroccoism believe that the entire Mauritania, which is more than 1 million square kilometers, should be part of Morocco. According to this view, Morocco believes that the area of its territory should exceed the total area of Algeria, which is more than 2 million square kilometers. Morocco was a North African power before the colonial era and had once killed the king of Portugal's expedition to Africa. Algeria was just a marginal corner. If it had not been colonized by France, it could not be compared with Morocco. During the Algerian War of Independence, Morocco believed that France would eventually give up and first attacked Algeria, which was at war. In this world where France maintained its rule over Algeria, the Kingdom of Morocco had to pay the price for its adventure. Unlike the pro-Soviet Algeria and pro-European Morocco in the previous life, Morocco must now be wary of France. With this condition, it has become an opportunity for British capital to flourish in Morocco. Moulay Hassan II, who had just become king, faced such a situation. On the one hand, he chose Britain as a balance to France's power, and on the other hand, because of religious relations, he wanted to expand friendship with the Arab world. Egypt is the most populous country in the Arab world. This time, he came to Faroukai's funeral in person. Alan Wilson was naturally happy to see this happen. Occupying the African market, with the help of Portugal, and adding Morocco would be even better. This was also to add bricks and tiles to his wife's industry, and he naturally had no problem saying it. In the following days, princes and envoys from Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Oman, including some small emirates, and even distant Pakistan arrived in Egypt. Alan Wilson used the soft power of Britain to achieve such a result, and he was slightly relieved. With so many princes and ambassadors from various countries here, it is unwise for someone to take advantage of the vacancy of the Egyptian king's death to make trouble. Princess Badiya, the unity of the Arab world is really amazing. Seeing the old friend appear, Alan Wilson greeted with a smile. It's been a long time since we last met. Your Highness is becoming more and more radiant. It's with this mouth that the Lord makes Pamela so happy. Princess Badiya was not shy and chatted with Alan Wilson. During the chat, there were some concerns about the growth of the Free Officers Organization, which was also the same concern of many military-led countries. Yes and no. It's true that Britain cares about the safety of Arab monarchs. Alan Wilson smiled. Peace is hard won, and we must cherish it. No one wants to see a result like the Yemeni royal family, but this threat does exist, doesn't it? Alan Wilson also met with Prince Saudi, whose full name is Prince Khalid bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, who elaborated on the development of relations between Britain and Saudi Arabia. The funeral of Faroukai was very busy for him. He was dealing with envoys from various countries, and his headscarf was wet due to sweating. The funeral of Pharaoh Kai was indeed as Alan Wilson predicted. It was very solemn and solemn. Kings, princes, envoys, ministers, and ministers from dozens of countries attended. It satisfied the Egyptians' vision of Egypt as the leader of the Arab world. These guests highly praised the achievements of Pharaoh Kai, from economic construction to the subsidies for bread given to the grassroots people and the construction of the century-old project Aswan Dam. Of course, there was also a mention of the control of the Suez Canal. This was the words of the Syrian envoy, which made Alan Wilson very unhappy. But the atmosphere had already reached this point, and it would not be appropriate for him not to speak. He could only pick up the spirit of contract that had been trampled on by 10,000 feet, and talked about the importance of the Suez Canal to European countries. We all understand what the Suez Canal means to Egypt. I hope the Egyptian government will promise that the neutrality of the Suez Canal will never be used to harm Europe. Under this premise, there is nothing that can't be discussed. Recommended books of the same kind in this channel. 1850 American Gold Tycoon. In the mid-19th century, in California, the United States, a generation of Chinese people who left their homes to seek gold struggled. Happy Labor Day. Chapter 1290 to the beginning of a new deal. That is to say, at some point in the future, the Suez Canal can be handed over to Egypt, but Egypt must ensure that it does not lean towards any country except Britain. This not only refers to the Soviet Union, but also the United States. Since there is no British armed force in Egypt, there cannot be any country's armed forces. Of course, in essence, Alan Wilson still uses the security of Europe to delay the return of the Suez Canal. He may have to talk to the French next. If it doesn't work, he will try to list the Suez Canal Company in London. There is no way. When the Syrian envoy asked him so hard, he could only answer like this. He couldn't say he wouldn't return it, because the Suez Canal had already set the conditions for providing support with the Aswan Dam during the Labour Party's rule in exchange for the Suez Canal still being controlled by Britain. Now that the construction period is more than halfway through, the Aswan Dam has gradually taken shape, and it is only a matter of time before the Suez Canal is returned to Egypt. In essence, the use of the Aswan Dam and the Suez Canal to bundle them is also a reference to the process of the Soviet Union, the sucker, supporting Egypt. When was the Soviet Union driven away by Egypt? It was during Sadat's time. When was the Aswan Dam completed? In 1970. More than 1/3 of the loan for the construction of the Aswan Dam was provided by the Soviet Union. After the completion of the dam, Egypt asked the Soviet Union to get out. Britain was naturally not so generous. It only took out a part of the income from the Suez Canal to buy the raw materials provided by Malaya. After a series of write-offs, it was shown that it could only provide such a large amount of help. Britain tried its best to avoid the Soviet Union's behavior of being a sucker, but Britain could not refuse Egypt's request for help. It could only use financial means to cover up the truth, which was exactly what the Soviet Union lacked. Of course, Alan Wilson never denied that the Soviet Union's succor during the Cold War did have an impact on many countries. Even though Egypt later turned to the United States, more than half of the Egyptian people still had a favorable impression of Russia, and their favorable impression of the United States was not high. But politics is politics, and it has nothing to do with the likes and dislikes of the people. If public opinion really had the final say, there would not be a single pro-American country in the entire world of peace religions, and it would be much easier to buy off the upper class. This is also the route that Alan Wilson is currently taking. Almost all the princes and envoys of the entire world of peace religion were present. Alan Wilson certainly could not choose to proceed from a position of strength, so he naturally took the attitude of keeping his promise. Anyway, that was something the Labour Party had agreed to. Even if the British changed the government and the Conservative Party was in power, he himself would not be responsible. Sure enough, after expressing an open opinion on the ownership of the Suez Canal, the diplomats of the peace religion countries present all said that the British commitment reflected the demeanor of a world power. They immediately endorsed it and believed that Britain and Egypt would solve the ownership issue of the Suez Canal. Britain will not bear pressure from any country except Egypt. I know that many countries in the world of peace religion are very concerned about this issue. Britain's promise is of course valid. Alan Wilson said righteously that the large number of witnesses at the funeral was not all bad. The longer the number of witnesses, the greater the influence. Britain would follow the rules in the future, and the United States and the Soviet Union would have no excuse to complain. After dealing with this hurdle, Alan Wilson left the Arab crowd and watched Pakistan's envoy Jerihan privately connect with the envoys of brother countries with great enthusiasm. The India-Pakistan conflict in February has ended for several months now, which is not surprising at all. The reason for the end is of course the credit of British Prime Minister Eden, who loves diplomacy the most. Under the care of this Prime Minister who loves diplomacy, the India-Pakistan conflict has decided to simmer for a few months. At present Foreign Secretary Rabo Butler is visiting between Karachi and New Delhi, otherwise he should have attended the funeral of King Farouk I this time, because he really couldn't leave. But obviously, Britain's mediation this time only temporarily suppressed the anger of the two countries. After India's defeat in the Himalayas, India's halo as the leader of the third world and the leader of the non-aligned movement was shattered, and Pakistan also wanted to test India's quality. Of course, Alan Wilson couldn't ask about the specifics in such a public occasion, but his good friend John, the High Commissioner for the Persian Gulf, also secretly came to Cairo, and is now in the Cairo embassy. After a whole day of tossing, the funeral of King Farouk I finally ended. The hot discussion on the streets of Cairo was that British officials kept their promise and returned the Suez Canal after the Aswan Dam was completed. Are you really going to return the Suez Canal to Egypt? John took the cigar handed over by the supreme authority, lit it and took a puff. This canal is too important. There's no way. It was decided during the Prime Minister Adli's time. Besides, we don't know when the Aswan Dam will be completed. We'll talk about it then. Alan Wilson explained, and then asked, you know the minister has gone to New Delhi now. Have you discussed the India-Pakistan situation over there? I saw that Pakistan's special envoy was very active today. Our minister is mediating, but you are imposing an oil embargo on India. John sighed while blowing out a smoke ring, and then said, I didn't talk directly to overseas countries, but I met with the Pakistani ambassador to Kuwait before, and he made this suggestion in a suggestive tone. That's a good suggestion. Alan Wilson smiled when he heard it, and then explained, it's not that I don't trust the minister. The key is that, since India was beaten up, it urgently needs a country that they feel they can win against to regain their confidence. The impact of India's defeat on Pakistan is that Pakistan seems to think that India is just that. When both sides have the desire for war, this thing is difficult to do. The civilians of both countries will pay the price again. John shook his head with pity. He did not sympathize with the civilians of the two countries. This was their own choice. Britain said that the partition of India and Pakistan would cause harm to each other. Did anyone listen? Nehru did not want to split, but he could not control the hardliners of the Congress party. This kind of thing has never been simple. If you want to solve the problem without blood, you have to sacrifice money. In simple terms, it is a benefit. Obviously, Hinduism certainly does not want to benefit, so this matter is difficult. Isn't it like this in a country? The civilians may not benefit from the development of a country. If a country is in chaos, the people of this country will definitely be unlucky. There are almost no exceptions. Alan Wilson commented indifferently. There are many ways to force men to go to the battlefield. Don't expect ordinary people to run away when the country is caught in war. If they run away, they will be refugees. Refugees have no rights. To put it in a better way, women go out to sell, and men clean toilets. As long as you think a little darker, you are lucky not to become a human organ provider. During World War I, British women showed great enthusiasm in supporting the war. Women did not have to go to the battlefield, but they humiliated men who did not go to the battlefield. They walked on the street and put white flowers on every man they saw to mock men for not daring to go to the battlefield. This was just one of the small tricks. In fact, any country can throw away the usual norms when facing danger and really start a national mobilization. Treason and joining the army can be chosen. The former will definitely be shot on the spot, and the latter may survive. In front of old friends, Alan Wilson was pessimistic about Rabo Butler's hard work for peace this time. It's okay to fight a war. There is a saying that peace is won by fighting. If India and Pakistan really fight, which side will the United States stand on? John pinched out his cigar and suddenly asked this question. No need to think, they will definitely stand on Pakistan's side. Even if they lose the Indus River Basin and the Ganges Delta, India's base is too large. Alan Wilson answered without thinking. The so-called world order is that the world should be ruled by Americans forever. Washington has no eyes for London. Do you remember what Americans said in 1945? That the world was ruled by Britain and the United States? But when they were collecting debts, didn't they just want to bleed Britain dry? When India was the representative of the third world, it didn't respect the United States very much. Nehru often contradicted the United States. If there is a chance, the United States will definitely make Indians uncomfortable. The United States has never changed. The common point between the Vietnam War and decades later is that it provokes wars around secondary enemies, first knocks down the enemies with smaller strength, and then concentrates all its efforts on dealing with the main enemies after success. As for why it does this, it is a path dependence problem, because a certain major power has indeed defected, and decades later it wants to do it again on Russia. The strategy of allying with Russia does not necessarily have to be beneficial, and it can also bleed Russia to make the other side surrender. Then let's see if the United States has time to support Pakistan when it is focusing on one battlefield. John suddenly said, will the Arab world have a common language with the United States because of the India-Pakistan war? If the United States can give up Israel, there is really such a danger. Alan Wilson asked with a smile, do you think the United States will give up Israel? The High Commissioner of the Persian Gulf came secretly. After the two discussed the plan, he would return to Bahrain secretly. As for Alan Wilson, he waited and saw the direction of public opinion, such as how Egyptians viewed the discussion of constitutional monarchy, and how they evaluated the two queen mothers, princes, envoys and even kings from so many countries were here. According to Queen Neriman and Queen Farida, before Pharaoh died, his last words of wanting to reform and establish a constitutional monarchy were confirmed by the two queens. As the British representative in Cairo, Alan Wilson immediately expressed his support and commented in public, the respected king obviously recognizes the problem and hopes that the Egyptian people can take responsibility for themselves. By saying this, he was almost endorsing the two queens. Of course, only God knows how many last words Pharaoh left before his death. It seemed like there were too many. Chapter 1293 Mountbatten Retirement. As for how Egypt changed from a monarchy to a constitutional monarchy, Alan Wilson could not do it for him. However, he was not unfamiliar with the matter of shifting the focus. There were many things that could be done to temporarily numb the Egyptians' perceptions, which involved people's livelihood, but did not touch the root. In simple terms, it was to find a way to eliminate infectious diseases such as malaria from the health problem, which could be used to consolidate the position of the royal family. When the ruler of this country cared about the grassroots through this means, things would become very easy. Before that, a series of diseases should be described as very serious. This may require some data support, but I believe this is not a problem for Egypt. Alan Wilson thought of this. If the import of some medicines is too expensive, I suggest that the Queen learn about the situation in India. There is a large generic drug company in India. Of course, this company is also related to him. It is a company that Pamela Mountbatten placed in India to contribute to the health of the people of the subcontinent. India has a characteristic as a country, that is, it only eats and does not spit out. It is well versed in the secret of closing the door and beating the dog. Europe, the United States, Japan and South Korea have all suffered losses under the sickle of India's cutting leaks, and of course a certain big country is no exception. Alan Wilson dared not put good things in India, but generic drugs were an exception, and the UK also needed the diversity of the subcontinent for drug experiments. In terms of the current situation in the Arab world, Egypt's transformation to a constitutional monarchy is already a great progress. The reason why Nasser is so famous in the Arab world is that in addition to the blessing of Arab nationalism, he also had the credit of pulling Egypt from a monarchy to a republic. No matter what happened to Egypt later, it was a remarkable progress in the Nasser era. At the same time, other Arab countries were still in a state where the royal family had the final say. Arab monarchies generally began political reforms after the 1970s. Not to mention them, Iran's Pahlavi also began reforms in the 1970s. If Alan Wilson remembered correctly, it should be 1976, and then he was overthrown. At this time, Egypt is making changes. No matter how the changes are in the end, it can be regarded as walking ahead of the Arab world, and it should be able to quell many dissatisfactions of the Egyptians. Of course, Alan Wilson promised that once Egypt had anti-government behavior instigated by foreign forces, Britain would definitely help at that time. This was half true and half false. First of all, Eden didn't know about this at all. Even if he knew, he might be indifferent in the end. Even if he was not indifferent, he might not intervene in time. The two queens were open to constitutional monarchy. After all, they were both women. As long as they could keep their status and treatment, they would not be very nostalgic for absolute monarchy. Alan Wilson, who worked hard for the country, worked hard for the future of Egypt. Jallahan also talked and laughed with a religious brother for the future of Pakistan. It is no secret that Pakistan has the support of the entire peace religious world. Don't think that the hostile relationship between India and Pakistan will not affect the relationship with the peace religious world. In fact, the relationship between Pakistan and the Arab world is much earlier, and the origin even dates back to before the partition of India and Pakistan. Pakistan had just been established, and it received the treatment of Saudi Arabia. For example, if the peace religious people in Southeast Asia wanted to go to Mecca for pilgrimage, they could directly find the Pakistani embassy to issue a certificate. As long as Pakistan issued it, they could go. Pakistan's arms were reimbursed by Saudi Arabia very early. The current Pakistan Air Force was built with money from Saudi Arabia. Of course, we cannot forget Iran. Pakistan has a good relationship with Iran in this era. Iran is comparing with Saudi Arabia to see who can benefit more. Pakistan has its own affairs, and he has his own affairs. Moroccan King Moulay Hassan II naturally does not know that the spread of Greater Moroccoism in Morocco is related to a certain offshore balancing country. He is still asking about the future of Western Sahara. The era of colonialism will pass sooner or later. I believe General Franco also understands this. But Moroccans may not need to be so anxious. Alan Wilson, the biggest colonizer, keeps saying that the colonial era will pass, and that Morocco's future is still optimistic. In fact, neither we nor Washington are very satisfied with France. We just don't want to break up with the French. We are also happy that Morocco has its own independent determination. After all, Morocco is a traditional North African power with a much more glorious history than Algeria. It's just that Algeria fought a war of independence, so it was more confident in his mind in his previous life. Now that France's rule over Algeria is stable, it is Morocco that is worried about the colonizers' comeback. Algeria became part of France, and Morocco became Algeria in the previous life. It has to be said that the international situation is so fickle. I just managed to get the two countries to sign a ceasefire agreement, and the Indians said Kashmir is an integral part of India. Foreign Secretary Rabo Butler complained in front of Eden. Even Eden's face was not good. Mediating the conflict between India and Pakistan was something Eden was very concerned about, and it could also prove that Britain still maintained its influence in South Asia. India's move can be said to be quite disrespectful to Britain, and it also made his vowed mediation a joke. The problem is that when Eden was still in the House of Commons, he was full of confidence to the opposition party, saying that Britain would definitely be able to mediate successfully. Now Eden can already imagine how the Labour Party will laugh at him the next time he goes to the House of Commons. This is the drawback of diplomatic work. If it was more than 20 years ago, Eden would definitely make India pay for this behavior. But now, times have changed, and the British brand seems to no longer be so effective, and Britain seems to have no way to deal with India's behavior. Alan Wilson happened to return to London and learned about the Prime Minister's loss of face. He also understood that Britain really couldn't deal with India from a position of strength. Think about it, Alan Wilson still didn't tell the Prime Minister about the oil embargo, just like he was stirring up trouble, while the Prime Minister was trying hard to mediate, which would damage the relationship between Whitehall and the cabinet. And he had more important things to do. Marshal Mountbatten had submitted his retirement report and was ready to end his military career. Obviously, this matter was more important than the India-Pakistan conflict. It's finally come to this day. Alan Wilson had a heavy face, and he did not hide his disappointment in front of Pamela Mountbatten. Although there will be no major changes, it will not be so easy to deal with the military in the future. Pamela Mountbatten originally thought that her husband understood her father's hard work, but the more she listened, the more she felt uncomfortable. She couldn't help pinching the man's arm. "You only think about yourself. Do you know how hard my father works every day? You think he is working until 2 o'clock in the afternoon every day in Kuala Lumpur. A work and lifestyle like Mountbatten would make even people much younger than him exhausted." Mountbatten's weekly working hours are very stable. He leaves his residence at 9 o'clock on Monday morning and arrives at the office at 10:30. He works until 1:30 in the morning of the next day, except for eating. At 3 o'clock in the morning, he has to start working again and work until 5 in the morning. Rest until 9 o'clock and get up to work again. Have dinner at home and then work until 11 o'clock at night. On the third day, he started working at 5 o'clock. There was a formal banquet that night, and after the banquet, he worked until 3 o'clock in the morning. On Thursday, an admiral came to eat lunch with him at 9 o'clock. He took a short break at noon and then worked until 3 in the morning. He never left the office except to eat something. Even on holidays, he spent an average of 5 or 6 hours a day reviewing documents. The marshal's working method is problematic. In fact, I also work long hours. This trip to Egypt is not as easy as it seems. Alan Wilson told the truth. He restrained his thoughts and did not have any intention of spying on the two queens, otherwise he would be more tired. Alan Wilson did not deny his nostalgia for Marshal Mountbatten's leadership of the British Defence Force. If he denied it, he would be lying, but Mountbatten himself did not want to do it, and he would not force his father-in-law to continue working. 996. "You just want my father to manage the army better, hoping to put the army on a rope," Pamela Mountbatten said. "My father is about to retire. Do you think no one can do this? My dear, you misunderstood. I can also exert influence on the army when I manage Whitehall. The one holding the rope may not be the master, but the one feeding must be. I have the final say on how much military expenditure the army needs, and you have the final say on whether the families of those generals want to live comfortably. It is not necessary for the marshal to do it for you, so I don't object to the marshal wanting to enjoy his retirement life. Maybe this metaphor is not appropriate, but it is a fact." Pamela Mountbatten thought about it carefully and admitted that her husband's words made sense. Mountbatten's military career has entered its 49th year, and it's time to take a break. On June 30th, Prime Minister Eden approved Marshal Mountbatten's retirement application, and considering Mountbatten's outstanding achievements, he also gave Alan Wilson a day off. In the evening, he took his family and followed Mountbatten to Buckingham Palace. Mountbatten was about to meet his niece-in-law, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. When he arrived at the audience room of Buckingham Palace, he was welcomed by the Queen, who said she had something to give him. The awarding process was done by the Queen herself, who placed the medal on Mountbatten's chest. There are not many people in the whole of Britain who have this treatment. Alan Wilson, who was applauding, turned his head and whispered to Pamela Mountbatten, "I don't deny it." Pamela Mountbatten smiled brightly and was obviously happy that her father had received such treatment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1294, India-Pakistan War. I want to wear a handsome military uniform in the future. Albert looked at Mountbatten's tall figure and waved his fist as if he had found his life goal. I want to be a scientist, a teacher, and a doctor when I grow up. When Alan Wilson heard his son's bold words, he couldn't help but think of his naive and unworldly expectations for the future when he was a child. He couldn't help but laugh. If his eldest son joined the army at his age, then it should be the Falklands War. If it weren't for the solemn occasion now, Alan Wilson would definitely hang his son up and beat him to let his son know the dangers of society in advance. But Her Majesty the Queen is here. He can't do that. At this time, The cabinet secretary has made up his mind to completely and ruthlessly strangle his son's dream in the bud. You will definitely become a handsome soldier. Pamela Mountbatten's encouragement almost made the head of the family angry. My brother will definitely become a general. Pamela giggled and hugged her brother, who was as tall as her, to join the navy and become a captain. Don't make conclusions about the future so quickly. With a red face, Alan Wilson finally found a chance to interrupt and quickly turned the page. I think being a soldier is great. Sister-in-law Patricia added fuel to the fire at this time, touching her sister's child's head. Albert will definitely become a war hero. Until the awarding of the medals was completed, Alan Wilson was depressed, thinking about how to kill her son's dream, which was incompatible with the happy family atmosphere. Pamela and Patricia surrounded their father. Although tomorrow was the day when Field Marshal Mountbatten officially retired, the two daughters had already discussed their father's future life. The environment in Perth is very good, and my mother will feel comfortable there. The local winter is not cold. I think it is very age-friendly for parents. London is just average. Pamela Mountbatten said, there are many friends there, and I can satisfy my father's hobbies. Whether it is horse racing or polo, it is easier to get a venue than in London. There are also many old friends living there. The Duke of Norfolk and the Duke of Richmond are there. The Duke of Manchester likes horse racing very much. Pamela, of course I have no doubt about your financial resources. Patricia said with some envy, but my father should still like the environment in London. There is no environment in London. Pamela Mountbatten couldn't help but curl her lips. Perth's construction is much better than the lifeless London. London looks very dilapidated. Dear, that's just a common problem of construction. Perth will become old in the future. Alan Wilson had to say something for the capital of the British Empire, but then he changed the subject and said, I also suggest living in Perth, because your mother has become accustomed to the local life. She can get your care. It is better not to stay in London. People like Marshal Mountbatten are valuable assets to any family. As long as they are alive, they can play a big role. But Alan Wilson remembered that Marshal Mountbatten was killed by the Irish Republican Army. It is still unknown how the future will develop. Perth is definitely safer than the UK. Historically, the royal families in Europe have formed a very complex network of members through marriage, which is generally difficult for outsiders to figure out. And Mountbatten has a habit of organizing archives. Like his ancestors, he kept every piece of paper related to his family. As a result, he became an authority on the authenticity of the descendants of the European royal families overthrown by the revolution. Pamela Mountbatten is not only the spiritual leader of the British aristocracy, but also has a group of French aristocrats and German Junkers, all of which depend on the help of Mountbatten. You can consider building a new manor and let the Marshal build it according to his own ideas. Alan Wilson added, looking like he was thinking about his father-in-law. Mountbatten immediately agreed with his son-in-law's suggestion. He even began to imagine, and used his expertise, in making plans and programs. From buying and selling a farm to renovating a toilet, he worked out a set of plans in advance, just like preparing for a war. Patricia's husband, John Brabourne, was in favor of Mountbatten and his wife's reunion. In this case, the estate left in the UK would definitely belong to the couple. For example, Broadlands Manor is in Hampshire. It is one of the several manors built by Edwina's grandfather, Sir Kessel. After Sir Kessel's death, the manor was owned by Edwina. Once Mountbatten and Edwina went to Perth, the manor should be managed by them. If I stay in the UK, with the prestige of a marshal, I may be asked by the government from time to time to do some special work part-time, which is not good for an old man. Don't think I'm exaggerating. You have to know that those people in the cabinet can do anything. Alan Wilson began to throw dirty water on the government. This is not alarmist. Montgomery was like this. After retirement, the British government felt that he could not receive a generous pension for nothing. He should use his high reputation and acquaintances and friends all over the world to make him a rare expert and unofficial messenger for the country to solve troublesome problems. Therefore, he was frequently called out of his home to expand the influence of Britain in a private capacity. This is the fundamental reason for Mountbatten to make the decision. You are right. Now that I'm retired, I can't always let the government bother me. There is no such worry in Perth. According to the process, Mountbatten will have his last day of work tomorrow and will also hand over to his successor. The next Chief of Defence Staff Sir Hull is ready to go. Alan Wilson came to the Ministry of Defence early the next day. Anyway, there was nothing to do, so he just watched Mountbatten's last day of life and built a good relationship with the new Chief of Defence Staff. Marshal Mountbatten's last military career was uneventful. On the contrary, he was very happy to talk to his son-in-law about life in Australia. I wonder what it's like over there. In a sense, it's much easier than life in the UK. Alan Wilson answered happily. There is no threat from foreign immigrants. Although there is Indonesia next to it, to be honest, the threat from Indonesia is exaggerated. It is not a threat to the British Royal Navy. There are also British troops stationed near Perth. The Marshal can go and see, if he has nothing to do. If Australia's natural conditions are better, there will be fewer problems than the United States. However, Australia is vast and sparsely populated, so it is good to be a worry-free world mine. It sounds good. Mountbatten was very happy. If he had a long break and missed the military life, he could go to the barracks. Mountbatten decided to go around the place where he had worked for many years and left the office to the new British Chief of Defence Staff Sir Hull and his son-in-law so that Whitehall and the military could get familiar with each other. Mountbatten was about to bid farewell to his 49-year military career and leave the Ministry of Defence. The news spread quickly, and many reporters and some curious passers-by came to gather at the gate of the Ministry of Defence. When Mountbatten went downstairs, he saw the scene outside from the window and said happily, "Wow. There are still so many people at the door. It's really satisfying." Inside the office, Sir Hull talked to Alan Wilson. The relationship between the Secretary General and the Marshal is better than that of an ordinary father and son. Pamela is my wife. Of course I'm grateful to the Marshal. This is my duty. Alan Wilson answered the other party's question neither humble nor arrogant, and then changed the subject. Just like my obligation to the military, Britain's overseas interests still need the military to protect. I have always been very supportive of military construction. Although some projects are inevitably cut after evaluation, it is not my intention, but I cannot convince the cabinet to pass it. Whitehall is the centre of power in the UK. Although the elected MPs do not think so, it is a fact. Whitehall naturally has influence on any department. For example, the current Under-Secretary of Defence, Maggins, is in control of the direction of the Ministry of Defence. On this day, Mountbatten rarely got off work on time and walked out of the Ministry of Defence under the flashlights of many onlookers and reporters. These people did not know that Mountbatten was about to start the next stage and become a bridge between Australia and Britain. Alan Wilson witnessed the whole process of famous historical figures from the front stage to the backstage, and he could not help but sigh. The war between Pakistan and India has reignited, just as Alan Wilson predicted. After India lost its adults in the Himalayas, even Pakistan now feels that it can compete with India. At the beginning, it was only the Kashmiri guerrillas who attacked the Indian army outposts and some supply warehouses. It was not until the scale of the war expanded that Pakistan sent a large number of armed personnel into the Kashmir region. The Indian side even assembled more than 6 divisions of troops in the ceasefire line area in one fell swoop and launched an attack directly on Pakistan. Not long after Eden vowed to send a foreign minister to mediate, the two countries started fighting again, leading to the Labour Party accusing the Conservatives of whitewashing the situation in the House of Commons, which made Eden very angry. Based on our traditional relationship with India, theoretically we should stand on the side of India, but I believe that the United States will definitely stand on the side of Pakistan in order to balance India. Although the scale of the war is large now, there has been no obvious change in the battle line, so we are not in a hurry to express our position. Alan Wilson, who arrived at 10 Downing Street, took the latest diplomatic intelligence and suggested to Eden, and it is best not to come forward ourselves to exert influence. Pakistan is a peaceful religious country. Can we use our influence on the Arab world to put pressure on India to see what India will do? Chapter 1295 Oil Embargo. India should also learn a lesson. Eden didn't know whether he was saying that the United States supported Pakistan or that India regarded the British mediation as fart this time. Anyway, he was still upset. But Britain's interests are huge in India. Will our interests be damaged because of this? It shouldn't be. With the configuration of India and Pakistan, a high-intensity war will not last too long, and will not exceed the war in the Himalayas 2 years ago. Alan Wilson answered with a firm tone. In peacetime, countries will not stockpile too many weapons and ammunition in a state of war. The true allies of the United States and the Soviet Union are of course an exception. They are all seriously preparing for a world war. However, India and Pakistan are not core members of the two major military groups, but are on the periphery. Not to mention that the Indian army has always existed, with more tanks than armored vehicles, and more armored vehicles than artillery. This is not a configuration that is ready for a large-scale war at any time. India has never had this ability. Not only will the India-Pakistan war not last long, but with the improvement of various weapons, the war will become shorter and shorter. The first India-Pakistan war lasted the longest, and the subsequent wars were shorter and shorter. For many countries, large-scale wars are unaffordable. This is still using Soviet weapons suitable for large-scale wars. If a country uses American weapons, it will be even more unable to withstand the consumption of war. But Alan Wilson also said in front of Eden that with the national strength of India and Pakistan, it is still possible to support a high-intensity war for 1 or 2 months. Well, it seems that India has really grown up. It can even ignore our mediation. Maybe India thinks that no one in the world can mediate India. Eden said with a stern face. Alan Wilson nodded in agreement, but he didn't think so in his heart. Of course there are countries that can mediate. Isn't it a certain big country that trampled on India's dignity 2 years ago? Now that it is said that a certain big country is going to intervene in the war, India promises to consider very seriously whether to cease fire. The people who like to mention a certain big country on YouTube the most are Indians. No matter what news, military, politics, people's livelihood, economy, as long as this news exists, enthusiastic Indian netizens will appear. Alan Wilson is not looking down on India. After all, there are not many people in the world who can tie with me. India is still very strong, but it is a little timid compared to a certain big country. Did you tell the Prime Minister that? Not long after leaving the Prime Minister's office, the Permanent Under-Secretary of Defense, Mackins, came to visit. The signs of large-scale war in hotspots must be related to the work scope of the Ministry of Defense. He had just dealt with almost the same question from the Secretary of Defense. The Indians are now looking at the fate of their northern neighbors. Isn't that adding fuel to the fire? So although I thought so, I didn't say it out loud. Alan Wilson shrugged, indicating that he did not suggest borrowing a major country for offshore balance. In fact, it couldn't be borrowed. But then again, the image that is often seen in the news is poverty and population explosion. Mackins mentioned the impression that a certain big country can be on the news and expressed that he was not optimistic about the future of this country. They can't even feed themselves, but they still have time to support others? I don't agree with your view, but I also admit that overpopulation is not all good. If we have 600 million people, we can beat the United States and the Soviet Union and call them daddy. If the Soviet Union has 600 million people, we can all consider exile to Australia. Alan Wilson said, there are two sides to the matter. It's too early to draw conclusions now. Even if the population factor is not mentioned, Alan Wilson believes that the United States does not have an overall advantage in terms of local conditions alone. China and the United States are at least 40:60. East Asia is the place with the largest area covered by rain and heat at the same time in the world. Of course, the United States is also, but the coverage area is not as large as East Asia. Not to mention the black soil that both countries have, and not to mention the old saying that there are no east-west mountains in North America to isolate the cold air from the south. In fact, the water resources of the United States are not as good as those of a certain big country. Don't look at a certain big country shouting that it is short of water every day. There are many places in the world that are short of water. India's water shortage is more serious than that of a certain big country. Excluding the factors of black soil and precipitation, in other lands, the land of a certain country is of better quality than that of the United States. The disadvantage is that the plain area is not as good as that of the United States. A certain country can be said to be the best place to live in the old world, which is not an exaggeration. It is comparable to the United States, not to mention India. Once something is said per capita, it is not the case. A certain country is in the forefront of the world in various resources, but it is not optimistic when divided by population. The cabinet secretary and the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Defense both agreed that they should keep an eye on the situation between India and Pakistan, and then reached a consensus that they should ask the Portuguese what they think. Are they ready to take advantage of the situation, or wait and see? The Portuguese can choose whatever they want. Britain has no grudge against India, but just asks from a neutral perspective. India's mobilization of heavy troops cannot be concealed from the United States. After communicating with Washington, Alan Wilson said that Britain's mediation was a lonely mediation. Washington was not surprised at all, and said that the United States had sent people to activate 2 radar stations near India and Pakistan to prepare for the battle. The United States is still strong. Alan Wilson remembered that this Indo-Pakistani war was a war in which Pakistan did not suffer any loss, but even gained an advantage. But even so, he did not think that Pakistan could fight India for a long time. The distance between West Pakistan and East Pakistan was too far, and the unfair trade of East Pakistan exporting and West Pakistan importing had not changed at all. Sooner or later, India would have the opportunity to dismantle Pakistan's East-West pincer attack. With the intelligence sent by Washington, Alan Wilson informed Eden of the US support for Pakistan. Prime Minister, just as you predicted, the United States will stand on the side of Pakistan. I think this war is still balanced, and both sides may not achieve their goals. At present, India seems to be more proactive. Eden looked at the intelligence about the Indo-Pakistani war, and then looked at Alan Wilson. What about Field Marshal Mountbatten? He is the last Governor General of India, and he will definitely have his own views on this war. The Marshal went to Perth. Alan Wilson decisively rejected Eden's idea of reusing old things, saying that such things did not require Field Marshal Mountbatten to take action personally. In ancient and modern wars, the pig's tactics have been successfully used by people again and again. When attacked, it will lean its butt against the wall, so that you can't catch its tail, and finally it will be helpless. If you are not careful, it will bite you with its sharp teeth, and will not let go. Alan Wilson is very sure that this war will not exceed the level of the Zazau suppression headquarters. Among the 6 Indian divisions sent to the front by India, 1 armoured division is equipped with British-made Victory tanks. This is also the first time that the Victory tanks have faced actual combat. The main place of contention between India and Pakistan is still Kashmir. Do they need to use tanks to fight for Kashmir? India even uses tanks to transfer troops to the Himalayas. Indians are so confident that they will use the weapons they have bought regardless of the local terrain. The Indian army attacked the Pakistani army south of the Uri River on the west side of the ceasefire line with the strength of 2 divisions, and captured 3 outposts of the Pakistani border guard. Fierce tank battles broke out between the 2 sides around Chamubu. I don't know if the war 2 years ago really inspired the Pakistani army. Pakistan, which suffered in the first India-Pakistan war, was particularly tenacious this time, and performed much better than more than a decade ago. The large-scale war between India and Pakistan has become an international hotspot no less than the Vietnam War. From the very beginning, this war has attracted the attention of the international community, especially the peace-loving world. On the first day of the war, Iraq, Saudi Arabia and Iran expressed their indignation at India's invasion of Pakistan. This indignation certainly cannot shake the powerful countries. In India's view, these countries cannot threaten India, but as the war progresses, the camp of peace-loving countries opposing India is still expanding. And it is stated that on the premise of maintaining the unity of the peace-loving world, unified action should be taken against India, and this threat should be issued to support Pakistan and make India stop the war. Jordan, Egypt, Libya, Kuwait, and the newly independent Yemen also joined the criticism. Finally, under the joint call of the King of Iraq and Egypt, the peace-loving world including the above countries, prepared to hold an international conference to boycott India in Baghdad, the capital of Iraq. Even Iran sent people to participate in this meeting. The peace-loving world is united. Even when facing Israel, the peace-loving world is not so united. At least Iran is not very hostile to Israel. At the same time as the Baghdad conference was held, the Pakistani army, while attacking Chamubu, also organized and strengthened its forces to launch a large-scale offensive in Madara, north of Chamubu. The Indian infantry launched a fierce counter-attack, but gradually could not hold on under the powerful artillery bombardment of the Pakistani army. The Pakistani army advanced to a place only 300 yards away from the Indian Army's highest headquarters in Madara, and encountered the desperate resistance of the Indian Army, which had no way to retreat. We must let the Indians understand that we cannot treat our brother country like this. King Faisal II of Iraq, who is 30 years old this year, is completely different from the youthful period when he studied in London. He waved his fist and attracted the attention of representatives from various countries. I hereby propose that all countries present should show their sincere support for our Pakistani brothers and launch an oil embargo on India. Don't let even a barrel of our oil flow into India. Kuwait agrees. Oman agrees. Jordan agrees. Libya agrees. Sudan agrees. Yemen agrees. Syria agrees. After this meeting, the united world of peace appeared in front of the world, and the participating countries unanimously decided to launch an oil embargo on India. Chapter 1296 The Consequences of the Oil Embargo. Indian Prime Minister Shastri firmly opposed the oil embargo imposed on India by the Gulf oil countries, and said firmly that the war would continue until victory. Then he contacted Britain through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and expressed his concerns about the oil embargo. Britain still has a strong presence in the Persian Gulf. New Delhi hopes that London can exert its influence on the Gulf countries to prevent the oil embargo from happening. We will try our best, but we can't guarantee success. After listening to Dixon's report, Alan Wilson replied with a smile, but this time it really made me look at it with new eyes. The Americans only know how to bomb Vietnam every day. The ground forces did not attack northward at all, and they were completely shrinking in South Vietnam to respond passively. Can we rely on the Air Force to succeed? At the critical moment, the army still needs to solve the fundamental problem. The strategic bombing of Germany by Britain and the United States in World War II was actually far less effective than what they advertised. In fact, Germany pushed its industrial level to the highest peak by withstanding the strategic bombing of Britain and the United States. When did Germany's military industry plummet? It was January 1945, when the Soviet Red Army launched the second half of the 10 Stalin assaults. Starting from the 7th assault, all the land occupied by Germany had been recovered. The result of the 10 Stalin assaults was that Germany's Romanian oil was cut off, Germany's military ports in the Baltic Sea were occupied, and the iron ore route with Norway was paralyzed. The industrial base of East Prussia was already in the war. This is the reason for the plummeting of Germany's military industry, not the strategic bombing that has lasted for more than 2 years. The Air Force cannot replace the Army in a total war, although air supremacy is very important. The Secretary General has a new look at India. This is rare. Dixon was very surprised, as if this was the first time he heard the Supreme Authority praise India when talking about the Indian issue. It's rare, but I'm telling the truth. There aren't many countries that can fight large-scale wars, and there will be fewer and fewer in the future. Alan Wilson sighed and said, "You'll understand sooner or later." In fact, the design concept of Soviet weapons is more suitable for dealing with large-scale wars, while American weapons are not very suitable. Since the Gulf War, the cost of American weapons has been rising. More and more countries that use American weapons can't afford to fight. Not to mention ordinary countries, Britain and France, which have a military expenditure of 50 to 60 billion, have only 6 destroyers left in the Royal Navy. An airstrike on Libya has exhausted its inventory, and they still need help from the United States. Even in the 21st century, India can fight a war with hundreds of thousands of troops. There are very few countries in the world that can do this. The powerful countries that are famous are not all boastful. As long as they don't compare with their northern neighbors, India can certainly stand proudly in front of ordinary countries. Unfortunately, India's 2 neighbors also have this ability. Pakistan is just a little smaller in scale, and the other one is also a country that is good at land warfare. Although it may not be as oppressive as the Soviet Union at the time, it is still invincible in the world decades later. Compared to the bombing of Vietnam, Alan Wilson still likes this kind of ground war with mutual pigs, which makes his blood boil. It is not like the civil war between Slavic brothers, one defending the city and the other plowing the land with heavy artillery. What is this? This is how the trench warfare on the Western Front during World War I was fought. India's weapons and equipment are still mainly British Centurion and Victory tanks. Among them, there are not many Victory tanks, accounting for only 1/5 of the 17 armored cavalry regiments in the UK. Pakistan has completed the replacement of American equipment. As of the outbreak of this war, the Pakistani army has cultivated a strong armored force, including 15 armored cavalry regiments equipped with 45 tanks. Most of them have American M47/48 Patton series tanks. In addition, they also retain 200 M4 Sherman tanks, which are classic models of World War II, and 150 M24 Chaffee light tanks to assist them. As for the M36 tank destroyer with the lowest proportion, it is also a powerful equipment that cannot be underestimated. The Pakistani army organized the above weapons into the 1st and 6th armored divisions, hoping to crush India with a heavy punch. When the news that the oil-producing countries announced a collective oil embargo on India reached Karachi, the Pakistani military cheered and expressed gratitude for the support of the Peace Brothers. This also increased Pakistan's confidence in this war and began to brew a large-scale offensive. The Pakistani military named it Operation Grand Slam. Karachi was immersed in an atmosphere of superiority. The war 2 years ago proved that the combat effectiveness of the Indian army was just so-so. This time, there was also an embargo on India by the Peace Brothers. It can be said that the realm of vitality and competition is still in front of us. I want to replicate the glory of the Himalayas again in 2 years. The Pakistan Air Force trained by the United States undertook the main air supremacy mission. Pakistan Air Force Commander Nur Khan ordered 32 F-86 and 8 F-104 fighters to launch a raid on 5 airports and 3 radar stations deep in the Indian mainland. It must be said that the Pakistan Air Force trained by the US Air Force is a good student. In the field of using air power, it is much more comfortable than India. F-104 fighter planes, like flying coffins, are used in great detail by the Pakistani Air Force. Donald, the US ambassador to London, found Alan Wilson and explained the US's views on this war. There is no doubt that India is still very close to the Soviet Union after Nehru's death. Both Britain and the United States should support Pakistan to balance India's influence in South Asia. Dear Ambassador, this will only make India further away from the free world. In addition, India is a Commonwealth country. Alan Wilson certainly couldn't agree. Britain must not stand against India. India stayed in the Commonwealth, but Britain supported a Pakistan that had already withdrawn from the Commonwealth. This was unreasonable. It's like if the United States and the Soviet Union went to war, we supported the Soviet Union. Do you think this is possible? Secretary General, this analogy is not appropriate. Many Arab countries have stood on the side of Pakistan. India is certainly very important, but is the Persian Gulf not important? Donald thought that Britain had better support India, so that anti-British sentiment might erupt in the Middle East. He certainly didn't know that the initiator of the Arab countries' oil embargo on India was right across from him. Alan Wilson couldn't destroy the relationship with India, but he couldn't stand on the side of India either. Anyway, he will say that he was coerced by the United States. Britain was supposed to help India. In fact, because of this oil embargo, the original intention of the Soviet Union to expand its influence in India has changed. The oil embargo involves too many countries, not only a bunch of monarchies, but also Iran and Saudi Arabia, which the United States is optimistic about, Iraq, Kuwait, and Jordan, where Britain has traditional influence. It even includes Syria and Sudan, which have turned to be pro-Soviet, and Yemen, which the Soviet Union is focusing on. These are not just the Arab world, but the entire world of peace religions, involving different hilltops, some pro-American, some pro-British and French, and most importantly, pro-Soviet countries. Because Britain facilitated the division of North and South Sudan before leaving, a consequence occurred in Sudan. That is, Ibrahim Abd was very dissatisfied with Britain and adopted a pro-Soviet policy in recent years. In fact, Sudan turned to the Soviet Union very early in history. For the sake of South Sudan's oil, Alan Wilson exhausted all his efforts, which greatly accelerated this process. Britain later built an oil pipeline through Kenya in South Sudan, but left without a fight. As a result, North Sudan began to hate South Sudan and Britain, the initiator, and the current situation has emerged. Syria and Sudan are pro-Soviet countries in the Arab world. Now the Soviet Union is trying to win over the Progressive Free Officers Organization of Yemen, hoping to drive a wedge into Saudi Arabia, a pro-American country, and to establish influence near the Suez Canal. Now the Arab world, and even the entire peace-loving world, has picked up the card of the oil embargo, regardless of pro-American and pro-Soviet or pro-British and French, which makes the Soviet Union, which wants to expand its influence in India, very confused. In the Kremlin, Brezhnev, who was still in the honeymoon period with Shelepin, called Shelepin over to discuss how to deal with the current situation. Shurik, it seems that the entire pacifist world is united now. If we favor India too obviously, we will offend the entire pacifist world. It is obviously not conducive to our struggle against imperialism. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be so sudden. The king of Iraq would have such an idea? Shelepin was very surprised. So many countries are on the side of Pakistan. If we support India, we will definitely get the friendship of New Delhi, but we can't explain it to the Arabs. After all, our official position is to support the Arab liberation cause. Supporting the Arab liberation cause is the official attitude of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union does want to win over India, but faced with the clear positions of so many oil countries, the official attitude can be flexible. Even the British colonies and protectorates have stood on the side of Pakistan this time. I remember that Britain also has huge interests in India. Even Britain dare not say anything. Brezhnev pondered for a moment. I believe that Britain is also in a dilemma now. Otherwise, we can try to communicate with the British side and jointly mediate to end the war between the two countries. What do you think? If only the Soviet Union did this, it might become the target of public criticism, but if it was done together with Britain, it would not be impossible. Britain also has its own interests in the Persian Gulf, with tens of thousands of troops still stationed there, and there are also British-owned enterprises left in India. Brezhnev felt that Britain and the Soviet Union were in a similar situation. The three giants of Britain, the United States and the Soviet Union in World War II did not know how to deal with the oil embargo for a while. The United States was the easiest, and the United States had always supported Pakistan. Britain and the Soviet Union were silent, avoiding expressing their attitudes, to prevent offending either party. Chapter 1297 European Energy Security Conference. India is a big country, both in terms of population and area. It is not Australia, where evaporation is greater than precipitation, although India's evaporation is also very amazing. Population and area, plus good agricultural conditions and resource reserves. Sorry, a certain big country is like this. India is still a little bit worse. India will also be short of water like the same latitude in the northern hemisphere, and it is a place where high temperatures are recorded at any time. North America is due to the unstable climate caused by the southward cold current, and India is unstable because the monsoon has not come. Britain certainly attaches importance to India, but this time there are indeed too many peace-loving countries. Only Turkey, which is bent on westernization, has not expressed its position, and the rest are all there. This is very difficult to deal with. For a country to become a powerful country, the two most important points are population and area, which India has. But the world of peace-loving is not easy to mess with. The world of peace-loving has threatened Europe for centuries. It was only before World War I that the collapse of the Ottoman Empire gave Europe a breath. Whether it is Europe or the United States, they are preventing the emergence of a powerful country in the world of peace-loving. The world of peace-loving is larger than India's base. Although there is no powerful country to back it up, and the organization is relatively loose, it cannot be offended. This makes it difficult for a country like Britain, which has a wide range of interests, to choose sides easily. Alan Wilson agreed to help when receiving the Indian ambassador, but when facing the Gulf countries, he also understood their support for the brother country Pakistan. Then he found an opportunity to follow Pamela Mountbatten to inspect the Land Rover factory. The Land Rover factory now retains its production line in the UK, with only the Range Rover production line left. This is the most high-end of the Land Rover brand, and it is also the high-end off-road model guided by Alan Wilson, who can only copy the shell. There are currently more than 10,000 units. Pamela Mountbatten went to attend the celebration ceremony. The production of Land Rover Defender pickup trucks and Land Rover Discovery has been rising steadily and has been widely seen in the Middle East, North Africa and Australia. Pamela Mountbatten was driving while paying attention to her husband, who was reading the information. In other families, men drive and their wives sit in the co-pilot. It's just the opposite in our family. Alan Wilson glanced at his wife and said bluntly that he had a bad stomach, and then continued to look at the preparations for the European Community meeting. What are the matters of the meeting of the European Community? Are there any related to me? Pamela Mountbatten was not shy at all and wanted to know the national trends from her husband. An important content of this European Community meeting may be that the oil embargo on India is more related to you. Another major issue is that France suggested to enhance Germany's voice in the European Community. Alan Wilson put away the documents. You have to know that Europe has no resources except North Sea oil. When facing an oil embargo like India, the problem may be even bigger. Of course, North Sea oil alone can beat India's oil reserve several times, but we must also consider the industrial scale of Europe, and the oil it needs is far more than India. India's own oil reserves are enough for a certain big country in the 21st century to use for 1 year. The degree of shortage is comparable to the coal reserves in Latin America. It is in a situation where it exists in theory, but not in reality. When a certain big country was about the same size as India in terms of industrial scale, its local oil could fully support its own oil needs. But India later reached this stage, and the import ratio was almost 85%, which can be said to be almost completely dependent on imports. In the long run, the price of oil will definitely get higher and higher. The skyrocketing oil prices faced by a certain big country will only be more obvious on India, which is simply an unbearable burden on life. India did not discover much oil in the 21st century, let alone in the 1960s. Alan Wilson colluded with oil-producing countries to impose an oil embargo on India, just to see the situation India was facing and whether Europe, which also lacked resources, could withstand it. After all, Britain had shared the risk. I remember, has your industry risen a lot recently? Alan Wilson asked his wife. The oil industry is also an important industry for Pamela Mountbatten. With the good news that India was subject to an oil embargo, it should theoretically rise. It's gone up a few pennies. Although India doesn't have oil in its own country, its demand is far from enough to cause fluctuations in the world market. In the face of an oil embargo, only their own country is uncomfortable. Pamela Mountbatten curled her lips, obviously not believing that India had the ability to influence oil prices. The United States has already increased its troops in Southeast Asia by more than 100,000, and you don't seem to care at all. Isn't it just a replica of the strategic bombing of Germany? What's there to care about? It means that the free world is stronger than its opponents. Otherwise, if Washington does this, it will kill us. Since the Vietnam War has officially started, Alan Wilson stopped pretending and began to laugh at the United States unscrupulously. In the situation of the Cold War, even if a certain major power and the Soviet Union were united and never fell out, the probability of the free world winning was higher than that of the enemy camp. Unless India also changed its color, then the free world would be finished. As for decades later, as long as the Cold War started again, victory would be easier than this time. The industrial scale of a certain major power needs resource support. It's not that a certain major power has too few resources, but that its industrial scale is too large. It is inaccurate to evaluate it by industrial scale. Once the rhythm of the Cold War begins, it will take decades, and he believes that the free world can win again. But the problem is that the United States seems unwilling to pay the price, and it seems to want both. It is not okay to always think that you can win without paying a price. Another thing is that the United States seems to be unable to afford it and does not want to benefit. The US military in the Vietnam War used bombs to speak. How could it win the war? While the couple attended the celebration, Dixon was discussing the direction of the India-Pakistan war with Soviet Ambassador Victor. Moscow still took the initiative to ask Britain whether it wanted to mediate this war. The next day, Alan Wilson, who came back from a private trip, learned about this and shook his head. This has just begun. Only when the two countries are exhausted can there be an opportunity to mediate. If we mediate now, both countries will think they have lost. We should prepare for the European Community meeting well and wait until the meeting is over, when the two sides are almost fighting, to mediate. Just answer the Soviets like this. The mediation of the two countries is also a problem. The location of the mediation is definitely not happy if it is placed in London, and the UK is still unwilling to place it in Moscow. There are only a few locations. Geneva? Forget it. The group of goblins in Zurich are not worthy, so it is better to put them in Stockholm. Then we will reply to Moscow and wait. Dixon asked, do you say that to the Prime Minister as well? Oh, my God, can we hide this from the Prime Minister? But we must emphasize the importance of the European Community meeting. France is speaking for Germany to have a greater voice. Alan Wilson hinted to Dixon that this European Community is not the same as that European Community. This European Community is the product of colonial countries banding together for warmth. It has evolved to today that both Britain and France agree that the EU model of one person, one vote must never be used. I don't know if Europeans remember to eat, but not to be beaten. Poland has used the system of one person, one veto, which has caused Poland to become a European stepping cloth from a major Eastern European country from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. Fortunately, the European Community, which was born out of European colonial countries, does not have this thing. At present, the European Community can be said to be a kind of democratic centralism. In theory, everyone has equal rights, but in fact, as long as France is dealt with, Britain can lead the resolution that is beneficial to Britain. Germany and Japan are countries that have lowered their exchange rates under the tacit consent of the United States. From the post-war period to the present, Germany has surpassed France to become the second largest country in Europe. Now that the Vietnam War has broken out, the United States is also interested in improving Germany's status to prevent problems with Europe's defense when the United States fights in Southeast Asia. However, Alan Wilson still believes in France. Once France has completely digested Algeria, it will be able to regain its advantage over Germany, unless Germany is unified. As usual, Lab Butler attended the European Community Foreign Ministers meeting. Alan Wilson knew that Prime Minister Eden was the one who controlled the overall situation. Aren't you in control of Britain's foreign policy? I should be grateful that you came to see me in your busy schedule. Hepburn held her son to feed him, but there was always a hint of sourness in her tone. I'm busy too. I rush here as soon as I have time. The Supreme Authority was full of grievance at the moment, patting his chest to express his loyalty to the bowl flower. You are so elegant when breastfeeding. Honey, you are the embodiment of the word elegance. I believe no one will object. You just say nice things. Hepburn put down the bottle and rocked her son in her arms. I know you are very busy. There is nothing to say. I'm very grateful for this understanding. Alan Wilson took the opportunity to kiss the back of Hepburn's hand. It's nothing, just running for peace and protecting the development of Europe. Alan Wilson dealt with his personal affairs, while Rabbo Butler talked about Europe's energy dependence in Brussels. Europe does not have much energy distribution. Europe should avoid the current situation in India, which will happen to Europe one day. The Soviet Union built an oil pipeline. In fact, we can think of a way, based on this pipeline, and not rely entirely on oil and natural gas from the Middle East. German Foreign Minister Gerhard Schroeder mentioned the friendship pipeline completed by the Soviet Union last year. Do you think this is a way to share risks? The news came from Brussels, and Eden consulted on it, wondering if there was any risk. Alan Wilson was skeptical and firmly opposed it, saying, this will reduce the role of North Sea oil. But the output of North Sea oil is limited. Eden was also a little embarrassed. France doesn't seem to object to this, and has the same attitude as the Germans. Chapter 1298 Helping India. Now that Paris and Moscow are fighting fiercely, I naturally agree. In fact, France does not lack oil. Algeria also produces oil. Alan Wilson commented indifferently, "It is almost becoming a key industry to support the franc. The one who really lacks oil is Germany. France is enhancing Germany's voice. Of course, we don't like it, but the United States is doing the same thing, which is very troublesome. Wanting to use Germany and Japan to balance Britain and France, Alan Wilson has long understood this trend, so he used Malaya to hedge against Japan and took advantage of the British legacy to increase the pressure on Australia. Eden also agreed with this view. If it was just France, there would be nothing to say. The key is that the United States now also relies heavily on Germany in hopes that Germany will bear the task of resisting the Soviet ground force. This responsibility cannot be without exchange conditions. Germany also hopes to change the status of the country. The Prime Minister's consideration is very correct. It is indeed very difficult. Alan Wilson expressed his agreement. Germany has always been higher than Japan. Japan has an implicit rule that military expenditure cannot exceed 1%, but Germany does not. Japan's armed forces can only be called the self-defense forces, while Germany has a real army. In addition to race, the reason for this difference is that the main attack direction of the Soviet Union is Europe. The main attack direction of the Soviet Union has always been Europe, and it has never shifted until its disintegration. On the contrary, in the Asian direction, it is impossible for a certain big country to exert any pressure on Japan. It is impossible to cross the strait, and it is still possible to threaten Japan. Things are universally connected. If one aspect is adjusted, it will inevitably be linked to other aspects. Alan Wilson's original intention was to remind Europe to prepare early through the oil embargo on India, so as not to be caught off guard when the time comes. However, he forgot that the Soviet oil pipeline had just been completed and had reached the territory of the Democratic Republic of Germany. The Federal Republic of Germany suddenly remembered that it could obtain energy from Eastern Europe. This is not surprising. After all, the Furrow's theory of living space is essentially aimed at Eastern Europe. Germany is also the biggest beneficiary of the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Not only did it reunify, but it also grasped the economic interests of Eastern Europe and got rid of the negative impact of the Plaza Accord signed at the same time as Japan. Germany also signed the Plaza Accord, but by devouring the development of the Democratic Republic of Germany for decades, the negative impact of the Plaza Accord was offset, and the vast Eastern European market helped Germany take off. Not to mention getting rid of the strong German mark, using the integrated euro to dump in Eastern Europe, using Russian energy to stabilize the value of the euro, etc. During the Yugoslav Civil War, the Germans were also not clean, and were the first to intervene. As a result, Germany's room for maneuver increased greatly, and it closed the gap with the two defeated countries, Japan and Italy, and its influence on the European economy surpassed that of Britain and France. Now the de Gaulle government and Moscow were flirting with each other, but de Gaulle was actively developing friendly relations with the Soviet Union and once invited Soviet leader Khrushchev and his family to visit Paris. In the talks between the leaders of the Soviet Union, France and the Soviet Union, Charles de Gaulle talked to Khrushchev about détente, understanding, and cooperation to build a greater Europe from the Atlantic to the Ural Mountain system. France's oil in Algeria can at best support itself, and with Spain, Libya can serve Italy and Greece. The North Sea oil surrounding countries have a share, and there is very little left for Germany. Of course, Germany has a good relationship with Iran now, but Iran is also a Middle Eastern country, and is also among the countries that have imposed an oil embargo on India this time. Besides, Iran is too far away. Now Alan Wilson is very entangled. When he thinks of the Soviet Union supplying energy to Europe, he can think of Nord Stream 2. Although it is a natural gas pipeline, if it is in the field of natural gas, Britain's situation is even more embarrassing, and the problems it faces are more troublesome than oil pipelines. If Britain opposes the transfer of oil and gas pipelines from the Soviet Union, then the result is likely to be that France dominates the European energy market. Oil may not be enough, but natural gas will increase France's influence on the European community, so it will not be so easy for Britain to check and balance France. Algeria is the second largest natural gas supplier in the future, supplying more energy to Europe than Norway, but less than Russia. The poor energy distribution in Europe puzzled Alan Wilson. If Britain opposed the Soviet Union, it might lead to the expansion of France. And France, a suspicious ally, was flirting with the Soviet Union. We either see France dominate the European energy market, or we see Eastern European oil and gas enter Europe. I think eggs cannot be put in one basket. After thinking hard, Alan Wilson smiled bitterly with a constipated face. This is a difficult choice, Prime Minister. Either choose France, or choose the Soviet Union. This is not a pleasant choice. Eden is unwilling to face this choice, but he has to choose. We don't object to Germany using Soviet energy. It will take a few years for Germany to have good relations with Eastern European countries. Maybe we can come up with a better way to deal with it by then. Believe in the wisdom of future generations, right? Alan Wilson almost couldn't help laughing, but he suggested that he had to do his duty. We don't oppose it openly, but it must be a new pipeline dedicated to supplying Germany. It cannot pass through the land of any country in the middle and go directly to Germany. If Germany can solve this problem, we will agree. In fact, this is the transportation line of Nord Stream 2. As long as Nord Stream 2 is put into use, Russia can stop the pipeline in Ukraine. This country will not be fleeced by Russia every day. Isn't this handing Germany's energy security to the Soviets? When Magnans came to the cabinet office, he heard Alan Wilson's suggestion and asked suspiciously, "Can't Norway supply the energy needs of the Germans? The production capacity is not enough. It can't be done." From the perspective of the UK, we can only choose one between the French Trans-Mediterranean pipeline and the Soviet Union's Baltic pipeline. If you choose France, the de Gaulle government is so difficult to contact now, and the French really occupy the European energy market, which makes them more qualified to challenge us. Alan Wilson let out a long sigh. In theory, we don't want to choose, but isn't this our initiative to pay attention to energy security? France controls the European energy market? Then let's choose the Soviet Union. It is estimated that the Soviets will not agree so quickly. The land pipeline has just been built, and another offshore pipeline is to be built. Moreover, the reconciliation between Germany and Eastern European countries is also a problem. It will not work without a few years of mediation. Magnans nodded in agreement, but once France starts building, it won't be so difficult. This threat is at hand, and the Soviet threat is far away. Alan Wilson nodded. If something really happens, we can send the Navy to destroy the ocean pipeline, just like we cut off the Atlantic cable in World War I. But if we treat France like this, we won't have an excuse to do so, and the United States won't watch us, and the French fighting each other. At this moment, the law that heretics are more hateful than pagans shone on the cabinet office. The Soviet Union may not do anything to Britain, but France will. Since the discussion in London has been completed, Lord Butler in Brussels informed Bonn of this attitude. Alan Wilson asked Magnans to gather people from the Ministry of Defence to take out a design drawing. They must land from the original British occupied zone, which is now near the British military base in Germany. The coast of the Federal Republic of Germany belongs to the original British occupied zone. Doing so can control the valve of Germany's energy in the hands of the British garrison, and it may increase Britain's influence on Germany. Is it not the Soviet Union that is strangled by France? Pamela Mountbatten asked with a questioning look on her face. Isn't it just a little more expensive? Germany's economy is not bad. Dear, Germany is not a colony. Oil is easy, but natural gas is difficult. Alan Wilson replied with a wry smile. Unless we take out the electric cars that were eliminated at the beginning of the century, the cost will probably be a loss every year. Electric cars are not new, let alone electric cars. Steam cars existed in Britain in the early 20th century. At that time, no one knew the future direction of automobile development. But now we have seen that oil cars have replaced electric cars. If it were not for the high oil prices in the future, electric cars would not be able to revive. When the two were discussing, Rabbo Butler was still speaking out in Brussels, showing Britain's self-boasting of being prepared for danger in times of peace and having a long-term vision. Taking advantage of the difficulties faced by India, he reminded Europe of the importance of energy security. At the same time, he also formed alliances at the European Community meeting and had friendly exchanges with France on the issue of Germany's status. India, which was under an oil embargo, was gritting its teeth and preparing to change the current isolated situation on the battlefield, hoping to win the war and solve the current predicament. The Indians did not know that the current predicament was related to the former Assistant Commissioner of British India. India was indeed an oil-poor country. The oil embargo had forced India to immediately respond, prohibiting domestic motor vehicles from refueling in large quantities and cracking down on the behavior of driving up oil prices. In fact, it is difficult to solve the oil crisis against India this time. India cannot solve it, but Britain can, because Malaya also produces oil, and Kenya's oil pipeline can also solve India's urgent needs. However, it is not the right time yet. If the oil embargo on India continues for a year or two, Britain can reap the benefits of this former colony in terms of energy. You put all your intelligence and wisdom on India. Pamela Mountbatten was a little amused, not knowing whether she was praising or criticizing her husband. It can only be said that the colonial legacy is still rich, and it is not a problem to deal with India. Alan Wilson proudly puffed up his chest. How can we watch the pearl of the British Empire fall? Of course, I don't deny that we must help them when they are in the most difficult time. Chapter 1299 Mediation Proposal. Of course I don't think India will lose. What I mean by giving them a hand is limited to the economic level. In fact, if we don't give them a hand, India, a country with low human rights, can also overcome the difficulties. Alan Wilson explained to his wife the importance of helping India. The situation in India is obvious. With a land area and population like India, you can't turn a blind eye to it no matter what. It has its own resistance and low human rights advantages. It's best not to offend it. The advantage of low human rights is of course an advantage. Isn't it a big deal that the United States has 1 million deaths from an epidemic? Indian open-air cremations have been seen by American satellites. Isn't the whole country doing what it should do? Only the Soviet Union can theoretically occupy India by means of war, but no country can do it in reality. Although the Indian army can only fight a wave of wars, it is already a powerful country in the world. At least if India wants to fight Portugal, Goa will definitely not be able to withstand it, so it learned from the Rhodesian Royal Territory to surround itself with minefields. Britain ignored India this time. Will it have to reconcile with India in the future? It's better not to destroy its relationship with India. From your attitude, I know that Whitehall is paying more attention to the India-Pakistan war than the Vietnam War. Every place has its own ideas. Australia is obviously more concerned about the Vietnam War. If it weren't for Indonesia standing at its doorstep, Australia would have joined the war. Pamela Mountbatten poured a glass of milk and sipped it. Isn't that a good thing? The world situation is intertwined, which is good for us, a country that cannot compete with the United States and the Soviet Union in national strength, but has influence. Alan Wilson still felt that his betrayal of Indonesia was a patriotic act. From the perspective of Britain's choice, he dare not say how good it is, but it is not so bad. If he was a socialist, Brezhnev should have given him a big gold star medal. It was simply a stroke of genius and greatly expanded the Soviet Union's influence in Asia. Indonesia is the largest country in Southeast Asia, even if it loses half of its land. 80 to 90 million laborers can help a little. Although betraying Indonesia may have some consequences. For example, if the Soviet Union disintegrates, the Soviet system countries in Asia may be retained. Just like North Korea, Vietnam and Laos have nothing to do. But that's for the future. He can't care so much now. That is, Britain doesn't have much territory in America now. Otherwise, it will go from one betrayal to another. It's better to support a few pro-Soviet countries in Latin America, so that the United States can be more honest. It's better to compete with each other in the world than to compete for strategic determination in Europe. Those third world countries are the role of chessboard. It's better for them to die than for Europe to suffer. It's just that the population of Indonesia is too large. It would be better if it were smaller. Pamela Mountbatten lamented the pressure Australia was under. Her husband couldn't empathize with this. Compared with the pressure Western Europe is under now, Australia's pressure is nothing. What you should consider now is that after the end of the Vietnam War, there will definitely be a large number of American illegitimate children who are homeless. Are the Korean orphans you took in at the beginning useful? If you think they are useful, you can continue. This is also a good thing. After all, Americans are also unfilial sons of Britain. Sometimes we help them and help ourselves. Alan Wilson slapped his forehead and thought of the Korean orphans in East Malaysia. If it weren't for their help, it would not be so easy for Grace to kill Syngman Rhee. These unattached war orphans must be useful, otherwise there would not be the Yulin orphans who specially selected orphans and formed an armed force. The Mountbatten group cannot rely entirely on those Balkans. In many places in Asia, white faces are very conspicuous. In some countries, women take the initiative to stick to them, while in other countries, they will think of the crimes of the colonizers. In either case, it is too conspicuous. Using these war orphans will be much less problematic. There is no shortage of mixed race faces in Southeast Asia. Some different features will not attract attention, and it will be much easier to do things. The cabinet secretary is more gloomy in his heart, so he likes to use the descendants of American soldiers to do things for him. The United States can stabilize the situation, and these illegitimate children will not be stranded abroad on a large scale. Pamela Mountbatten said this, and looked at her husband in surprise. Do you mean that they will lose the war? I didn't say that. You can also say that the strategy will shift. Don't question my judgment, just be prepared. Alan Wilson said with a face that was influenced by the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Anyway, from any angle, the United States has no chance of winning if it does not cross the 17th parallel north. But Alan Wilson cannot say that Americans are timid. Compared with the unwillingness to send out the Air Force in Ukraine, the Vietnam War at least demonstrated the fullness of martial virtue. It can be seen that even when facing an enemy in the same dire state, the United States also makes some choices. I believe that after the Vietnam War, the United States will have a higher evaluation of a certain major power. At the Brussels conference, the member states of the European community also discussed African issues. Especially France was discussing with Rab Butler, or testing Britain's reaction to the expansion of Soviet power in Africa. The political situation in Congo-Brazzaville has changed. The August Revolution broke out in the Republic of Congo, also known as the Three Glorious Days. The Yaoundé regime was overthrown, and Moussa Madiba became the prime minister of the interim government. At the end of the same year, he was elected president and announced that the Republic of Congo would take the socialist road. The Congolese government took over the monopoly of log acquisition from foreign timber companies and nationalized foreign companies and the forest concessions they managed. In addition, textile factories, fish processing plants, small shipyards and other industrial sectors were established, which helped the national economy to develop. In terms of agriculture, the Congolese government proposed the policy of agriculture as a basis and industry as the driving force, and took various measures to organize labor to reclaim wasteland and build farmland. On the basis of land reform and restricting the power of national nobles, each province, county, and district established its own farm and launched a mass production movement. News came from Brussels that Alan Wilson was discussing with Prime Minister Eden whether the European Community would implement the policy of integrating the oil reserves of the European Community countries. Congo-Brazzaville, that's a French colony, right? Eden remembered that these countries were among the colonies released by the French. Is the French trying to interfere? Why are they asking for our opinions? No matter what the reason, it's a French colony, and the relationship between France and the Soviet Union is ambiguous. If we get involved, will France sell us out in 2 years? And to be honest, the situation in the countries in French Africa is unstable. It may be intentional by the French. Alan Wilson talked about the fact that there have been frequent coups in French Africa. We'd better not listen to what the French say. If the French want to take action, there will be no problem with their own capabilities. Any attempt to form an Anglo-French coalition force will be shamefully defeated by the spokesperson for the special relationship between Britain and the United States. They have lost more than 2 million square kilometers of Congo-Brazzaville, so why would they care about Congo-Brazzaville? Given the current distribution of British overseas troops, sooner or later they will have to be more tolerant of African colonies. Since Yemen's independence, Nehru has also expressed his desire to start the independence agenda through the local High Commissioner. The local High Commissioner is communicating with Nehru. The main problem is the famine in southern Rhodesia, which has led to the armed conflict. The situation here is also very complicated, and we can't help the French. Alan Wilson's meaning is very clear. British Africa is not completely fine. Now there is no time to clean up the ass of French Africa, and they have to interfere in an independent country. The French are not incapable of this. It is obvious that discussing with Britain is to drag the British down. Eden also agreed with this view. It should be France that is looking for things for Britain to do at the European Community meeting to distract Britain's attention. Maybe it is really a test. After all, the relationship between Britain and the United States and the relationship between Britain and France has always aroused suspicion from the Charles de Gaulle government. The French always feel that Britain is not loyal to Europe. This suspicion is of course reasonable. Look at the things that are of concern recently. There are everywhere, but they have nothing to do with Europe. The battle for Kashmir continues. India and Pakistan have fought a fierce tank battle around Jammu. The vanguard of the Pakistani army quickly arrived in the Jammu area, and the Indian army was outnumbered and kept retreating. However, in order to resist the rapid offensive of Pakistani tanks, the Indian army dispatched bombers to carry out indiscriminate bombing, resulting in a large number of Pakistani infantry casualties and tank damage. The two sides launched a war of attrition in Jammu for a while, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. The sky over Jammu was not calm either. In the 1960s, American aircraft designers and Air Force decision makers believed that missiles determined everything, and takeoff search lock launch missile disengagement would become the basic mode of air combat. The Pakistani Air Force's American-made Sabre fighter jets are equipped with the world's most advanced radar system and Sidewinder air-to-air missiles. With the technical advantage of the Air Force, Pakistan took advantage of the victory to cross the Devi River and fought a life-and-death battle with the Indian army at the Dritti fortress. In the end, the Indian army was defeated without the support of the Air Force, and the Pakistani army took advantage of the situation to occupy Dritti. The unfavorable situation in Kashmir has put the Shastri government under tremendous pressure. After a night of discussion, with the support of various Indian parties, Shastri decided to expand the war. The battlefield is not limited to Kashmir. India must use its advantage of large size to spread the battlefield to the hinterland of Pakistan, to change the current passive situation. India reopened the southern battlefield and sent an army to attack, which caused a shock in Karachi. Once there is a problem on the southern front of Pakistan, the whole country of Pakistan will be caught in the flames of war. When India and Pakistan were really fighting, the Soviet ambassador to the UK came with Moscow's sincerity. Ambassador Victor, it's better to be in Stockholm. What kind of neutral country is Switzerland? It is surrounded by NATO countries. Sweden is a real neutral country. Listening to the mediation proposal of the Soviet ambassador to London, Alan Wilson gave a positive response. Chapter 1300 Some suggestions for the United States. I'll report to Moscow. Victor didn't waste too much time with the representative of imperialism in his eyes, and returned to the embassy during a meal. Humph. Alan Wilson had a stern face and looked upset, but he immediately adjusted his mood, and conveyed the Soviet Union's intentions to Prime Minister Eden. Pamela Mountbatten was about to end her trip to London. The weather was getting colder, and returning to Perth was already on the agenda. Seeing her husband coming back with a stern face, she couldn't help but feel funny. What's wrong? The feeling of being powerless is always lingering. Alan Wilson sat down on the sofa, with a rare complaint in his tone. Many things happen in the world at any time and anywhere, but with Britain's national strength, it is impossible to take care of everything. To be frustrating. If I had the same status as now in the United States, things would be much easier. What do you think? Pamela Mountbatten said considerately. No matter what her husband said, she would listen carefully, but she didn't expect to hear such explosive news. If we want to resolve the threat from the Soviet bloc quickly, we should fight a nuclear war. Alan Wilson smiled with his eyes narrowed. Look at how cautious the United States is. If I were the President of the United States, I would treat the 17th parallel north as a fart. With the Pacific Ocean between us, I don't believe they would dare to do anything. Just like cutting sausages, we will force the opponent into a desperate situation little by little. If the other party protests, we will treat it as a fart. If they don't protest, we will continue to cut and force them to fight us. Humanity will perish. Pamela Mountbatten thought her husband might have drunk fake wine, so she quickly came over to smell it to see if he really drank it. Humanity will not perish. The United States will still have an overall advantage in a nuclear war within 10 years. It is the Soviet Union and its allies that will perish. Alan Wilson said without any concern. It's just that the United States is timid. Okay, you are the most courageous person in the world, so what is the first step? Pamela Mountbatten covered her forehead and listened to her husband's venting with empathy. The first step. Put the nuclear bomb on Scam Island. From the perspective of location and threat level, it is the most suitable place. Alan Wilson said calmly. This has nothing to do with a sudden inspiration. Just like provoking a civil war in the Slavic region, killing each other is in the best interests of the free world. He said this very seriously. Even if Scam Island is squeezed into a no man's land, what will happen? To be honest, he was very happy. On the other hand, it would be easy to explain to a certain big country that Scam Island is part of a certain big country. Conducting nuclear tests in its own country does not violate the statement of not using nuclear weapons first. Everyone has a bright future. It's just that mankind may face the threat of nuclear war. What's there to be afraid of? After making some warmongering remarks, Alan Wilson told his wife during dinner, there is a meeting of the Five Eyes Alliance, and I will attend. We need to exchange some information and understand each other's next purpose. Will you tell me that Britain is going to mediate the India-Pakistan war with the Soviet Union? Pamela Mountbatten understood and then asked, are you afraid that the Americans will think too much? So I would suggest that the United States should not stop its strategic bombing, but must burn the war to the north. How can you win? By hiding in South Vietnam. Alan Wilson spoke without blushing or beating his heart. He did not hide his intention to add fuel to the fire in front of his wife. Although even now, Hong Kong has not closed its ports, one thing is one thing, the United States has joined the war, and Britain has not. These are two different things. Is it wrong for him to suggest that the United States expand its attack area? Isn't it for the English world to rule the world forever? Alan Wilson still has to follow the buttocks. No matter what race or system, he should honestly lie down and devote his youth and descendants. This is what other countries should do. Living on your knees depends on the mood of the master, and you still want to live on your feet. Think about it, it's a crime. Before leaving, he simulated the extinction of mankind several times. Only when he felt that he had adjusted his mentality did he board the special plane to Washington. Coincidentally, he was with Monroe. Monroe's return to the United States this time was approved by him. Kennedy had been assassinated, and Monroe's safety should not be a problem. As a well-known actress, she was still very safe at ordinary times. If there is any disadvantage in traveling together, Monroe came from the working class and almost ruined the imperialist ideas that Alan Wilson had accumulated with great difficulty. The cabinet secretary came to Washington this time to expound the concept of early and large nuclear wars and brought a bunch of documents to endorse it. As a result, it almost became a beautiful world. Finally, a manned spaceflight was carried out at an altitude of 10,000 meters, which made this sexy goddess shut up and stop influencing him with her silly and sweet thinking. The current director of the Central Intelligence Agency, William Francis Rayburn Jr., is a fellow countryman of President Lyndon Johnson. He became the director of the Central Intelligence Agency because of nepotism. He remembered that Rayburn knew nothing about intelligence work and was self-important, which caused strong dissatisfaction among CIA officials, and he was driven out of office soon. But this is a good thing. Alan Wilson came here specially to consolidate Rayburn's position through this intelligence exchange of the Five Eyes Alliance. At the Langley headquarters of the CIA, the intelligence directors of the 5 countries of Britain, the United States, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand gathered together. Rayburn, as the director of the CIA, also attended in person. This is normal. Alan Wilson is also the Secretary General of the British Joint Intelligence Committee. He didn't have to come in person. It was just because Rayburn had just taken office and expressed respect for the Allies. The exchange of intelligence between Britain and the United States has never been smooth sailing, but it is not like the previous quarrel with Dulles. Facing some of Rayburn's questions, Alan Wilson answered them one by one. For example, He did not hide the issue that the Soviet Union wanted to mediate with Britain, and Britain had agreed in principle. What a joke. Britain actually has something in common with the Soviet Union. Rayburn said sarcastically, I don't recognize this world anymore. Are we going to adopt a hostile attitude towards India like the United States? If we don't give India some face, this populous country will side with the Soviet Union. Will you be happy when the world's top 3 most populous countries are in the same camp? Alan Wilson retorted bluntly, the United States can't even deal with one of them. Now it's hiding in South Vietnam and dare not move north, but it has tied up a large number of troops. What do you want Europe to do? Now even the de Gaulle government is still connected with Moscow. What do you want Britain to do? Why don't you come up with a solution? Just as Rayburn was about to refute, Alan Wilson had already taken out a document and said calmly, I suggest using chemical weapons and imitating the Tokyo bombing to carry out strategic bombing of Hanoi. Vietnamese people generally live in wooden buildings. Napalm bombs have a good effect, and chemical weapons poured on water sources, fields and other places can kill a large number of enemies. The use of chemical weapons can also be used to curb guerrilla warfare. Agent Orange was used extensively in the Vietnam War. After the war, it was discovered that dioxins, a toxic impurity, may have appeared in the production process due to side effects. In the famous Vietnam War that lasted throughout the 1960s, in order to curb the guerrilla warfare of the Viet Cong, the US military decided to strip every leaf on the battlefield. They widely spread a highly effective herbicide with orange stripes printed on the container in southern Vietnam, and its main ingredient was dioxin. The US military did not win the final victory because of this. The use of chemical weapons may cause harm to the human body. Canada's intelligence chief said, Sir Wilson, right? Everything should take victory in the war as a priority. When Britain and the United States bombed Berlin and the United States bombed Tokyo, many innocent people died. Now do Germany and Japan dare to say a word? Alan Wilson looked indifferently at the intelligence chiefs of Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, with a tone of shut up. As long as the United States wins the final victory, this is reasonable and logical. Now there are fewer American soldiers raping and killing in Vietnam. Not to mention a lot, even if they have not committed any crime, once they have to withdraw their troops, they still want to cover up all the crimes. First of all, we must put aside the issue of right and wrong, and then consider other things. This is Alan Wilson's core idea. You have found so many biological and chemical weapons experts from Japan and Germany, you should not lack technology. When Rayburn saw Alan Wilson's look, he swallowed involuntarily. He now knew why this British colleague gave Dulles a headache. If Britain had the national strength of the United States, it wouldn't have so much nonsense. Alan Wilson said with a serious face, although it is a bit immoral, sometimes for a more ambitious goal, you have to make sacrifices. It is better to sacrifice the enemy than to sacrifice yourself. When a soldier dies in battle, he still has to pay a pension. That's money that has to be paid out, unlike industrial production, which is so easy to make a fuss about. Rayburn was already tempted. Although the United States has set very strict standards for casualties, there are inevitably casualties in war. As Alan Wilson said, the pensions paid are real. If something else can be used instead, saving the cost of consumables can not only calm the dissatisfaction of the public at home, but also make some companies happy. Maybe sacrifice is indeed inevitable. Rayburn did not talk about the pension, but vaguely recognized that the use of chemical weapons was correct. Of course, otherwise why did Britain like to use Indians? Isn't it because the death of these cannon fodders will not cause pressure on the pension? It's all British people fighting hard. What a huge expense. Our American ally has finally made the right decision. Alan Wilson seemed relieved. He asked Richard to prepare the Agent Orange test and use gorillas or monkeys to prove the harm of Agent Orange. He kept it as evidence and might use it someday. In fact, since the Koreans have this intention, the United States should open up some quotas, and South Korea itself should participate in the war to show its own value. I suggest that Washington take the initiative to put pressure on the Park Chung-hee government to ask South Korea to send more troops to relieve the pressure on the US ground forces. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.